Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox All in China, host Sega Forever here. Sorry about the noise, man. My neighbors all decided to cut their yard at the same time. It's amazing. It's amazing where I live when people do stuff. Dude. It just blows my mind. But sorry, I can't do anything about the noise. I tried to shut as many stuff as possible, but I got my neighbors two doors down, cutting their yard. Got the guy across the street cutting their yard, and the guy right next to me on my left hand side cutting their yard. And so they're just moving around. I can't shut any more windows. Again, I apologize about the background noise. Wanted to kind of do this a little bit more clean. I didn't want to step on Man's toes. He did a podcast earlier today. I'm kind of busy. I wanted to actually do this last night, but I had to do something with my daughter, so here we are. But I did want to talk about the Tokyo Game Show, which is one of the reasons why I'm doing this. I know there's a lot of different opinions about the Tokyo Game Show. For me personally, I really liked it. I thought it was a really well done show. Um, Maybe not as exciting as the other shows that Microsoft has done, or technically Xbox has done this year. Especially with the summer showcase that they did, that was absolutely excellent. Gamescom as well, they were on point, except for the Indiana Jones announcement. Again, yes, I've made my feelings known about that and about Xbox bringing their stuff to other consoles. But they're gonna do what they're gonna do, man. I mean, like I said, overall, when it comes to Xbox and the ecosystem, Game Pass, the way that I consume my media, they're second to none. For maybe one or two of the few negative things I don't like that they do, the rest is all good. So have no problem. If we have issues, me or any of the other guys or people in the crew, even if you're just an Xbox person in general, man, it's okay to voice your this if you're upset about stuff that the company's doing, right? A lot of stuff that they do don't bother me, man. It's just kind of a few specific things. Like for example, you see a lot of people now, basically, just harping on Xbox with the layoffs, right? And again, guys, I mean, I can do a separate video on that. I'll try and do one. It gets a bit frustrating because every time Microsoft or Xbox does something, the gaming community just loses their mind. And it's something that's irritating with me, man, because it just shows how ignorant most people are, or it just shows that the hate level that Microsoft and Xbox gets in the gaming community, because all of this stuff is happening all around us. I mean, if these jobs are bothering you with Microsoft um, and whatever studios they own that are doing this, um, you don't understand what's going on in the real world. Again, this stuff is happening all over. I'm seeing it at my job. I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys, unless maybe you guys live at home and you guys don't have to work, maybe you guys are younger, maybe you guys don't have adult responsibilities. I don't know what your lifestyle is, but for most normal people living today in today's economy, unless you hit the lottery or you're a celebrity or you're Puff Daddy, I mean, you got that type of money where you don't have to worry about stuff, right? But for most normal people, economy matters, right? So kudos to Xbox and Microsoft as well. You know, if you know Phil Spencer, man, if you've been following him as long as we have on the Xbox side, you guys know that this kind of stuff he doesn't like it at all. Um, Unless, of course, there's actually good reason for people getting laid off. For the most part, what I'm seeing is probably has to do with the economy. Probably has to do with they just have too many people and they're not just produce this and they're not producing enough product and they're not producing enough product that's being purchased. Another thing could be, some of these companies that absorb had some issues prior to Microsoft buying them. And I have confidence in Microsoft because they're very hands off. Um, and by confidence, I mean what they're doing. Because the simple fact is, I'm kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to stuff. I wish they were a little bit more hands on, if I'm being honest. But it is what it is, man. And they give me the stuff that I want, and they deliver, dude. That's the bottom line. At the end of the day, regardless of what they do that you might not agree with, you look at the overall picture, man, and nobody's touching Xbox right now, as you can see by what's going on over at PlayStation, right? But a lot of their fans, and the gaming media, man, they just ignore the stuff that Sony's doing, or if they comment on it, they don't bring down the hammer um, on Xbox and on Sony like they do at Xbox and Microsoft. That's just a plain and obvious truth. They always get a pass, and it's unfortunate, man, because when I'm looking at it, dude, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad, guys, if I'm being honest, right? Because it's actually affecting their community, their fans, quote unquote, especially their hardcore fans, but they suck it up and they lap it up, if I'm being honest. But then when it starts affecting the rest of us in the gaming community, that's where I draw the line with this stuff, right? Because they're kind of setting the standard, even though I don't think they're the industry leader. Hey, what's up, Tool Man? Yeah, I'm sorry, brother. I'm doing a little bit something different today, man. I'll talk about the Tokyo Game Show. Get some housekeeping stuff out of the way. Thanks for being here. But I thought the Tokyo Game Show was amazing. But just getting back to Sony, dude, I'll just be honest with you guys, dude. I mean, if this is what the gaming community wants, there's nothing you can really do about it. I don't think it is what they want. It's easy to say to take shots at Xbox and to praise Sony, and if you don't want any issues, right, and you don't want to deal with the ponies, of course, right. But at the end of the day, it's affecting you now when you have to go pick up your game. I got a couple games that they showed at the Tokyo Game Show. I mean, I'm set and ready to get them, right? But then got a real quick reminder that these games are expensive, man. Some of these games, dude. I mean, I forgot they're like $69.99 now, and which was a standard that was set by Sony, right? And they were saying that the games are gonna go up, dude. But when Sony does stuff, dude, they don't care, dude. I mean, they're gonna charge you $7, $8, $900,000 for your console and the peripherals. Again, these guys are the kings of peripherals, right? They did that way back in the day. When other companies like Xbox, they put 4 controllers ports in the Xbox. They had a hard drive in the Xbox, the original, the OG Xbox. Sony was like, no, you got to buy a multi-tap. They're the kings of proprietary, man. They've always been that way. All the stuff that they're doing now does not surprise me. I know it's a shock for some gamers out there. There's some people coming to their senses, looking at this and like, why does it have to be this way? And the honest truth, it doesn't have to. But then on the flip side of that, I mean, a lot of people praise Sony for their AAA content. A lot of people said they were the big dog, right, in the console war. A lot of people supported them, right, to push their agendas and the things that they wanted to do as far as their business, and didn't hold them accountable. And this is where we are. Luckily for us, Microsoft is not like that. For those of you guys who bleed green like I do, we know they're not. We participate in their ecosystem. We own their consoles. Most of us are subscribed to Game Pass. If you're subscribed to Game Pass, you're enjoying life right now as a gamer. I mean, you can't complain, even though I see people do. But when I see those people, 10 to 1, they're a PlayStation guy. Or 10 to 1, they don't play games. Not on the level that we do. They're not, I won't even say that they're hardcore. There's a time that you could call somebody hardcore. Like I was hardcore, right? Gaming consumed a lot of, not just the gaming level, but the culture just consumed a lot of my life. You know, for a lot of these people, it's not even close. They play 1 or 2 games maybe a year. They play when they feel like it. They play on feel. I do that too as well. But I mean, as a gamer, man, you have to put a variety, keep up with the stuff that's going on in the industry, right? Economically, especially, you have to do that now. This is why you see some of the backlash. This is why you see some people being laid off. A lot of people are holding these developers' feet to the fire when it comes to the product that they put out. There was a time, and I'm saying if the economy was better than what it is now, because that's what it boils down to, is the economy. If the economy was better than what it is now, then this wouldn't be an issue, to be honest with you. But it is what it is, man. I mean, I don't know how else to put it to you guys, right? When you have disposable income, when a company has money to spare, like the tech industry has had that for the longest time, I'd say 2 decades tops, right? So, when you look at it that way, right? I mean, if you have like one big hit and then you have 3 flops, it was okay, man. It gets swept under the rug. Disney used to do that, dude. You guys know I'm a big Disney fan. This is the way it was back in the day, man. But it's not like that anymore, dude. People are counting their pennies, dude. And when they start counting their pennies, dude, all the politics, dude, all the woke stuff, all that stuff on the side. We can have a conversation about that. This is not that video for this. I just want to put this out there, man. At the end of the day, dude, when people are hurting for money, they start looking at every little thing, dude. Right? It's like when you're at the grocery store, Cocoa Puffs, $8, and you might have to go to the store brand, which is Cocoa Nuffs, right? You know what I'm saying? Right? Because that's $4, right? And you got to feed your family, right? That you got to stretch your paycheck, man. That food's got to last for like 2 weeks instead of 1 week, like you used to have it, right? Everybody's hurting is my problem. Hey, what's up, Zolby? Yeah, dude, I just got through. Technically gaming, man. I was testing out some games, dude. I downloaded some demos, man. They got some good stuff coming out, bro. I mean, at least I'm happy with it, dude. I know that's not for everybody, but I'm down. Dude, Game Pass is loaded with stuff. I'm gonna pick up some games as well. It was funny, dude, because there's a couple games that dropped the new releases. Dude, they got some pretty awesome stuff, dude. Lucky Squire, dude. That looks that I'm gonna get that. Couple games I thought I picked up, I didn't, dude. I mean, I have games to play, bro. I'm good. Yeah, hey, what's up, Daniel, man? Hey, man, tough beat for the Fever, man. You know what, dude? They got time. They're gonna need to get an enforcer or a big body in there. Um, that's gonna have to help them. They're gonna need more intense people for their team. Either that or the league is gonna have to change the style of play like they did with Jordan back in the day, because they just basically got bullied. You know. Hey there, what's up? I didn't send out any invitations there because I know Second Man was doing something. I'm not sure. Um, yeah, I didn't want to step on his toes. I meant to do this last night, but I had something I had to do with my daughter. Um, which is cool, man. I miss my daughter. Dude, I missed her a lot, dude. She was gone for a while. But I'll send you. If you can come in, if you can, I understand. Yeah, I know you're busy. But hey, man, thanks for holding it down. Uh, the last time, I'm sorry. My nephew came back on island, dude, and I had to spend some time with him. If you want to jump in, there, I sent you a link. And if the other guys jump in, I'll send them a link too. Hey, what's up, Vontae, man, dude? I think Xbox is gonna do it, Vontae. I think Xbox is gonna I think they're gonna start spreading into Asia, man. Tokyo Game Show was off the hook for me, um, and I liked it. I liked what I saw. I mean, look, dude, was it the most exciting thing in the world? No, no, it wasn't. Right? For some people, right? I mean, like, look, if I'm being honest, dude, like I'll give it a 9 out of 10 just because they didn't buy Sega, right? You know how I am, dude. But if you actually watch the show, read between the lines and see what they're doing, man, they basically laid out their plans similar to what they did when Phil first took over in 2015 and started talking about what they were going to do with Xbox. They basically said the same thing at Tokyo Game Show, both Sarah and Phil. And with Sarah, man, running point, dude, it's gonna be nuts. Hey, dear, welcome.
Hello, how you doing today?
Oh my goodness, it's been a crazy Saturday. Nothing's gone as planned, so that's why
well,
I'm here now like this.
I'm glad to be here with you today.
Yeah, did you get a chance to watch the Tokyo Game Show?
I did, and I have a lot to say about that. But
Oh
have
yeah,
you?
yeah. I got some video, man. I'm trying to channel my inner unlimited productions. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah. You never do show video. Now that I think about
Yeah, because I'm old. This is for
it,
young people, man. But I wanted to show something because I do want to talk about some of the stuff that we saw.
I do too. I do too. So
You
I'm
know
glad.
what,
I'm
guys?
glad you did it because I didn't know Second Man was doing the show, and I was busy earlier. So this works
Yeah,
out for
so
me.
when I got home, I saw that he was on, and then I was like, "Ooh, I gotta run somewhere this afternoon." So I ran and did something else. So I didn't
Right.
want to step on his toes, you know what I mean?
Right.
But right when I started, dude, I got my neighbor over here. I don't know what they're doing, dude. They're just like running all over the place with their weed eater. So
hmm
either that or is it a moped? Maybe they're switching out. I have no idea. Anyway, sorry for the background noise again. So if I cut off my mic and you're talking, it's just keep on going.
It's the cut. Okay. It's to cut out that sound. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, first, before we start, let me say hello to everyone. Hello to Tool Man. Hello to Zobi. Daniel Berry Sports Highlight. Oh, I see you again. I saw you last time. Vontae. Hebot. Where are you? You better get in here, Hebot. You know you're needed.
yeah. I'm
And
trying to send.
Anthony Chipmunk. Thank you guys for joining us.
I'm sending him.
Yeah, I know
I'm gonna send him
Hebot here.
after. I'm gonna send Hebot something now. But go ahead, give your thoughts. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, are you going to do the video first, or you want us to talk to it, or how do you want to do it?
Okay, we can do it that way.
Okay.
But do you have anything to say before we start the video, or?
I want to say that I'm not confrontational normally, and I respect everybody's opinions about how the show went. But I think the show was good, and I'll explain my reasons why. But um, I think the show was good, and honestly, just as you said, Xbox is following that same template that they did when they started with the Xbox Series X Gen. They
Yeah,
they start off. Look. it was the Tokyo Game Show was much better than the last year's, and not last year's wasn't bad. It was just like you could tell they just getting started. They just now, you can see that all that hard work just to get the foot in the door happened last year, in my
Oh yeah,
opinion. Okay,
yeah,
now the problems that I have about some people's opinions, and again, people are entitled to their opinions, but is that they don't see the bigger picture with Xbox. You got to understand that they had no presence in Asia. Literally, it was non-existent. Okay,
yeah.
and they had no really good partnerships because these people would choose PlayStation over them every time. And if that's the case, what do you see now? Now, I always force people to think about what they saw in the Tokyo Game Show. They saw that they have partnerships with Capcom, Konami.
Yeah.
I think Konami is going to be a big thing too. By the way, um, I because Konami used to be almost non-existent, really, in my opinion. You almost never like they automatic. It was an automatic thing. Take it from somebody who had a PlayStation. It was automatic that their stuff went to PlayStation.
Hmm.
Just it was a non-starter. For them to put Metal Gear Delta on Xbox's platform is big. People don't understand how big that is. That's a big deal for them because they were never they would never have done that in the past. So, but the partnerships, look at Square Enix. And what I want you to understand is this: just as Atlas never had anything to do with Xbox, once that partnership was formed, now all their games come to the platform.
Right.
They new stuff comes and they brought their backlog in. That this is how they always do it. They start off with their backlog, then they start bringing in the new stuff. They have to catch the gamer up because their games are not going to just automatically sell. They don't have an audience over here. So they have to put the games out there, let people try the games, let them see what the games are like, start building. They have to do that. And that's exactly what Square Enix is doing. People was like, oh, we don't have Final Fantasy 7, we don't have this and that. Look, those are coming. I mark my words, those are coming. Okay. What they're doing, look at what just dropped. It was Visions of Mana, right?
Yeah, that was pretty amazing.
Exactly. That's a great game from what I hear. I'm going to get it. I haven't gotten it yet. And what did they do? They're bringing in their backlog of the Mana series, and they put it in Game Pass because they want you to try their game to form. And people, and myself included, people are saying, "Hey, I actually like the Mana series. I think I'm going to go buy Visions of Mana." That's what's happening. So, and this feels like Xbox is coaching them on how to make inroads with their people. Because
Mm.
let's face it, a lot of people in the Xbox community was just ticked off at Square Enix, and they had every right to be. But with these moves here that they're seeing, in Square Enix publicly declaring, "Hey, all our games going over to Xbox." They like ready to kiss Phil Spencer and stuff like when he showed up on that stage. They're
Yeah.
doing everything under the sun to try to show not just Phil and his team, but the gamer, because they know they got to make inroads with the gamer. That unlike how we treated you before, those days are over.
Hmm.
And
I,
this is what the Tokyo Game Show showed me. They're doing the same things. Capcom tried to dabble with PlayStation only. They came back real quick. They came back real quick. And that didn't last long at all. And now you never see that with Capcom. Okay.
like when we got the well, I didn't know. Cool. Look, dude, I was the person out there that was. Hey, Sega man, I'm my bad, my brother.
Hi, Sega Man. And I'm sorry I missed your show. I didn't
Hey
know you were
guys,
doing one. I did not know you was doing a show. So I
what's
would have
going
been
on,
there.
Dea, First Lady of Xbox? What's going on, brother Sega Forever?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed. I saw that you was doing it, bro. I went and finished up. I was running some errands this morning.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
I was busy too, and I couldn't
How
get
you
up. I
guys
didn't
doing?
know.
Nah, good, brother. Good, man.
Good,
Especially after
good.
that Tokyo Game Show. That's what we want to talk about the Tokyo Game Show.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I downloaded a whole bunch of games from Game Pass, like
I
Katamari
did
Damacy
too. I
and
did
a
too.
couple other ones too.
I even bought some stuff. They have some sales. I don't know if you guys know that. Take advantage of it. They
Yeah,
marked
you're
down a
right.
lot of. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. What'd you
Oh
say?
yeah, you're right. You're right, Dad. They did have some good sales. You're right.
They
Yeah,
did.
take
I
advantage.
I took advantage of it. I bought some bundles. I finally got. I was putting that off, but I finally got it. I got those Capcom bundles that I really wanted, the beat 'em ups, and I bought the Street Fighter 30th anniversary. I bought all the bundles because I'm getting ready for those two that's coming next year.
And Dan,
Um,
how much was that? The Street Fighter 30th anniversary.
that was like $20, I think.
Yeah, that's a good deal.
19 something. Yeah, it was like $20.
That's
So
a
like
good
with a
deal.
little tax it was, yeah. So yeah, I bought that and I bought the beat 'em up was really cheap. It was like $10 for that thing. And
That's the
then
Capcom sale, right?
yeah, Capcom. I went after Cap. And as for Square, I did pick up Dragon Quest, I think 6 or
Oh,
5 or whatever.
nice.
I picked that up. That was a good sale. So I really cleaned house with the
Oh wait,
sales.
the Dragon Quest that was in Game Pass.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh man, I gotta go get that. I
Yeah,
thought I bought it.
I was waiting on the price to drop for that, and they finally did. To it's real good. It's $20, I think it is now.
A
fifty
lot of
percent off. Fifty
if you
percent
like
off.
those kind of games, because they have that sand. Oh, what's it called? Dude? I can't believe it. When you drive around in that little tank,
Drive
sand.
around.
It's based on a manga from a long time ago, but it's by the same dude. And so
Oh,
it has
okay,
that
okay.
look. I know that's like 60-70% off or something. There's
Oh
a bunch of
wow, wow. Yeah, they practically giving. Yeah, they really wanted to celebrate the Tokyo Game Show. So yeah, please take advantage of that, you guys. If there
yeah.
was some titles that you were like, I'm going to get it, but you had to put it off for a bit, go get some of them. You won't regret it.
And that's why, guys, just real quick there, let me just chirp in,
Hmm.
because you made an excellent point. This is one of the reasons you probably are not getting a lot of the games you thought you were for Tokyo Game Show. And this is why I have a problem with people, because they talk about this kind of stuff. If you have Game Pass and you have your games, most of us should have a backlog.
I have a bad backlog on
We
there.
have a
Yeah,
back. Most of us have a bad
it's
backlog.
big. Yeah.
But now Game Pass is getting a backlog. In fact,
it
Sarah,
it
yeah,
yeah
Sarah joked about it at Gamescom.
it
Right?
is bad. Yeah.
Yeah, so you got to remember that they have deals with other companies, 505, Humble
Right.
Games, and all
Right.
their games are in there as well. Um, if it would have grown, if the subscription would have grown to 100 million, probably wouldn't be having this problem,
That's
right?
true. That's true. They're struggling to grow it, and it's the economy, just like you said before.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
a
wow.
lot of, like Erock and Unlimited did a podcast talking about people, the way people are buying or not buying games and stuff like that. And I'm
Hmm.
like, yeah, dude. I mean, it's just a bad time right now
It's
for
really bad. Yeah, it's bad. I mean, I'm seeing people struggling just for food, so
yeah, me too.
it's not good. It's really bad. So understand that people would love to support this stuff more, and that's
Mhm.
another thing I want to say. I am encouraging people who can afford to do it. Please support the companies now because this is what will keep this will let Xbox know you like what they're doing, you like the inroads that they've made.
Mhm.
Support the companies because they've told these companies if you bring it over here, our people will support it. Do it, please, if you can afford it. If you cannot afford it, do not worry about. Just enjoy your Game Pass or
Right.
enjoy the platform and do what you
Right. Yeah.
can. Just take care of yourself. But for those of you who
Mhm.
can, like buy a game here, buy a game there, let them know we support it here. You don't have to feel obligated, but if it's something that you are interested in and you like those type of games, I know everybody doesn't like Japanese style games or Asian style games, and I get that. But if you like those type of games and you want to support that, especially if they're indie. We got some indies in Game Pass. Please take a look at those. At the very least, engage with the game and see if you like it because that'll show them that okay, when a game comes into Game Pass, people will check it out. They know
Yeah.
that they read all of that. If a person will download their game and try it out, they have all the data for that. So I'm saying that because it is up to us to encourage Xbox and to let them know, hey, you're doing a good job. Keep doing it. Let people know that, yeah, keep doing what you're doing. We like what you're doing because you can't just always attack Microsoft or Xbox when they're doing something wrong. You have to let them know when they're doing things right as well.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And don't let any look, guys. Just let me tell you this: it's just like the regular economy, right? Every little bit counts. So
Yes,
don't
yeah,
feel bad. These guys calculate all this kind of stuff without sale. Would you like to sell a sale day one, get the full cost and stuff like that? Naturally, yeah. But
right.
these companies, man, they gotta be fluid, and they are. They'll learn. right? And unfortunately, layoffs is one of those things. But like they said, every little bit counts, man. Just go out there. Like I'm looking at games. Maybe I'm debating whether to buy some of the newer games coming out, or for right now, there's a lot of games that released last week. They had Plucky Squire. They had man, they had that one game, dude. So they had 3 or 4 games that I looked at. I want to buy, and
Right, right.
they're in
Me
the
too.
$20 price range, maybe a little higher.
Right,
So buy maybe one AAA,
right.
or maybe
And
buy 5,
like
cheaper.
indies or little double A games and things
Yeah,
like that. Yeah, yeah. And
I mean,
just like I was reading here, Vontae, he said that the games aren't his style, and that's perfectly fine. That's why I wanted to say that I don't want to guilt people into doing, but understand that this is for the people who like that style. But then we got our stuff too, because we had the summer this what the June showcase and stuff, and that was our style. Everybody liked that, so just support the stuff that you like, and that's fair. You shouldn't have to be forced to support something you don't like, but I'm always open because I don't care for sports games. I've told people that I don't really care for,
right,
but I told you that with your suggestion with EA, it would be a brilliant move from Xbox if they purchased EA, because the sports games, they would
Oh
just
yeah,
dominate
yeah.
there.
I'll be honest with you. Steam is looking like a better option more and more each day, if that could ever happen.
Man, Steam, it is a problem with Steam that I do prefer sometimes with the console over the PC in this regard. And I know this may seem bragging, but it isn't. Is that you don't get as many games on the console, so you can kind of keep up with what's coming in and what's going out better. Whereas on PC, it is so many games that games get drowned out there, and it's
Oh,
hard to keep up with what's coming in and what's going out and what's available. Sometimes it's years before I find out about a game, or really have paid attention to a game, because my attention is just split between different games. Some games I played, like say Fallout 76, that's an ongoing game, so it never stops. Or a game that's big like Starfield, or I do have like smaller games that I do too. And then I just beat a game that I really really enjoyed. It was on sale, so I tried it out, and that was Terminator Resistance. And oh my gosh, I had
nice.
the time of my life. I beat that game, and now I'm gonna be trying to one of the Mana games. I'm gonna start one of those now. But yeah, it's just my attention gets split. So like I would say that's one of the downsides, that Valve still hasn't solved that problem yet. They get so many games over there that sometimes it's just you don't know what's coming out, what's coming in. Whereas I feel like on the console, it's not as many, so you can kind of get to know the games a little better and figure out, okay, who made what. And I don't know, it's just it's a little bit more intimate. And
I know they Xbox needs to allow us to make various wish lists, not just
yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah,
So I
yeah,
would just do a wish list for Game Pass games, so I can track those.
that would be good. Yeah, yeah,
Wish list for like games that are coming out
yeah. In the store,
within
the
the months.
store wish list. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and I know what they do. They have the different taggings and stuff like that. The problem is, it doesn't. You have to hunt it sometimes, instead of it being like you can't even build it on your home menu. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then the only other option you have is like you select the game and you do the complete drop down, and then it'll bring up games that are similar. But that's to me, that's not optimal, especially
Yeah,
if they want to build, keep continuing to build these partnerships with these guys. Because
exactly. And did you hear they got 1,400 developers working on games
Ain't
for
that
them?
what? That's what Sarah Bond said, right?
That's incredible. I was like, what? That's
That's what
not all in
Unlimited was
Japan.
telling me.
That's all Asia. So that could be Chinese, that could
Yeah.
be Korean. We don't know. But
no,
that's
so
crazy.
so that's why I said kind of earlier, that's the biggest thing I took away from the show when she said that. And if you watch that show, it's not just Japan, which I've been kind of harping about for the longest time. Look, I love Japan. Yeah, look, again, I love Japan, dude, but they're just not the center of everything anymore.
Right, right. Yeah.
And we need to expand, especially when it comes to Xbox and their plans, right? We're doing it here in the US, we're doing it in Europe, we're going to South America.
Yes, yes.
Asia should be no different. So, do
Hmm.
Philippines, do Malaysia, do South Korea. You should have done. I mean, they should have done South Korea already. In fact,
I
that's probably
agree.
the hits I had because they showed Indiana Jones, and it was totally done in Japanese.
Japanese, they need to have a Korean version of it. And I would like to see them set up in Korea the same way they've done in Japan and China too. China's got a big market, so why not?
China. I know the big thing with China is Tencent, right?
It
So
is. It is 10-cent rules over there. Yeah. Yeah.
so that's why work around them until everybody kind of comes over. And
Yeah. Yeah.
but like you said, when I heard Sarah say that, I was so happy because she put that's again right. She put in that work. You know what I'm
She
saying?
is. Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
just not sitting back, smiling and dealing with the stupidity that a lot of these gamers have when it comes to what's going on in the industry. She actually like shows up and clocks in and starts building relationships. This is why you're getting a lot of the games you're getting. You
Right.
know, thank you because we have two Mana games in Game Pass right now.
Two of them. Yeah. And
And
isn't one a Dragon Quest game coming? Another Dragon Quest game coming to the platform?
it's Dragon Quest 3, I think.
Three, yeah. So that's nice. See, this is what people got to. Again, they have to build up their back catalog of things we didn't get
Yeah.
to get the classics over, and then trust me, moving forward, you'll get the day and dates drops and all that will happen. Like meaning that it'll be on all platforms.
Oh, this is what makes me mad with Microsoft, right? I'm like, that's why you guys should have just toasted Sony, man. The complete and utter gall to come out with a $700, $800, $900.
Oh,
console.
are
You
we
know,
gonna talk about that
we can talk
console?
about everything. Yeah,
Oh
we can talk
my
about it.
gosh.
Sega Man, I know you touched on it on your podcast today, brother. I gotta go back in. I gotta go
Oh
back.
yeah, no problem. Let's talk about it, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
second man, go
in
ahead.
fact, go ahead, Sega Man. Go ahead.
Yeah, fill us in. Fill us in.
About the
That PlayStation.
you talking about the you talking about the PlayStation Pro that gives you a little bit more?
Yeah,
Man, yeah.
exactly.
Well,
That thing is so expensive. Oh my
You know,
gosh.
they First Lady of X and Brother Sega Forever, man. Tuck is right. That Sony just I don't know what Sony's thinking, man. I heard that special edition one that looks like the PlayStation 1. People saying it's very ugly, like it looks dirty, like somebody stepped all over. It's like a dirty gray
Mhm.
color or something like that. But I heard it's like some kind of bundle. Now, I don't know how true it is. Maybe
It's a bundle. It's like
a
it has a
bundle?
yes, it's not just the console.
yeah, I
Yeah.
think Toolman and Anthony and Chipmunk, all them guys. I think it's like, if I'm hearing right, was it $3,000 or something like that? Not 3,000.
I've seen people buy it for that.
I think the original price is like, isn't it like 1,500? It's up there, right?
The
If you want
original
that-
price is 1,000, but I've seen people
God,
on eBay buy it
oh.
for much more than that.
I'm sorry, I'll buy a Neo Geo before I buy that. That's just
I
yeah,
wish I had bought one so I could have sold it for that. Man, the profits
Right.
that they're getting.
right. And then, did you know, Tuck mentioned on the show, guys, that somebody at the Tokyo Game Show played it behind closed doors and said that he didn't see no difference.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I think
didn't
that's
hear
what
that.
Tuck was saying, that whoever, I forgot who it was he was talking about, but they said that they didn't see no difference with the PlayStation 5 Pro. Now, I don't know the specs, Brother Sega Forever and First Lady of X, but I'm wondering, is it even as powerful as the Xbox Series X? Now, I'm not sure. I don't know if it's just a little bit more, like they say, but I don't know.
I think it's
Sony
a
lies
little-
so much. I don't know.
The CPU is equal to, I think, the Xbox Series. Honestly, if you ask me, the Pro caught up to Xbox.
Okay.
Now, there's still some things that Xbox have that's built into the hardware that I don't think the Pro has, and they have something that they created called the pisser or whatever. I don't know what that is. It's some
What's it called?
It's called the pisser or something, PSSR or something. I think that's what it's
You know, like the pisser when you go to the bathroom?
that's what people are calling it. I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm
Oh,
hearing.
wow.
You know?
Well, I don't think
It's like-
I don't
an
think that's a
acronym.
term of endearment.
Oh man,
It's like PSSR. Let me try to look it up because that's what people been running around calling it, and I don't know. Let's see.
Is it called the Pro Pisser?
It's like
Pisser.
The P5 Pisser, the Pro Pisser, right?
Let me see.
Oh man, I'm telling you, man. Like my
Oh,
dad's
yeah.
looking for that Sega Forever.
Sony's
Yeah,
picture
brother.
technology. Yeah, it is. It's a technology, I guess. It's something
Oh,
that
okay.
I guess it says it's supposed to um it says PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution. That's what it stands for.
Oh, okay.
So I guess it increases the
But here's the
resolution.
thing, Dad, and you know this, and so does Sega Forever, and a lot of the Xbox brethren on here, everybody on here, and Xbox girls, they lie about a whole bunch of things.
Yeah,
They
they
put
love
on
that.
they put on a PS5. Then they put on a PS5 box that it was 8K. It's not 8K.
They did, but didn't Xbox do that too, though?
I think it said. I don't remember if it's on a Series X. I got to look on the box again.
Mm.
I don't remember it saying that. It might have said that. Maybe some things would be running
I think it was
running
like,
in 8K. I'm not sure.
I
I
think it
have
was,
to. I have to look. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Second forever. Go ahead.
no, I think it was like somebody in marketing or something said something. I don't think it was like it's AK, but people just took it and ran with
It
it.
said 4K, at least to my recollection. I got my boxes in the basement. I will have to check it.
On
But
on your Series Xbox.
too, man. He said I got a potty mouth. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry to me to laugh over that. Yeah. What did you say, second man? Sorry.
um, I don't remember that if our box said 8K. Maybe it
I'm
said
not
it,
sure. I heard people say it, but I can't remember
but I
it
know
now.
it says it real big on that PS5 box, and
It
they
did
said
say it on the PS5. It did.
and
And
they
it
said
wasn't
it
even
can't.
up to par with the Series X, in my opinion. It
Yeah,
wasn't.
the regular PS5, it's not.
Hmm.
I mean,
I
look, I
think
could
the
be
Pro
wrong.
is.
I mean, I could be wrong, but because I doubted it because we never could get past. We never got credit for 4K. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
it was a lot of it was people didn't know how to like they didn't understand that they're TV. You know what I mean? They
It's
have to
the
get
TV that broadcasts in 4K. Yeah, it's not the box is doing it, but if you don't have the TV for it, you're not gonna see it. I
nope.
trust me, it can do it because after seeing Hellblade 2 on the OLED, it can do it.
Oh
It
yeah,
looked incredible on that. It did. That
yeah.
game looked
The only
incredible.
reason I got the subscribers I got is because I was doing videos on Hisense trying to explain 4K and HDR to people.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's how my channel blew up. Like I have over
Oh.
800, I think.
Is that what you got, Sega Forever? You have a high sense?
I had one, but they kind of disappointed me, man. I was
Yeah.
hoping that they would do the low entry to the middle ground to the high ground, but they
Yeah.
went low entry to high ground, and then
Yeah.
TCO just came in and swept up, dude.
Yeah,
TCO
they
just
killed that. They killed that market. I got a LG, I guess LG, I think it is.
You got an LG out there?
Yeah, yeah,
OLED?
yeah, yeah.
Now, see, that's what I'm talking about. See, a Sega Forever brother.
yeah.
Those OLEDs, man. And I think Unlimited has one. Yeah, they're a little bit pricey, but
They
if
are
you
pricey though, yeah.
you'll get the real experience, brother, of the
Well,
Series X. Like when you're like Dad said, like if you see the Hellblade 2, man, it'll
Man,
really show off the
it,
power and the
it looks
beauty of that with
incredible
an
on there. It
OLED.
looks so good.
And
Yeah.
Devon has one too, so he knows too.
you needed that combination though. You needed the competition from the cheaper brands, and then you needed X like a system like Xbox to come in and
Mhm.
make it get
That's
people
right. That's
right.
right.
So that's what drove it. So
Yep.
LG, yeah, they're of course higher, but you're paying for what you get, and but they're not as bad as they used to be, man. They used to be like over $5,000. You
That's
know?
true.
Yeah,
They used to be
yeah,
so they was out of reach. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and,
yeah.
and then
You're
the
right.
technology is better because it's just like anything else, right? It's like that's why I laugh at all these PlayStation guys, right? Because they say we're hating and stuff like that. I was like, no, dude, this is old as time, bro. You guys are paying for front end, for R&D, right? But at this level, I'm like, dude, I don't even see that. Like when we was coming up, dude, that stuff mattered to me, man.
Yeah.
They're just they're trying to put a pretty package on this stuff, wrap it up and sell it to you guys. You guys are desperate. You guys are buying this, but it's my understanding that it's not sold out though. That would be a first.
What you mean? The Pro is not sold out?
Yeah, the PlayStation Pro, the
Oh, they
newest.
still got them? I thought they was gonna.
I
I
see
mean,
people sharing clips that it's still available on the store online.
oh really?
And
I
what I
thought
think
they
it
was
is,
gonna
it's
run
just
for that thing.
I think
Yeah.
it might be the package that you're buying. I'm not sure.
That's a
Uh,
Sega Forever and Dad. I'm telling you what, that is a very big mistake because a lot of people I talk to where I work, I can't say where I don't want to say on live. I'll tell you when we get on offline. But a lot of people that they're still playing on PS4s.
I know
They don't even
it's a
have a
lot of
vanilla
people.
PlayStation 5. That's what they want for this holiday. There's a
That's
lot
true.
of people still on PS4, and you're going to bring out a PS5 Pro for $700? they're just, I don't know what they're thinking.
Well, that's why shout out to Sega, man. Shout out to Microsoft. This is why those roadmap matter. You know, the
Yeah.
roadmaps matter because this stuff that Sony did, they had it in play for a couple years, and then the Activision deal hurt them. You know, AAA is getting destroyed now.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
games as a service, right? They wasn't prepared for that. And again, shout out to Xbox because when people think games as a service, they think of shooters, which is great because it is, right? But they're not thinking about all the other stuff that Microsoft is creating.
Yep.
It's not
Right.
just not Halo. It's just
Right.
not COD. They got other stuff that you're going to be playing. This is why I push so hard on COD being more of a game online as a service, and some of these other companies should do that with their games. Like for example, I'll show you real quick. We'll run a quick video.
Okay.
Okay.
I just
All
wanna
right.
show this.
Yeah, cool.
And
You can do it, Sega Fever. We have faith.
dude, shout out to Unlimited Productions, man. I don't know how you, I really don't. I got tabs upon tabs. Tell me if this stuff is playing, guys.
I
Okay.
can see it.
I can see it so far. I can see it.
Can you hear?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of low though.
Oh, sorry, I can read.
I like
Okay,
that
just
collab. That's
Overwatch.
My Hero Academia. That's nice.
Yeah.
It is fine now. Why? Because I am here!
Overwatch be having some good collabs though. I really like that Transformers one they did.
Are you guys into Overwatch?
No, I don't
okay.
have time to. I can't. I can't. I'm stretched thin with all the games I'm tied up into, so I can't do it
Yeah.
anymore. Yeah. A
So
game
that-
like that, you have to stay committed. You
Right.
know.
So that's the video that they played
Yeah.
for Tokyo Gameshow, and I was over the moon. My daughter was
Oh,
with me.
was she? Oh.
Well, she was with me. So she texted me and to let me know that it was I. So yeah, Daddy already watched it because she plays Overwatch religiously.
Okay, awesome. Do she like those skins when they come out? Does she buy them and
Oh yeah,
support that?
she buys even when she has a problem with them, she'll buy them, and she's
Oh,
not
okay.
the only one. And this is my point. This is the stuff that Microsoft. This is when Phil Spencer talked about this stuff back in 2015. Now, not specifically to Overwatch, but him building the ecosystem. This is the ecosystem, guys, right? And then this is not so it's a shooter game, but what a lot of people who play Overwatch, it's just more. It's not just about the shooting aspect. It's not just about that gameplay aspect of it. It's the characters. It's the collabs. Dude, people are
Yeah.
going into the
I
stuff
wish they would
constantly.
do a campaign and I would be all in because I could do
Yeah.
a campaign and get out, but I can't commit to a long term, competitive gameplay. But yeah, I wish
Well,
they would do a campaign.
they were supposed to do a campaign. They were supposed to do a couple of things, but as we all know, man, Activision,
Yeah,
Blizzard, man, they was going through transition. For a lot of people that are out there saying, "Oh, Xbox is greedy and all that stuff." Nah, dude, Xbox came in and helped them out. Microsoft
right.
came in and helped them out. They just let go like 1,000 people, or maybe 10,000 people. No, 1,000. There's people that got let go in California, Blizzard. Right?
Oh, okay.
And everybody's
Okay.
talking about whatever. Dude, this thing about I hear people are talking that way. I'm like, dude, yeah, you know what would have been worse if they were to shut down
That's right. Yeah.
and everybody
Yeah.
lost their job. Right? This
Yeah.
is the economy we're dealing with. But my point being is like Overwatch is just more than just a shooter, right? Overwatch is kind of like its own ecosystem within itself, right?
Oh, okay.
And so this is like having Diablo 4 now. You see that happening with Diablo. Right?
Oh
I
man,
don't play it. I
Diablo
don't
is big. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's a little bit too evil for me, right?
Same. That's why I had to stop. I was like, Mike, this game is so darn dark. Just look at just look at that last one, the Vessel of Hatred. That one was so. I was like, that thing kind of terrifying. Like for a game, I'm
Yeah.
like, geez, yeah, that game is dark. That's a dark game.
So not my cup of tea. Other people are.
Yeah.
But what it is you're just getting like with Sea of Thieves, right? And Sea of Thieves can even go to that next level, like an Overwatch level. You have people that are there's a culture to Overwatch. It's not just a shooter. Like I play Dark Tide, right? And I play Dark Tide religiously, but
Right.
I'm on the shooter level. What they want me to do is be in the Warhammer level.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then what the Warhammer level is, you play Dark Tide, then you go buy Space Marine 2. And that's why
Right.
Space Marine 2 is
Right.
cool.
Right.
Yeah. So, and that's why I showed you the video, guys, because that's what I thought about when I first saw the trailer, right? And it reminded me, oh yeah, Microsoft owns them now.
They own them. Yeah.
Yeah, Microsoft owns them. And so my daughter, so like $100 gone.
Wow.
Yeah, because she went back in. She went in. Like she has her own money now, so that's good. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. You don't mind if it's her money.
well, it was interesting because she went in and was looking at the other skins she didn't have, and then she bought
Oh, okay.
in
Okay.
preparation, right? Because they do these collabs all the time. Right now they got not Warhammer, World of Warcraft.
Yeah, yeah. Did she get those? Any of those out
Yeah,
of
she
there?
went and bought that, and then
That's
she's like,
nice.
"Yeah, I want to wait for my hero next." So that,
That's excellent. I hope they do more Xbox titles with that, just like they did with WoW. You know.
they could technically, if I'm being honest, My Hero Academia is so huge,
Yeah,
and
I know that's big. I know that's big. Yeah.
you could literally like they have so many characters. They could do a skin every quarter if they wanted to.
Wow.
They could
Okay.
do like 4 skins every quarter if they want. I don't know if people would want to pay for it because it is expensive. Maybe they can find a way to kind of work it out. I mean, I'm
It's the
sure
licensing
cost some money.
cost, I think.
Yeah,
You know. Yeah.
licensing. But because one of the things that happened is like as soon as the skins came out, so one of the characters that got a skin, she's new. Her name's Juno. And so
Okay.
she's new to the game. And then, dude, the way the community is, they were like, I can't believe this. Like people was like, this chick is fresh out the boat and she already got a skin. And my character, because you have your favorites, right?
Right. Right.
So the best way I can put it to you guys is just like Bethesda, right? People be complaining about Starfield, and you go look at how many hours they put in, and then they're all excited about the new thing coming
Yeah.
out.
Not everybody's talking about Shattered Space. Even the haters and junk.
Oh,
You're like,
yeah.
wait a minute, I thought you hated Starfield.
But that's
Like,
the
what are you
culture,
doing?
right? Like my daughter's the same way. She'll complain. She'll complain about like stuff that Bethesda does, like Fallout. What's that? Fallout 76.
Fallout 76. Yeah.
Yeah, she was complaining about that, but then I'll be like, I thought you didn't like the game, and she's like, What do you mean? No, I love the game. And I'm like, all right, all
Actually,
right.
I have fun. It's. Yeah, I wish I could have recorded what I did in there. I had to play music and stuff while we was drawing in these mutated creatures. While everybody and you work as a team, and other people had to fight and kill them. And it was a event that went on. Yeah, it's just fun in there. It's fun. I like it. So I get it. I understand why she likes it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Not just her, just there's a whole group of people, right? And it's and they can monetize it. I mean, I'm just being honest. I'm not trying to be you're being greedy. I'm like, no, dude, that's the reality of it.
Yeah,
Right? This is what keeps the lights on, guys. This is what gets you the other stuff.
that's
like,
right.
Yeah.
And
That's
then
why-
didn't you guys see how the Japanese play their game? Didn't they showed it at the Tokyo Game Show? Did you guys
what-
see it?
Oh, well, which one? Which one?
Tokyo Game Show, Fallout. I guess that was the head of Fallout 76. He wanted to thank
Oh,
his
yeah,
Japanese play. Right, and we got to see what they built inside there, and I was like, these guys are good. Like they had a train station, and they had like it was looking like modern stuff, and they made it look really good. I was like, how did they do that? I'm terrible. My stuff is like my little base is built around a tree, and it doesn't have a roof and everything. But they went all out for their bases and stuff. I was like, wow, I wish I could hop into a Japanese server and walk around and see what they've done. But yeah, they did really good.
So if Bethesda is smart, I don't know if they can do this, but if they're smart, they're gonna start as this stuff grows. Like that guy specifically said right there, this is for our fans, and they wouldn't be making the video if it wasn't. They
Right.
didn't have a base over there, right? And you could tell too, because the guy, they probably asked him to do it, right? And then he probably drew the line at Konnichiwa, right?
Oh yeah, that's it. He was like Konnichiwa. That's
Yeah.
it.
I don't blame him. And but the one thing is like from that, then you build on that. Then you start introducing stuff like they did with London on one of the Fallouts. My daughter was telling me now they have
Oh yeah. Fallout
a
London.
mod.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they have that, so you can do one for Japan. I'll be a little
Oh,
bit
yeah,
careful with
yeah.
that though. A little bit more
Fallout
sensitive.
Japan. Yeah.
Well, let's be sensitive. I want to do Hiroshima. Just saying. You know what I'm saying?
Hiroshima. Oh, that would be a good one. That would be a good one.
Oh,
too.
I mean,
Yeah.
I want to touch on that. That would probably, how the internet is now. Like Unlimited and E-Rock did this good podcast talking about that stuff, right? So we probably won't match that. I mean, you could do downtown Tokyo. I'm pretty sure. But I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's how you grow it. You know what I'm saying? And I think
Right.
for me, this is when Sarah Bond says what she says, this is how I think. I'm like, okay, my mind starts doing this kind of stuff, right? I start thinking, oh, it'd be great if you did this. It'd be if you grew this piece. It'd be great if you did this in South Korea. It'd be great if you actually went to the Philippines. You know what I'm saying? You start
Right,
incorporating stuff into your games.
right.
No, 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 not on. It has to be organic, guys. You can't force this stuff. Please do not cultural appropriate stuff, right? If it has to, there has to be. That was the great thing, like you said, there about the Fallout 76, right?
Yeah, they
It
had they
felt,
showcased all the
yes,
beautiful bases and stuff that people did there.
yeah.
Yeah.
It has to be from that on that level, on that foundational ground floor level.
Hmm.
You can't market it. You can't don't plastic. Don't make it plastic. It has to be like you have to have the people doing it, and I think that's what has a lot of people are sniffing that out now with a lot of other companies. You know what I'm saying? So,
Right.
but yeah, I just wanted to show that because I think that's a big. This is a big deal.
It
Uh,
is. It is.
and they do these seasons like they have. I thought Diablo, when I was looking at the Diablo stuff, man, and I forgot how was I back on Overwatch. I forgot how they Overwatch has it down.
They got it. Yeah.
They got it down.
Overwatch is so professional with it. So is DI. It's like Activision in general. They just so used to keeping a cadence of stuff, like spread, just taking that core game and just spreading it out. They're really good at that. Like I didn't really pay attention to that until like Xbox acquired them. Like now I get to see what they're doing because Xbox is constantly pushing them, right? So I see it a lot more and I'm like, wow, I didn't realize they were so good at that.
Well, I had to tell my daughter the opposite thing because my daughter has these ideas of what they want to do, and I'm like, I hear you, and I'm not going to disagree with you, but I wish Microsoft was a little bit more hands on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're not though. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not that because there's some stuff my daughter was telling me that would be. I'm like, yeah, I would love to see that, but
Yeah.
Phil's not going to come in there
Nope.
and tell them, hey, maybe we should do this and stuff like that. They're going to let him
Yep.
come.
He
Now, the
ain't gonna
great thing
do it.
about that, I think they're a lot more happier. You can tell by the content they're putting out. You don't have to
It
worry.
does. It seems more passionate, if you
Yeah.
get what I mean. Like you don't. It just you can feel it. You can tell that they're a little happier. Yeah.
Now, I'm pretty sure they're a little bit more, and they've always been like this. This is not outside the norm. But when I looked at the skins, we were looking at the skins for World of Warcraft.
Hmm.
Skins were amazing.
They were. They look just like they plucked them out of the game,
And they
just
meant
like
it.
it.
I
That's
never
cool.
would have thought. I never would have thought the green dude. I can't think. But that he looks like an ogre, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and they put him on the one healer character, Zenyatta. They put him on Zenyatta, and when I heard that, I was like, that I don't think that's gonna work. But then I saw it, and I saw the video. And I was
It
like,
worked. Yeah.
they pulled it off. And you only get that when people are like dude. But every time I used to read comics or watch certain animated shows and stuff like that, you can tell when the creators are the juices are flowing. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? And so for all you guys that are always hating on Microsoft, there's a little shot back at you guys. When you don't have to worry about keeping the lights on.
But
This kind of helps you.
you want to know what Tokyo Game Show really did for me, and it opened my eyes. Well, not Tokyo Game Show, but just this year so far with all of the Xbox showcases is that wow, I'm grateful that they bought Activision and Bethesda and ZeniMax and all that because that's what's giving us the games we want. Like
Oh
those
yeah.
of us are hardcore, not saying those games aren't, everybody kind of like those other games, I guess, for the audience that have. But I'm talking about those games are funding the avoweds and it's funding the like the eat, I don't know, Gears kind of earn his own money, so I think it does its own. It's like Halo, it earns its own stuff. So but I would say it's funding the smaller projects or just the other projects like what was that game called, South of Midnight, and
Yeah.
and other ones that's coming, that the Clockwork Revolution and all the other games that we're excited to get our hands on. And I just realized that I can't speak for Nintendo. Seems like they're in a good place, but I feel like pretty bad for the guys who's on the PlayStation side because they don't have that pipeline. And what I like about on the Xbox side is that we don't have to worry about how they're funding that because we're seeing it before our own eyes. They're funding these games from these larger games, and that's why I think the acquisitions will always entail the larger games to help fund for the smaller games or just like the independent games, or I don't know what you would call it, the ones that are not constantly generating income. I don't know what you would call those games, but yeah, I think that's what Microsoft will always look to, because I think they just want that pipeline so it can free them so they can make the other stuff, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I think Microsoft looks at all of this stuff as an investment, right? So they have, just like how they run their Microsoft proper runs their businesses, right?
Right.
Or runs their other teams and stuff like that. So it's almost like they lay down this foundation of, okay, we're going to invest this much. This is the return we expect, and off of that,
Hmm.
right? Whether it's high or low, and then they can build out of that. Like it's already in the, like when you bake a cake, right? You got to have
Right.
everything laid out. You got to go through the process and the steps. Make sure
Exactly.
everything's correct.
Exactly.
Now, as you know, look, guys, well, I don't care, man. I want to pick on Sony. And it's evident that Microsoft does this, and then you look at what Sony does, and they don't. They're ill prepared for
Yeah.
this economy. They're ill prepared for the industry as it is right now. They were laying back on their morals. They were allowing the narrative to run with, and meanwhile, like Hebot says, like a lot of the guys have been saying, um, they, they come up empty now because they never laid that foundation because the AAA stuff isn't working for them. They didn't have anything down the pipeline as far as gas games, right? All of that stuff, and this is why they're in the position they're in. And then they end up like raising the prices of games and then charging you over $1,000 for a special edition
Right.
console. You probably never get, right? I mean, this is the kind of stuff that Microsoft, um, I'll say back as far as 2015, that
Okay.
took into consideration, and then they give themselves enough leeway to be fluid, right? And to
Right.
move on. Because I guarantee you, I think that's one of the frustrations when people talk about Phil being frustrated. I don't agree with them when they talk about it, about his frustration. I think his frustration is like, we put all this stuff into place and it didn't meet the milestones they wanted to.
Hmm.
They're going to be okay, but just like imagine if they did, and we'd be farther ahead. Look, if I'm going to be honest with you guys, if we're at 70 million subscribers, dude, it's game over. We would this wouldn't even be.
It is, yeah, and I think that's what right now. I think Xbox has pivoted. They understand the economy is such that they're just not going to grow at the rate they wanted to. I think if everything else was the same, I think they would have.
Yeah.
But because of the situation we're in, I think everything is slowed down. The whole economy is slowed down. So it's no surprise. I mean, look at all the layoffs and stuff that's going on in the tech sector alone. That's not associated with gaming, but that is also associated with gaming. It's a lot. So I think that you're right. I think Game Pass is the key. If they can grow that to a certain number, then it's over. It's done.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, but
Great.
and I don't think that's what I mean. It's like I don't. The stress isn't what people says it is, right? Because if
Right.
it was what people say it is, we wouldn't have Game Pass. We wouldn't have like Microsoft, like what you said there. Like everybody was saying like they sold. It wasn't working out. Why are they reaching out to Japan and Asia and they got
Right.
rid of Tango GameWorks?
Right.
But then that's why when I think about it, and like you said, I agree with you, right? It's like, yeah, there's more to it than that. And I don't think it was necessarily Microsoft. Dude, I honestly feel some people jump ship. Same thing like with Redfall. Redfall was exactly what happened with Redfall. They put the product out, but there was none of the support, and a lot of those people left.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of those people talk bad,
Yeah.
right, about the game. Right? And that stuff Microsoft cannot control.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Right. And then,
Yeah.
like I said, when I look at stuff, it has to make sense to me. Because if it was a fact, if they got rid of Tango GameWorks for what everybody says they were, right? Because it wasn't producing, it wasn't doing A, B, C, and D, then why do we have indie games? Why do we still have ID at Xbox? Why do
Yeah.
we have the Tokyo Gameshow with Sarah Bond? In fact, I'll play her. Let me play her clip real quick. I'm sorry, Adea, but continue.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna-
want to say hi to 100. How you doing?
Hey, what's up,
What's
brother?
up, 100? What's up with you, G?
Thank you for joining us.
Yep.
You said you about to play a video?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Are you playing another one, brother?
I am, but I'm gonna have to splice this bad boy, man. This is
It's too long.
All right.
huh?
it's too much work, man.
Oh, is it
He
too-
says too much work. You can't let Unlimited down. He's trusted that you could do this.
Unlimited MVP, man. I have to buy him a game or something. Might have to buy him Fantasia or what's that game? Or Refantasio. There you go, bro. That's for all your hard work, man. He probably, that dude probably ordered like the limited edition. He probably did like 3 weeks early.
Unlimited, probably.
Yeah, probably did. Hold on 1 second. Can you guys see anything on the screen?
Oh yeah, Dragon Quest 3
Yeah, I see it.
HD 2D remake.
Yeah, so I'm gonna share Sarabando. Yeah, but this is the one game you were talking about.
Yeah, yeah. The
What did I
next,
say two? Yeah, it's
I
two.
just bought the recent Dragon Quest, so I'll probably be looking at that one when it comes.
I saw people like saying, "Oh, you guys are buying all these old games." I'm like, bro, did you watch the show? This thing is not as good, but they upgraded it, so it kind of looks like Octopath Traveler, which most of these.
Right, and I like Octopath Traveler, so
Well, a
it
lot of these
didn't
guys
bother
did too,
me.
right? Yeah, they were like, "Oh, Octopath Traveler
Yeah,
2. Oh, you guys need to get 2. That's what Xbox sucks, man. It's like the
two
best
is
game."
on there. It's
Yeah,
actually
then it
on there.
did come over. But you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? They say stuff like that, and then they're like, "Oh, Dragon Quest 3, that sucks." I'm like, bro, it looks like Octopath Traveler. They
What?
upgraded it. You know what
You
I'm
got to
saying?
be kidding, right? Nintendo had those like cutesy little games all the time. Nobody can.
Yeah.
A lot of people are looking at these games and saying, "Man, this is gonna be fun to play on my Steam Deck or my ROG Ally or something." These games are perfect for that.
Well,
If you're on the go, you know.
shout out to the Nintendo fan base. That means they play their games.
That's right. Yeah.
Unlike PlayStation. We'll just leave it at that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna run this. We're gonna hear what Sarah said.
Minasan, konnichiwa. Xbox no Sarah desu.
Awesome,
I
Sarah.
am thrilled to be back here at Tokyo Gameshow. Our commitment to being the home for players and creators around the world is absolute. And games from Japan and across Asia are a major part of that. From heartwarming indies to iconic studios to concept-shattering visionaries, the future is bright, with more than 1,400 console and PC titles in active development for Xbox from creators across Asia. We are delighted to showcase
That's
some
a
of
day
those
one for
upcoming
me. I
titles
love
in our
Metal Gear
broadcast today.
series, so.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, I can pause.
Yeah, that's a day one for me. So I'm just saying, I love Metal Gear. So I'm glad Xbox has the advertising rights because I've been keeping up with that. And so yeah, go ahead Xbox on
Yeah.
that one. That was a good. I'm telling people that was a great land to get that because they always went to PlayStation. So that was great.
Yeah, and so, but wasn't this one on GameCube? I thought it was on a Nintendo system.
Um,
Snake
the
Eater, right? Is it Snake Eater?
yeah, yeah, but this is the remake, of course. But
Okay.
yeah, I don't
And
know.
yeah,
I don't know if it was on Nintendo. It could have been.
yeah, the chat can let us know, please.
I would have to see. Yeah.
And so the interesting thing I find about this is why a lot of times, guys, you'll get a remaster or something like that because, again, right, a lot of people will put up AAA games, and I'm not trying to dump on the game. I just want to give you guys a perspective, right?
Okay.
When you have certain amount of consoles and only certain amount of games sell, even when it's undiscounted or you get it at cheaper prices and stuff like that, this is why sometimes they reintroduce the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they do it in this way because it's been a while since this game come out. I know
It's been a while for the and you also the controls and things like that be outdated. So I like it when they bring these games up so I can work with the stuff I have today. You know. So.
and that's all taken into consideration. So
Mm-hmm.
you know, because some people are like, "Oh, aren't you being hypocritical?" I'm like, "Look, dude, you guys just had." I'm talking about Sony again, of course. You know, some of these games, dude, you just had them out. Yeah, this is why even the Sony guys or people that own PlayStations are mad. It's just like, dude, why are you showing me this game again for the Pro when I've already played it on the PS5?
I'm gonna address that too after you finish. Go ahead. And
Okay.
and if Sega Man wants to address it, I'll address that. I want to address that.
You know what, Dave? If you want to address it, go on ahead.
Yeah,
Oh.
go ahead.
Oh, okay.
100%.
As far as the remake thing, I'm gonna put this in perspective, okay? Because I know there are a lot of Xbox guys be going after them. First off, let's look at how Xbox handles it. What are they remaking? Because they are remaking games too.
Mm-hmm.
They're remaking Fable. I think Fable is a reboot. I think it's a reboot. They're remaking Fable, and they're also remaking what's the other game? With Crystal Dynamics in it.
Laura Croft.
No, not Lara Croft. No,
You
no,
said
no.
Crystal Dynamics.
Oh.
Yeah, they're working with Xbox right now. They're making
Perfect Dark.
Perfect Dark. That's it. Thank you. I don't know why it slipped my mind. Yeah, Perfect Dark. And what makes those games okay and why you don't see anyone complaining, whether it's the media or anybody else, because Perfect Dark is a very old game. It has not been it's still around as an old game, but it hasn't been brought up to today's standards ever, really, you know. So that's the reason why that's okay. As for Fable, Fable was basically gone for a long time, and then it was supposed that came back with Fable Legends or something like that. It's been gone for a while, so
Yeah.
it's coming back, and I would say that's more like a reboot because it's nothing at all like what the original is. If you ever looked at the original Fable, you look at what Playground is making now. That's not a one-to-one remake. That's nothing at all. In my opinion, it's a reboot. So it's going to have elements of Fable in there, but it's not going to be the same story or anything. So you're technically getting another game.
Can I add something really quickly?
Sure, go ahead.
Plus, people are asking for it.
That's right. People did ask for Fable because it's a mainstay IP for Xbox. So like just like anything, you're on a Xbox platform for certain games. Just like people have been getting like a little antsy about Halo and stuff, and now the Gears people are starting to calm down because they were starting to go crazy and stuff like, but they starting to calm down now. But I'm starting to see the Halo people itching and stuff, so they can't keep those games off for too long, So, but you come to the Xbox platform for certain games, and so that's why that's okay. And in the case of publishers, again. They explained that for Metal Gear Delta is that there's a whole generation now that's coming up that has never even played these games. They hear people talk about them occasionally from time to time. It's not even in the everyday language of people anymore when it comes to gaming, and they want to bring the franchise. They want to catch it up to today's generation who never played it. That's what people don't understand, that there's people who have never even touched a Metal Gear game. So they're not going to go and play an old game with old controls and old, graphics and stuff. They have to bring it up to today's standards. So that's why they're doing that. Now let's look at how PlayStation handled that. PlayStation has remade The Last of Us, what? 4 times, 3 times, something like that. It's like they keep remaking the same game that already looked good and played well anyway, but they keep remaking the same game over and over and over again. That is the problem. It's not that they, like, let's say this was the first remake they was doing, like for the PS5 Pro. Nobody would complain about that. They say, okay, all right, they bringing it up, even though some people would still say it doesn't really need it, but they'd be like, okay. But when it's like your 4th remake, at that point something's wrong. Okay, so that's what the problem is with PlayStation. So that's the fundamental difference. This is why Capcom can get away with it, because if you looked at the original Resident Evil or looked at the original Resident Evil 2, nobody was going to go back and play those old controls, them tank controls and all that. They're not going to do that, so
my daughter did, and she was complaining to me, how did you play this game?
Yes, them kids be looking at us like we aliens. How in the world did you even play this?
It's like, this game is broken, Dad. No, that's how I play it.
But now I bet you she played the new ones though.
Yeah, she loves the new ones.
Yes, because that's what they were for. They were for her generation.
Yes.
If we want to go back and play the old stuff, we can do that. But the new stuff is so that these IPs stay relevant. And that's what I wanted to do. That I know that's a rant, but I just wanted to make that very, very clear. That's not an argument. Xbox is handling it correctly, in my opinion. Capcom is handling it correctly. Konami is handling it correctly, because they said they don't have. They did a poll and found that no one really knew what Metal Gear even was. It's hard for us to understand that, but they found out and they said, no, we got to bring this IP back. And after Kojima left, they just came out with a few bad games and that was it. It disappeared, became a pachinko game somewhere or whatever. So, so they knew they needed to bring it back if they wanted the IP to remain relevant. And that's important. I've said this before. IP is the most valuable thing a gaming company, whether they're a publisher or whatever, can ever own. You take good care of your IP and your engines. That's the second one. Your engines. So yeah, there you go. I'm done with my rant.
Hey, Unlimited. Sorry, man. I was on the other screen.
Hi, Unlimited.
I'm not you. I'm not you, and I can't figure this stuff out. So if it crashes and burns, sorry. My apologies.
You're doing good.
And I have like 20 tabs open, and I'm just every time I push a button, I'm just hoping it's the right one.
Yeah.
So kudos to you, man. I owe you a game, man. I don't know how you do this.
Yeah. You'll get there. You'll get there.
I don't want to get there, bro. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I know my kids look at me when I can't figure stuff out. I'm just just fix it for me. Do you want to eat? Do you want food? Who buys the food in this house? Just fix my phone. But yeah, welcome, brother. And
Oh man, the Wrecking Crew podcast is now supervised by your own kids, huh?
yeah,
That's where we're headed.
man, they built on me, dude. They dug out. They'd be like, oh, they're tripping. So they went to do stuff with their friends.
Yeah,
So they at that age, but
shit, I ain't mad at them.
no, but I mean, so did you watch the Tokyo Game Show, brother?
Yeah, I did.
Well, you know what we can do? Let me run this video and then you can comment on it. We can finish.
All right, yeah.
We're honoring the Queen, Sarah Bond. So,
Like Metal Gear Solid Delta, Snake Eater from Konami, Metaphor Refantazio from Atlas,
yeah.
Atelier
That's a good one.
Yumiya from Koei Tecmo, which is
That
the
one I like.
first of the Atelier franchise to come to Xbox, as well as indie games, including All You Need Is Help from Q Games and Tanuki Pon Summer from Denki Works. And we are hard at work building even more ways to play amazing titles like these. One of our newest ways to play is on Amazon Fire TV. Just plug a Fire TV stick into any screen, grab a controller, and you can play Game Pass titles over the cloud without needing a dedicated console or gaming PC. Because Xbox is all about giving you choice. You can play the way you want today, from PC and console to handhelds and smart TVs, and you can bring your games with you onto future hardware. And we are overjoyed to welcome more games for you to love from a legendary developer. Our partnership with Square Enix is stronger than ever, and we're delighted they keep bringing more games to Xbox on console and PC, including the upcoming
looks nice.
Dragon Quest
That
III
does look
HD
good,
2D
yeah.
remake. And I'm honored to announce, playable today on Xbox are more titles coming from Square Enix, including Trials of Mana, Legend of Mana, and Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster, Final Fantasy 1 through 6. Let's take a look.
This is
That
a big-
pixel remaster thing is a big deal, by the way.
Yeah.
This is the Mana Sword.
That's the one I downloaded. I'm gonna start with that one.
Is it too loud?
No, it's fine.
Someone took Fairy away.
We are coming for you, Fairy. We cannot waste time doing nothing. Come on.
Now then, hand over that sword.
If you wish to save Fairy, give me the sword like good children. We've done it.
This is horrible. The Beneficons have awakened.
Evil! Won't let him get away!
Whoa! This thing's so tough.
Yeah,
And
this
it
seems like Tales of Arise because I love that game.
Yeah.
It's like the combat
That boat looks
is
dangerous
actiony and you run around on the platform and
I
fight,
will show you the strength
like
of
run
my
around the
will.
area.
Take your punishment.
Get
I like
back!
that.
You can't run!
Oh dear. What does this oppressive aura mean?
Ever since that day you beat me, I've been getting stronger. I'll show you power. Right here. Right now.
Yeah, that the voice actor can use some help on that one. But yeah,
Oh no, that sounds like every anime I've ever heard.
they gotta do.
That's why I do it. That's why.
They
Yeah.
gotta do.
Well,
I
you know,
know.
I beat Visions of Mana earlier this morning.
Oh, you did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
yeah.
still gotta buy that.
Yep, he beat it.
Yeah, had a good time.
I'm
Had a good
jealous.
time with the game. So I'm gonna start Trials of Mana eventually, but right now I was gonna pivot over to Warhammer Space Marines 2.
Yeah, I gotta still
Oh.
get that game. It's just so many
Yeah,
games. Man.
yeah, but yeah. So when I saw that at Tokyo Game Show, I was like, oh snap! They finally put the older ones on there, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm excited to give that game a try. I thought Vision of Mana was great. It did remind me a lot of Tales of
Tales of
when I
Arise,
played it.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except it had a little bit less mechanics, and but the way you do the elemental plots and all that stuff was really really cool.
Oh,
Fun
okay.
game,
Okay.
great game. And you know I was telling Sega Man when he did his show earlier that I'm glad Square and Xbox are working together again because I actually like a lot of Square Enix games, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
and so it was always annoying when their games would skip Xbox,
Mm-hmm.
and often for no reason. Like there's a game on PlayStation called Valkyrie Elysium, really cool hack and slash game that I wish was on Xbox, right?
You never.
Some that
I think that stuff is coming. Just give them time. They
yeah,
got
yeah.
such a backlog.
Yeah, stuff like that, games I enjoy the same way I enjoyed Visions of Mana.
Right,
You
right.
know, the game is good 30, 40 hours long.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I, as someone who don't always have the free time in the world, I found myself to jumping back into it. Anytime a game does that to me, it's a
Yeah,
good game. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
So I have high expectations for Trials of Mana now. When they were saying the Mana Sword and the Benevodons, I knew what the
yeah.
fuck they were
You knew
talking
what they
about.
meant. Yeah,
Yeah, I understand the lore of it now.
it's important.
Beating
That's
the
why the
game.
older ones are so important. That's why.
Yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah. So that's it's gonna be fun. When you start at the most recent game and going backwards,
Yeah,
that's actually
yeah.
a fun way to experience a story too.
Mhm.
So that's gonna be so that should be fun. But yeah, overall, listen, with the way that we got, I actually love Xbox setup. Because you start the year with their January showcase.
Yep.
It's
That
something
what's that? This the developer
Yeah,
direct,
the
right?
developer
Yeah,
direct,
yeah.
it's something that's short. It's usually like 30, 40 minutes long, and it's just first party stuff to get you hyped from the year. Come
Right,
to summer, you get the big show, the big boy show, the June showcase. And
right,
that's where all the big reveals over the next years come. The next, let's say 12 to 15 months, right?
right.
So you get that. Then and last month we get
Gamescom.
Gamescom.
Right.
That's where we get
Yep.
the gameplay and the release dates and all the other
Yep.
stuff, right?
Yep.
So we get the more in-depth stuff of what we saw in January and June. And
Right.
then we end the year off with Tokyo Game Show, and that's where we get all the Japanese stuff, all the foreign stuff
Yep.
coming to Xbox, which is always a lot of fun. So Xbox, the way that they've been managing their shows these last few years, this generation, really, I
Hmm.
must say, I give them an A+. It's always exciting. There's always something new. And my favorite thing now is available today on Game Pass because it seems like every show it has that.
It does. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It seems
Yeah.
like every single show they do has available now on Game Pass, and and it's to the point where I don't understand. Listen, I don't even try to. I don't debate with them. I don't try to convince them anymore. If you're a Game Pass hater, just hate it. Just hate
Yeah.
it. Just keep me away from it. At this point, that's where I'm at because because look, I bought Visions of Mana with my own money day one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I could play Trials of Mana. If I enjoy it, I'll buy it later. But I'm not
Right.
public. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
With my money, got to go in other places. I could really right now. I'm only buying like maybe 1 or 2 games a month as we close out the year because that's we got other stuff to do. That's life.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the fact that Game Pass gives me access to what a series of games I'm now a fan of,
Hmm.
brilliant stuff. And
Yep.
same thing with I don't know if the Final Fantasy games are on Game Pass, but they
Um.
hit Xbox. And I saw that the collection was a bit, about $60 for the 6 games, so
Yeah.
approximately $10 per game right now.
Yeah, per game, and
Yeah.
those are the classics. And
God.
I know
Mhm.
they look very dated, but that's how they work. That's the originals. That's how they
Yeah.
look.
But
That's
they're
why
upgraded,
7
right?
was such a big deal because 7 doesn't look anything like that. That's
Right.
why it was such a big
But
deal.
they're upgraded. I saw right there.
They are.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
worked
yeah.
on it. Yeah, it's not untouched. It's the
Mhm.
remaster. They worked on it and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's,
yeah.
that's the magic of Game Pass that Sarah was talking about, Phil talks
Mhm.
about, especially Sarah, right? Like you said, unlimited, right? You go in there. So, like for me, for example, I went and bought like the Personas, but because it was in Game
Mhm.
Pass for older games, but I went ahead and still bought them. But we got them at a discount, right? When
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
when
Right.
Metaphora Refantasio launches, I'm buying it day one.
Man, I'm hearing good things about
Yeah.
that game. But just people playing the demo are saying that
Yeah.
game is
I'm
good.
playing the
Yeah.
prologue. I'm
Yeah.
playing the prologue right now. The only thing I just say this out there because I know how us Xbox guys are, man. We don't
Mhm.
like we don't sugarcoat anything here, right? It's like some of their games they're kind of you can skip it, dude, but it's story heavy. I'm a huge
Oh
anime,
yeah, story heavy. Yeah, 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 yeah.
so for if you're one of those guys that don't like certain games because it's the
Mhm.
dialogue and stuff, But like I said, I love anime. It doesn't bother me. It's one of the things I
Yeah.
love about the series itself.
Yeah.
But that's the only thing. Right now, I'm playing it, and I'm like, dude, the world, and it's just
It's very, very rich, isn't it? Yeah,
yeah.
because it's
It feels
that's what.
it feels like another world.
Yeah.
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 Unfortunately, I had to cancel my pre-order for that game.
What?
Yeah. It comes out later this month. Just bad timing, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, where I've got other, I got other more important stuff I gotta buy. Right, I'm not
Right.
buying, but you know how finances work there.
Oh yeah. I'm not buying.
Yeah,
I'm buying very cheap stuff.
yeah.
Right. I'm only buying stuff on sale myself.
Yeah, so basically, this morning I had to make the judgment call, like cancel the pre-order. I didn't want to, but it's just like video games, as great as they are. And again, this is why there'll be the Game Pass, why I don't have to buy Trials of Mana right now
Right.
to play
Right.
it. Is that video games just don't come first. You know what I'm saying? It don't come
Right.
first.
They don't. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
and
what comes first? His Texans. That's what's
yeah,
coming.
yeah,
I'm just kidding. I see you on Twitter, man. I don't hear anything from
yeah,
Twitter.
yeah. Yeah. And then the Texans play.
I'm like, no, it's Sunday.
Yeah, man.
I'm like, dude, this guy.
Yeah. I disappear until them Texans play, man. But my team, they weren't good last week, but that's football for you.
Oh yeah. Dude, this
Yeah,
is. Dude, I got Steeler fans now telling me, I think we got it this year. I'm like, bro, it's the third game. It's the third game of the season, bro. Why you gotta hate? Why you gotta hate the Steelers? It's not and I get this from them. It's not the 70s anymore, man. There's no steel curtain, man. Give these guys a chance. I'm like, it's the third freaking game of the season.
Hey, their defense legit though. Their defense legit, man. TJ Watt is man. He I don't know what genes the Watt family have, but man, they are monsters on defense.
It's that genetics, bro.
Yeah, because
It's just not
TJ plays the way JJ what did on the Texans, man, where he was like a one-man wrecking. It's like no matter what the defense did, if TJ Watt's on the other side of the field, you're gonna have trouble that Sunday. And so they're but he's just the star of what is a really good defense, man. But that's kind of the solace I'd take it with the Texans after that loss. It's like it's just week 3, it's early. Still got a long season.
Injuries, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of stuff. That's why we watch sports.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, man, I'm just like, dude, just pace yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just pace yourself, y'all. It's like the third game. But I like the quarterback. The quarterback really showed up. So
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be a
But
good
but back on topics. I didn't want to stray things off too far. I know that this is a Wrecking Crew and not the pop culture podcast. But yeah, man, like I said, man, the way Xbox has everything scheduled right now, Sega Man and Sega Forever, I think it's just like there's a lot of negativity in gaming right now, and I think is way too negative. But I'm also kind of realizing that I'm paying attention on what their main platform is. The people who've been bitching the loudest,
Right?
And there's a certain console they tend to play on, who also has a very large base, and is why. And my theory is that they're the ones who are the most miserable.
Yeah.
And because of that, they got to push the narrative that gaming is just the worst fucking thing in the world right now, and we should all just abandon gaming altogether. And it's so extreme and so hyperbolic. That's the theory that I'm going off right now, because I'm like, dude, when given that I just did, the more and more I disconnect and play my game Sega Forever, I'm having a great time. That's what I'm doing. Listen, that's why I've been doing more live streams of gameplays and posting more gameplay videos and stuff, because that's where my heart is, man. My heart is at the video games themselves, not after I talked about the PS5 Pro, got my thoughts out and moved on. I don't want to talk about fucking Sony. They're losers. All right? They are. All right? I don't give a shit about their console sales. They got the most boring games. They don't release games anymore. They sell they're selling it, and then there's the games that they're reselling are PS4 games. So it's a game that you just fucking bought last generation. And if that's what you want, be my guest. But don't sit here and tell me who just finished a great game, who just started another great game, who's got a backlog of great games that gaming sucks. Get out of here, man.
Yep. No, 100%, man. But if you ever want to complain about Sony, you can always come here.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll always hate on them.
Yeah. Look, it's just that so Sony's been the main topic lately. And here's the thing: when Xbox is the main topic of gaming, it's a lot more fun because Xbox main topic is like their summer showcase, or they bought a publisher or something, or hell, even when it's something controversial, it's at least about the controversy about Hellblade. We're talking about a video game, and it's that they just want to hate on the game or something, or Starfield. But with Sony, you got to talk about the dumbest shit. Yeah, we got to talk about PlayStation VR 2 flopping, the shit nobody would buy, or $700 console, and all this other nonsense, right? And it's just like these two companies are polar opposites, and yet the gaming world, Sega Man and Sega Forever, they're trying so hard to tell us that Xbox are the one who's dying. And when I'm looking at everything, the guys who's got to charge you $700 for a console and keep remastering the same games you just played, that seems like a way worse situation than Phil at Tokyo Gameshow saying, hey, 2025, we got Doom the Dark Ages, we got Fable, we got South of Midnight. He listed a good number of games, Xbox first party stuff coming next year, 2025. And I'm just sitting there watching and just thinking like, man, we got it good. And if only that X was a PS, everybody would agree with us.
Yeah.
And it's kind of crazy that's the only thing that needs to change for the narrative to change is for that Xbox logo to be a Sony logo. That's it. If the roles are reversed, I promise you, all the reaction will be polar opposite.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I saw Sarah do that Amazon stick.
Mm-hmm.
She talked about that Amazon stick. I was like, there you go, man. That's for you, the PlayStation guys, man. When your company goes bottle up, and you just buying this Sony TV, just buy that stick. Just shove it in.
Sega Forever, man. I already downloaded it on my 4K Amazon stick.
Oh, okay.
Nice, bro.
Yeah.
Do you like it? May I ask that?
Yeah. I tried it out. I downloaded it on my 4K Amazon stick, and it works very well. Yep.
Oh,
all you
wow.
gotta do is just pair your controller with it.
Okay, wow, that's
and
nice.
You're good. Yep. I tried it out. I said, let me see if this works on my 4K stick. My wife bought me for Christmas last year, and it works. You just download the app, the Xbox app, the app on there, and boom, it'll link your account or whatever, and you can play right off your Fire Stick. You just have to, pair up a controller. You're good.
A controller, yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I do. I have to give props to Microsoft because I would always complain about the cloud.
Mm-hmm.
So the cloud works for me now.
Yeah, I've been hearing people saying it's improving and stuff. So
Good.
I've been playing a lot of games on the cloud. It's working pretty damn good.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
to me,
they
the
just
cloud
needed
was-
time to work on it.
Yeah.
Because where I live, it didn't bother me because I know where I live, right? It's probably the issue. But one of the things I wanted to experience with the cloud, so I don't have to download every game because you run out of space.
Yeah.
So this way you can just, and this is the way I think it should have been from the jump, so that I can just. But some people just want to try games.
Yeah.
And then if you like the game, then you download it.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's what I've always wanted to do that because, like E-Rock said, like E-Rock always says, right? Like he has to download, he has to get rid of games because there's so many.
Same. I do the same thing. So yeah.
I mean, some games like Overwatch 2,
Mm-hmm.
when it gets to
Some
500.
games are so big. Yeah.
Oh, hey, I probably missed it. Did you ever give your thoughts on that One Hero Academia crossover they're doing?
Oh yeah, we were talking about it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
I did
fantastic,
miss it.
by the way. Look at what you're starting to see now with the big titles. Those are big titles that are starting to do crossovers and stuff. That's really awesome.
Yeah, I thought of Sega Forever when I saw that part.
I said this, we were talking about this earlier, Limited. I want all of if you're into Overwatch, like I'm not hardcore into like I used to be. My daughter is, so I see through her, and then we'll play every once in a while. But that's like its own ecosystem. Like,
Yeah.
You know how Xbox has an ecosystem? Overwatch is an ecosystem within an ecosystem.
Yes.
And that's what we were kind of talking about earlier. Like you can literally run. Imagine that's the way I want all Microsoft's games to be. Not everyone's going to be like that because they are kind of different. But like you could do that with Diablo, and I think Diablo's going in that direction. You can do that with COD, and hopefully COD goes in that direction. You know what I'm saying? Because once you get everybody in, because one of the things I thought was funny was the first thing that people complained about was they had a new character and she got one of the skins. And I was on the boards, dude, and these people were livid. They had people that was positive, like the ones that loved that character, they were happy.
Yeah.
But they were nice, right? They were like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," but deep down inside, you know, they said, "That sucks for you," but I got my character.
Yeah.
But the what I was telling my daughter, that's awesome because that's all in their community. And once you have a community of people, they don't leave. These people don't leave. It's just like Bethesda, dude. My daughter does with Bethesda. She complains.
Yep.
I thought she hated Fallout 76, and she just keeps on playing it. And I looked at her and said, "I thought you hated this game." She goes, "No, I didn't hate the game. I think this is wrong, and they should do this. I don't know why they do this." You know, like 30 minutes later.
You should have been proud of her. She sounds like how you are with Marvel.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I set myself up for that. Yeah, I guess so.
You seeing yourself and your daughter now, huh?
I never thought about it that way. Okay, thanks. Oh my gosh, yeah, she's me. But I mean, it's like, and they'll get better. Marvel will get better. No,
yeah.
But you know, the funny thing is, though, it's just like if they can create that type of, because that's a good business model too. That's a steady stream. Like, you know, this is why for all you Sony guys, if you ever watched this is why they did Concord. They did it bad and it was horrible.
Yeah. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, they can't do that, man. It's just not in their it's not in their DNA. You know, hell, they even bought Bungie and somehow ruined Destiny. That's how bad they are at this. It's just not in their DNA to cultivate that kind of those kind of games and that kind of legacy. You know, so Microsoft came prepared. You know, Gear. We talk about Gears, Halo, Forza, and that was always criticized. But those listen. About a week or two ago, I was reading an article about how Halo made $2 billion just off the merchant, not the games themselves.
Not the games, just the merchandise.
Just like the merchandising from it, right? And that told me everything I need to know. That's a loyal fan base. And as much as Halo fans might complain about Halo 5 and Halo Infinite and sprinting and all the other stupid stuff over the years. They're loyal. You know what I'm saying? And so Microsoft Microsoft
Gears fans, so Gears fans are happy.
Yeah.
No, Gears fans, man, they ever since the Gears E-Day was announced, Gears of War, they just been like, you ain't heard a peep anymore. Like, I thought they was like having some withdrawals or something before that. Like, what's going on with them? They started to get irritated. You know how you see somebody, they starting to shake. I'm not joking. I saw some weird withdrawal symptoms from those Gears.
Look, Daya, to be a Gear, the thing about Gears though, they don't get games every year or every other year.
They don't.
They wait a minute. You know, they wait a long minute for their games. So I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
It says if Phil didn't announce that game within a year of that time, that
check it out, guys.
I don't think he would have made it.
Look at Second Man. That shirt is clean.
That does look good.
Yo, that shirt is clean.
That's the E-Day shirt, man.
Wow.
That
is so nice.
And on the front, it has like the symbol.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Because you know what, these shirts, man, if you don't get them, they'll run out. You won't be able to get them.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
And see again, merchandising. You see that? That's not even tied to the game. That's a part of the game's advertising through the But he bought that, and he said that they run out. This is what's happening here,
Actually, Dad, this is actually the second wave. When they first announced E-Day, they had the shirts up and they were unavailable. I caught it again. It came back in stock. Came back in stock because it was out of stock. The first when they announced the E-Day trailer, that's when they were bringing out the merchandise, and it was gone quick, quick. I couldn't get one.
Man,
but there's a second wave. I'm like, I better jump on it, or that'll be gone too.
Gears fan are hardcore, bro.
Hard.
No, I mean in a sense of like, to me, like they're like that absolute fan base.
Yeah,
right.
Like Unlimited said, that merchandise, like that Halo, man, that stuff sells, man.
Yeah, Halo stuff definitely sells. Yeah,
those damn cat ears, bro.
Yeah, like look at them cat ears go like crazy, like that.
I mean, I bought them.
I even know people who got into Fortnite just because Master Chief was in there.
Mhm.
When he was announced, going there was getting a skin in there. Yeah.
Like even the show, even the television show, like for somebody like me, I wish there was a little bit more epic, like as far as scale.
Yeah. Yeah. But the show
It's
was
still
was
good.
better than how people act like it was the worst thing ever.
Well, that's all I'm saying. It's number one. When I look at like if they have an anime with a Sony thing on there, I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Mhm.
Because I'm watching it myself. I'm like, bro, like most people do watch television and movies too.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You can't separate. You know, like the actor, dude. I mean, like, okay, you had a problem with the helmet coming off. Yeah, I would have preferred to have the helmet on, but I like the actor, and I can see why.
He
they took it
actually did good as Master Chief. You know, I couldn't complain about that. So
Yeah, he's a good. He fits that role, and he's in another movie I like. I forgot the name of it. Can't think of the name right now, dude. But he was in that movie, and he was awesome. So when I saw him, it's just like, okay, this dude is the man. So it is what it is.
yeah.
But yeah, just to do Gears, man. Because this is what I heard, right? That and you guys probably know this too. But it's like these games are gonna come out when we have the new system in 26. Is that what?
That's what I'm hearing too. Is that a rumor?
And not the E Day. I think like they're gonna prep new games for the new console.
That's what I'm hearing. That's why we're not hearing about a Halo and all that stuff, because that's going to be on the next gen. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
But you know,
So
because I know some people are upset that we haven't had another campaign. So, but I think that's what they decided to do. They were prepping for the next console.
oh yeah, that makes sense. And then just ride it right into the new game.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
they're gonna have to do because they could be working on it right now. I don't put anything past Microsoft and Phil.
Yeah, not no more. Yeah.
Especially after that Tokyo Game Show, I'm like, dang, they just dropped 5 games. Like,
Oh yeah.
again, you know, and then people are bringing up Tango Gameworks. I was like, dude, that conversation is dead.
It's gone. I mean, the studio is done.
And hell, even the guys who picked them up said that they can't make money off.
They did say that. Yeah, so it wasn't just
So-
Microsoft saying that. They confirmed that.
Yeah.
And Microsoft does this all the time, dude. To me, it's not about the money with Microsoft, dude. They really wanted to help the studio, or they want to help the developers, help the creators, and then give it to the fan base, because the fan base supposedly, this is what I heard, but Xbox guys want Japanese games. Now, Tokyo Game Show, I'm keeping tabs on you guys, because you guys be telling me this stuff, because I'm gonna buy most of this stuff.
Well, I already know. I told you guys what I bought from the sales list. So
Yeah.
I bought what, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, about 4 games from the sales list. So you know,
I just beat a Japanese game today, you know.
yeah,
and
you bought a game, you know, that's brand new, you know.
yeah.
Well, because I don't want to go through the same process we did with the Xbox One, right? Where they were like, oh, well, we don't have enough shooting games. Or, oh, we don't have enough first-person adventure. Like, they got to the point where Microsoft had to have a AAA owned, you know, because then they bought the AAA studios to make titles. Like, oh, no, that's not the same thing. You got to have your own. Right? It was always.
So it's always something. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so the studio, you had to have bought it on a full moon when it was red.
That's a good one.
Right, I'm just like, dude, I'm done with you guys, man. I know you guys was lying. I know you guys just hate the box. Right, so
last generation, you know, they leveraged their ammo against Xbox enough to where it fooled people. It didn't fool us, but it fooled a lot of people into thinking their stupid ass arguments were genuine. This generation, it's just in one ear and out the other. Because you can't say Xbox has no games in a generation. You just bought The Last of Us 2 remastered, a literal 4-year-old game that was resold to you.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying, or that you bought Spider-Man remastered, or you bought Ghost of Tsushima remastered, or you bought Death Stranding remastered. You see what I'm getting at here? These games that are literally just 2, 3, 4 years old resold to you, and now your big game this holiday is Horizon remastered. Another 5, 6-year-old game resold to you. It's just that you know. So now it means nothing because everybody sees what Xbox doing, and it's to the point where they gotta even the Xbox hate this generation's all manufactured.
Yeah.
You
know, it's funny because these guys keep on trying to bring up these old talking points when it comes to Xbox.
Yeah.
And they're over there talking, and all people are saying, like, $700, no disc and no stand. Like they're not even hearing anything, man. They're just staring at that. Look, dude, I don't give Sony credit, man, but the cojones you had to even put that out there, I'll give you that much, dude. Because look, Xbox couldn't even think about doing something like that.
No, they
Well, not and my fear, and thank you for bringing it up because I need to express this. I really think Sony opened Pandora's box, and this is the metaphor I was thinking. Y'all remember how a $1,000 cell phone used to be a death sentence until Apple did it? And y'all remember what happened after Apple sold the phone for $1,000, right? It sold, and they got praised for it, and now that praise opened the floodgates for every other OEM in the cell phone business to be like, oh, we could sell $1,000 phones, and now I've seen phones as high as like $1,900 now, right?
Yeah.
I truly believe we saw that moment, and since the reaction from the gaming media was to justify it, it makes sense to get a PS5 Pro. Yeah, good. Thank you for opening the floodgates.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now console players are going to be paying PC high end PC prices to some extent, because some graphics cards are $700-800, right?
Yep.
So thank you for opening that Pandora's box in the console market, and you can't say nothing, because once you accept it once, how are you going to bitch when anybody else does it?
Yeah, you can't prevent other people from doing the same thing, right?
And so my fear is that say goodbye to affordable. For the longest, it was always like you can't sell a console for more than $500.
Yeah.
Anything past that $500, half a grand is dead on arrival. That's why the PS3 didn't sell until they literally cut the console by half, Daya. And once it was like $300, that's when it really started to sell.
Exactly.
But now going forward, unfortunately, I wouldn't be surprised if the next Xbox was $600 and stuff like that.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree, because
and all because of this stupid ass move.
Yep.
And what you going? What can anybody say? You bought the PS5 Pro for $700, and so you can't tell any other consumer, you know what I'm saying, that this is a bad deal. Well, if that's the case, why were you selling us on an even worse deal? Because this current gen hardware is going to be worse than next gen. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you see what I mean here? So I am really, really terrified on that. And I'm hoping that it's not true, but my gut tells me that after this, console makers are going to be done selling consoles for loss, and we may be screwed.
I agree with you on that, because again, this is the consequences for the quote unquote market leader deciding where the market goes. And this is why I've always said Sony being the market leader is dangerous, because they kept pushing it, and we're worth it because we have the premier service. And well, you know what, Xbox can argue now, we do. Look at our IP, look at our services, we have that, so we can justifiably raise prices.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Look, when Xbox as the market leader, we get the best service in gaming. They literally buy two of the biggest publishers in gaming.
Right.
You know what I'm saying, Daya? Yeah. Everything was still affordable. Sony, they're the first to raise games to $70. That gets praised, and then and by the way, that should have been another example I used. Because after they got praised for their $70 games, EA started doing it, Microsoft did it, Ubisoft did it. You can't say nothing after that. Yep. Because you're literally up there saying, I would gladly pay $100 for the $70 game. That's what they were literally saying. I'm not making that up. Nope. You know what I'm saying? I would gladly pay more for these games. Well, thank you. Because now and look, and then on the PC, those same games are still the $60 that we had for decades.
They're still, because the PC keeps pushing back on.
Exactly, Dad. The PC will raise hell if you try to raise prices.
That's right. Yeah, when I want to get a new game and I don't want to pay as much, I usually go to PC and get it.
Yeah, exactly.
I was gonna channel my inner PC gamer there. I wanted to say so bad. When I was on the forums, I wanted to say so. Well, I could just go ahead and buy a PC at this point. I didn't do it though. Out of respect for you, I did not do that.
Yeah, but y'all hopefully y'all see my point on the warning signs that
I
I'm
do.
seeing.
Yeah.
And I don't like because I don't want to spend more. And here's the thing: I don't mind buying, say, a collector's edition once in a while. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? That's fine. I'll pay premium for the collector's edition because it's just that a special edition that you'll get because we're collectors and we don't. But what I am against is that the base price of everything you want to charge me even more. No, get out of here. And
Yeah.
I'll gladly buy less games or buy games on sale like I've been doing lately.
Exactly.
Gladly.
That's what I've been doing because I have to budget too.
Yeah. Yeah. Look. Nobody's buying Sony games, and then Sony games are even worse because they don't have the benefit of Game Pass, right? So
Right.
nobody's
Right.
buying these Sony games at $70 because it's just too damn much to ask for.
Right.
And,
Right.
so good luck. That's all I'm saying, man. And and this is like that's why I'm just like trying to disconnect myself from it. I just want to. That's why I just definitely just want to get to the. Let's just enjoy the games. You know what I'm gonna say this. I understand Kumbaya Phil now because I do because after so much bullshit of the negative stuff, it's like, why am I doing this, guys? Let's just enjoy the games. That's kind of where I'm at right now, where I just want to enjoy the games. I don't give a, I'm kind of reaching a point where I don't give a damn, man, about what PlayStation is doing and all that stuff, or it's like 'cause I'm playing these games, having fun. Then you go on a Twitter or on forum or something, and everybody's just bitching for storms. Like, what are we doing, guys? Do you guys even like what you're playing? Because I am, and I want to talk to other people who like what we're playing. So I kind of get the kumbaya shit now. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, the kumbaya stuff, when it's all broken down, is because if you're talking about if it's with PlayStation, they look at them as customers, and I've told people that. But Microsoft look at opportunities. Okay,
Yeah,
they like,
That's a backhanded insult already.
why make an enemy when we can be getting money from them? That's how they look at it. I mean, they are shrewd, and so yeah, they just why do that? So whether Sony's coming to them to get access to Azure servers, or if they opening up their platforms so they can sell their games and so they don't care. They just look at it as potential customers. And I think Sony is slowly realizing, like, hold up here. We treating them like the enemy. We should be using them too. I think it's slowly getting in there. But yeah, that's how Microsoft is just on a whole different level.
Yeah.
Them ponies gonna be
that's what makes. Listen, I said this some years ago. Honestly, we really shouldn't talk about Sony and Microsoft in the same breath because there's that big of a distance. The distance between them is like the distance between me and LeBron, or me and Caitlin Clark. Like professional athletes, I could shoot a basketball, but I can't do it like they do, where they're literally the best at their craft, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of how it is with Microsoft and Sony. Yes, Sony makes video games, but they ain't doing it like Microsoft. Come on now. They can't literally buy Activision and Bethesda and have their own fan base saying, "Hey, buy Warner Brothers next, buy Sega next." You know what I'm saying? You don't get that from Sony.
Yeah, they used to talk like that. They don't do it no more.
Yeah, now, like with Sony, it's like, Sony, please give us something. We need a rope. We need something, Sony.
Yeah,
that's why they're latching on so hard to that Ghost of Your Tie game, because it's something that has 2025 on it.
Dude, I had somebody talk to me about that, and I know there's some controversy going around about the character and all the politics around it.
Yeah. And
then I was like, I think I'm like the wrong person to talk to you about this because I just want you guys to die.
Yeah.
Wow.
He, she, we, they, up, down, left, right. I don't care. I just want you guys gone.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right, dude. I bleed green, bro.
Yeah.
You guys just need to be disappeared. Everything you guys do in this gaming community just hurts gamers. At the end of the day, man, you guys should not be. People should not be catering to you at all.
Yeah.
That's how I get expensive games and ridiculous.
It's why I never understood why the gaming medium people acted so scared of Sony fanboys. I'm like, the worst they're gonna do is say something negative. Just tune it out and do what you gotta do. Yeah. That's the part of Microsoft I respect, though, is when they tune shit out and just do what they're going to do anyway. Like, yeah, do it, Microsoft, because we don't know what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Let's be real.
You
Most
know
of us
what?
don't.
Unlimited. I will say this though. After the Sarah Bond,
Mhm.
she said, I mean, you saw the confidence she exudes when she's talking,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and she looks good. You know what I'm saying? She's all
yeah,
put
yeah,
together. Like,
yeah, yeah.
she
She
showed up
does look.
professional, right? She showed up, boom, and hit the ground running. And then the
Mhm.
stuff that she's saying, like to me, I look at that and I'm like, yeah, this is what you do. Um, this is what you're supposed to be doing in those
Yeah.
positions, right? And then opening up everything. So again, I thought she was a great ad. I've been following some of the stuff when she was at T-Mobile because people was talking about that. I know she came over from T-Mobile. I
Yep.
didn't know she was the reason why T-Mobile got on that. You know, because every time you see the commercial, be that one white
Mhm.
dude, that one older white guy,
Yeah, yeah.
the face. But for a lot of that stuff, they turned around. It was her.
Mhm.
Not to get racial, guys. I'm just saying. Right? I just remember seeing the dude.
Nah, man, you
But
good.
like she, when she dropped that bomb, dude, with the what was it there? 1,400? No, 14,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was 1,400. 14,000
1400.
is ridiculous. That
1400. Yeah.
yeah, that would mean no human on earth would ever be able to play like a tenth of those games.
No.
Well, dude, you saw her kind of crack that smile when she
Mhm.
at Gamescom. She's like, man, even our Game Pass got a back catalog now.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was gangster. She said it like that. I was like,
That's a good one.
Mm,
so again, when I saw that, when she talked about, it's something that I've been talking about on the channel, man. I'm like, look, dude, this again. I said this earlier. There's more to Asia than Japan, guys.
yeah.
That's right.
Just to let you know.
That's right.
And Japan is not. Japan is Japan. I love Japan. Gonna go there, vacation, right? Love Japan, but
Mhm.
there's like other countries there, and why limit yourself? I mean, well, if you're a pony, we know why. But everybody else likes to play games. You know, why limit yourself? And that's a whole plethora of games and creativity that's out there. And then to hear
Yeah.
both Phil and Sarah talk about it, right? It's you know, I'm all on board. I'm ready. I'm next level, dude. Let's do it. So
Yeah. Same here. You know, that's how that's how I feel after these type of events. Like I'm all on board. You know, just keep doing what you got to do, and you got me. You know, you don't got to worry, because everything they're doing is just. And then you know, we get the rare consumer friendly move with Game Pass and stuff like that. You know, I'm all for it, man. Xbox has been killing it these last few years.
yeah, dude, they've been. And like I said earlier, dude, I just can't. You know, when COD drops,
Hmm.
man, those ponies are not gonna. They're not
Oh
gonna.
man, that's when you're gonna start seeing some heart attacks there.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't,
They're already preparing to call it the worst Call of Duty ever.
Oh yeah.
They're
I'm
already
telling you,
preparing
bro.
for that.
It'll be like limited because when I was playing the demo, dude, the amount of people that was on
Man, I heard.
comments,
Yeah.
comments when people were talking, dude, it was nuts, dude. We was having a good time. I was having a good time. I was dying and having a good time. But I'm below, like, I'm old now, but I'm below 38, 39, 37%. I'm that low on the thing. And when you can kill me, and I'm like, damn, that was awesome, bro.
Yeah.
I would have thought to do that. And the conversations were good, man. I'm pretty sure it's gonna have the typical stuff that surrounds COD,
Hmm.
which is that's normal. But man, the buzz was amazing.
Yeah.
And we experienced that. I think that's why I think they ran it for 3 weeks or 2 or 3 weeks. Like they ran it for the weekend and then they did a download to the server. So I thought it was done, and
That's
then
what,
they brought it
yeah.
back up.
Didn't they have some problems with their servers in the beginning? Because so many people was trying to pile into that beta.
I didn't have any problems, but then again, I'm in Hawaii, so by the time I jumped in, maybe they worked it out.
Okay, because I had heard a little bit about that. That some people was, so and that they fixed it, but in the
Hmm.
very beginning, that the servers was under some stress.
It could have been by the time I jumped on, because like I'm way behind everybody. So when I got on later on that night, dude, it was
Oh
great.
yeah,
Oh,
you right.
that's right. Well, yeah, when he's playing, it's like 2 a.m. where
That's
you're at,
true.
Dan.
That's true. Yeah.
So that's why his games be so good.
Oh, but
Everybody,
it was unlimited, bro. It was packed full of people.
yeah.
Like it was one game after another. You know, like sometimes when I play Dark Tide,
Mhm.
there's like certain times of the day I'm like, yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
So that level, like, it was.
Yeah,
rough.
I look, listen. This is gonna be their biggest COD in years.
I think so.
Yeah, and I expect to hear the big jump in Game Pass
That's why I
numbers.
was going to ask you guys, do
Yeah.
you think that Game Pass is going to jump from it?
Yeah,
You know?
honestly, I think it's at like 40 million right now, and they just don't say anything because they don't, it's not a quarterly report or nothing to report on.
Mhm.
No,
But the more you guys talk about like how you said they treat Sony as a customer,
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
I mean it could be higher. I mean I do I'm wary of the fact that you don't want to be like Disney take notes. You don't want to be out there putting out numbers, right? And you don't want to be that, oh, okay, we have 60, but technically you only have 40.
Yeah.
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 Xbox will never do that. They'll be like, okay, we'll cap it at 40, but they could have way more.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, they had their milestones, and they'll only talk when they hit
Mhm.
those milestones.
Yeah, that's why Phil's been saying for months that there are more Xbox players on console than ever and stuff like that, but not giving official numbers. And
Yeah.
I'm like, good, don't give official numbers. That's all we need to know is that Xbox is doing well.
Yep.
Because especially against the whole and people who's pushing the narrative that Xbox is dying or Xbox don't know what they're doing and all this stuff. That stuff like that for me, it automatically disqualifies you from me listening to you. Because you just don't pull off the moves they're doing and be a failure. That it just doesn't make any sense. I've seen what other companies are doing when they're failing. They got to merge. They're cutting shows left and right. They're canceling movies. And that's not. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? They're doing everything they can to balance the budget.
Selling
Xbox is not doing. Selling anything, man. Xbox is not doing any of that. And the fact that at worst that it don't tell me about the one or two studios they done closed. That's just what that is. All they're doing is course correcting from 2020 where they overhired, right? And they didn't need all them people. A few games that didn't do as well as we probably hoped because they're good games. It's just that's how gaming's always been like that. We could list a million games that were great games but didn't do well. So that ain't nothing new. And they did that because ZeniMax was there trying to do too much, and Matt Booty is teaching ZeniMax that no, let's curtail your resources and put them where they need to be. We don't need to release 1,000 games right now. Let's just focus on our Starfield, Diablo, and whatever else they got, Doom and things like that.
Yeah.
And we're gonna let Arcade regroup with their. I think they're working on a new single player RPG, probably bringing back Dishonored, right? And let them do stuff like that.
Are they? I didn't know that.
They're making another one.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
They still got the team. The team's still there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Arcade. They're also working on Blade too.
That's right. And Blade.
Yeah.
So they're good. So the point is that other than that, everything Xbox been doing, is just I think they're grabbing more people than there's really reported because it's just not good headline to put Xbox is doing well. That you know what I'm saying?
Right. I think some of their studios are growing while at the same time, if they got to cut some of the fat, they're cutting some of the fat, you know.
And that's just natural, that's just natural, especially after bringing them in and stuff like that, and bringing in Activision recently as well.
Right.
I think Mikey Barra did it. Like I think the way he exited, the way he talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely feel. I feel like Phil was trying his best. But as hard as Phil can try, man, Phil can't do everything, man. And this economy, it's just not. This economy is not made to where I work, man. We are looking at every single penny because I work in budget now. They're looking at every single thing, and then you get people that not so bright come up with their big ideas, and you got to shut them down. Oh, look, dude, that's not going to work because of A, B, C, and D.
Right.
That's how it is now. And it's unfortunate because I think had the economy not gone the way that it was. Have been happier times for other people, for most of these guys. But I do believe some of these people just want to bounce too. But.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, all that stuff is more normal than. You see, what it is that this is the first time that gamers are kind of seeing this stuff. Yeah. So it's shocking to them. But it's pretty standard business that Microsoft has been doing for literally decades, and let's be real, they're some of the best at it.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
they're some of the best at this stuff.
That's why they have $3 trillion.
Yep.
Because I mean, and that's the other thing that upsets me, right? Because it's like these guys will come out of the woodwork, start talking about it. I'm like, bro, they're Microsoft. I say that all the time. It's like, oh, what are they gonna do about Call of Duty? I'm like, or no, what did they say? What are they gonna do about? I forgot what they were talking about. What franchise? And they're like, I don't know what they're gonna do about it. And then I'm like, bro, they just bought Activision, dude.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
don't just don't drop that type of money
Yeah.
and not know what you're doing, or that you're worried about something. Right? It just blows my mind how these people think, dude. It's just like you guys.
They think in a gaming bubble, and they're stuck in 2006 where they want games to be stuck at you buy this console for this specific game, and think that that's the best way to make money when it's just not. Even Sony's putting their games on PC. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then here's the thing. I was that
Begrudgingly.
Yeah.
They're like that 5-year-old.
And look, let's be real. So this is how Sony's fudging their numbers. You got to have a PSN account to play their games on PC, and so they could report on their quarterly report. See, we got 200 million active users. That's how they get their 200 million. That the PC guys got to log into their PlayStation Network account when they play Spider-Man, God of War, or Helldivers.
Dude, and these ponies have no chill, dude. Not only are they reaching so Sony's reaching out to the PC community, and here come the ponies. But we don't really need you. You should be blessed by our presence. And like PC guys are just looking at them like, dude, you guys are some pricks, man.
Yeah.
And Xbox guys over there is like, yeah, we know. We've been dealing with these dudes for like forever. Oh, Macaulay says, please get Zobi back on.
Zobi back on.
And Zobi, I don't know. I mean, I don't have a problem with Zobi going back on, but Zobi's not in a gaming zone anymore.
Who's Blandrew?
Zobi and Blandrew would be good.
Blandrew, I don't know.
Isn't that old boy? What's his name, man? Used to hang out with E-Rock. E-Rock and
I'm after E-Rock, who's Blandrew.
E-Rock and what's his name, man? He just came back on YouTube. Our boy from England.
Oh, he joined us this summer.
Yeah. He was on you guys' podcast.
Yeah, Microbox.
Yeah, remember that? Yeah, he's back.
Yep.
He hasn't made nothing lately, but he did a coming back video.
Yeah, Macaulay. I mean, we open the show to. It's just this one we're just talking about the Tokyo Game Show.
Yeah.
Dude, if Zobi was here, he'd be lighting the industry on fire. Zobi be like, "There's nothing to play. There's no games." But yeah, Zobi will come back on after Nintendo does the new Switch. Yeah, then he'll be happy again. So we'll start talking about Tokyo Game Show, then we'll go right into politics with Zobi. So,
Yeah.
and that's why we gotta take down North Korea. I'll be like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Zobi have you all like, you'll be like, how did we get on this subject?
Yeah.
Like, be way off course. Yeah.
Yeah, but Macaulay, Zobi is more than welcome to jump on whatever he wants. For real talk.
Yeah, man. He was in the chat of one of our podcasts, and I had to tell the crew to don't engage with him because he's going to derail the whole fucking show. The show is already over 2 hours long. I was like, if you guys derailed it here, man, we're going to be here all night debating this shit.
I love it because it's like when him and E-Rock are together, it's like E-Rock is Spock and he's like the Dark Mirror Spock.
Oh, yeah.
Because they both have like that way of making points.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You know what I'm saying? But it's like on the opposite ends of the spectrum. I don't know. I find it entertaining. But then again, my bad, Unlimited, that's not my show. So, of course, I can sit back. If I had both of them on right now, I couldn't, because I can't even manage this share screen. But having an aneurysm, but yeah, I think Zobi's was in the chat earlier. Zobi, you were still on? Yeah. Yeah, Zobi is nice enough to drop in. Hunter was in. Got a couple people. But hey, just real quick, guys, I'm gonna show this Legend of I'm gonna show Trials of Mana.
Trials, okay.
Oh no, wait! I want to show.
You showed Charles. I think you
Yeah.
mean the other one.
Yeah, metaphor. Yeah, metaphor. That's what I want.
Metaphor.
Oh,
Oh,
metaphor. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. I'm old. It's one of them. It's Japanese. That's all I can say. Hold on. Dude, this thing is not.
How do you get
No,
views
no,
already?
my internet is like.
Yeah.
Dude, how do you guys do this?
It's really me who does it. Sega Man and them don't bully.
What's that, brother?
I'm not gonna lie. Unlimited. I'm on Sega Man side.
What's that, brother?
I'm on Sega Man. Sega Man, you just be you. That's all I'm gonna say. Sega Man.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Oh no, we're just talking about putting all the stuff on screen.
Ah.
Yeah.
Metaphor refantasio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as soon as StreamYard said, it'd be great if you had two screens. And I looked at StreamYard and said, it'd be great if you didn't charge me money. And I'll get a second screen. How about that? All right, it's playing, right? Oh, there we go. Let me turn it up.
Macaulay asked a question.
Macaulay's looking like Zobi's burner account with that question.
Oh, dude, what's up with the phone?
You know how it is, Unlimited.
Oh, I lost it. Can you guys see it?
Yeah, I got it. Very action based.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like an anime host.
It
I love
does.
all those little freeze frames and
Yep.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Kind of getting funky. I see
That's
that's
man, I tell you, I can see why Val got pushed out. There's so much stuff coming. I mean, October is gonna be packed. When is Stalker 2 coming out? Does anybody know?
November 19th.
Okay.
I mean November
That's right,
20th.
They moved it, right? They
No,
moved the
yeah,
date.
no, November 20th.
November 20th.
Flight Simulator comes out the day before on the 19th.
Okay, on the 19th.
Oh, that's cool.
That
Yeah.
makes sense because they're very different games, so they can come out closer.
Yeah, so that's why I shared it because that was my game of the show for me.
Yeah.
That was your game of the show. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
that's some great games, but that was my game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
For me it was definitely Trials of Mana because I was, especially after beating the Visions, I was like, oh shit,
Yeah.
we get the older games. Sign me up.
For me, it was that Atelier. Lumia?
Oh yeah, Atelier.
Atelier.
Like
Yeah,
that.
thank you.
Yeah.
Atelier.
I've been,
Lumia.
Dave, I've heard about them games forever, but they were always on either like the PlayStation Vita or the Nintendo. I think it's on Nintendo Switch or like the
Okay.
handheld Nintendo games, and they might be on consoles as well. Not too sure, but I know for sure that they're on the handhelds.
The
stuff.
handhelds. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's where I first heard of them. So
Boy,
it's
that was a
cool to
plane
see it
wreck.
come in.
Macaulay said Atelier is good. Okay. Yeah, it looks good. It looks really good. So that one caught my attention. That was the one for me.
Now Sega Man said something.
I'm sorry.
I'm saying that PlayStation Vita, man, that was a train wreck.
Oh yeah.
I have one, man. I'm gonna tell you what, those man, the games for that thing still today, they're like 70, 60, 70, even still today, maybe 50, 40. I've never seen a cheap game for that Vita, and that shit is dead.
Yeah.
You go out and you try to find them games, bro. You might get like a sports game for like $5 or something, but if you want like a regular game, they're like fucking $30, $40 still.
Yeah, the Vita sounds like it has the issue the Sega Saturn has. Why them games are expensive because nobody bought it, and so they're just so damn expensive because nobody bought them. There are no copies of them. for people who now
I
interested.
mean, it looks good. It's actually a handheld PS3. To be honest with you, that's what it is. It's like a handheld PS3, but man, it just did bad. They try to compete with Nintendo, and you can't fuck with Nintendo when it comes to handhelds. You just can't.
Yeah.
And Nintendo destroyed them. Stop trying to hang out with the they're the king of handhelds. So stop trying to hang with them. You ain't gonna be able to. Nintendo put that down too. They put them to shame with that and the PSP. You know?
I had the PSP when I was in high school.
Yeah.
But you know, again, not being a PlayStation guy like that, I never really used it too much. I did enjoy Vice City Stories on it though. GTA Vice City Stories.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Good.
You know what was good about that? Real quick, Unlimited. The PSP. I got two of them. I got the red Kratos one. I got at a flea market off his girl for like $15, and then my friend traded me like some old ass games I had, and he gave me another one, a black one with a case and the cords and everything. And the thing good about that, what's cool about it is you can play little movies in it. You play little.
Yeah. I used to have the Family Guy episodes.
Yep, on the go, like Art of War with Wesley Snipes. Because I got a few movies, but it's a good thing to play on the go. Like if you're on the go somewhere, and you don't feel like messing with your phone or something, you can take the little PSP with you and pop in a movie, or like you said, Family Guy or whatever, and watch some movies on that, John. Man, if your power goes out, you can watch movies on it. Yeah. You know what I mean? If you have no power, use that. If you want something to watch, you know what I mean? Or something like that. You know?
So Macaulay, just real quick, guys. Do you think that Warhammer Space Marine should be an Xbox exclusive? I mean, Xbox definitely has a good relationship with them. A lot of their games, Game Pass, or are on Xbox. I mean, it's almost synonymous at this point. Even though they don't own them.
They're published by THQ Nordic, so no, it was never going to be exclusive. There's no ball to drop. Yeah, there's no ball. Yeah.
I can tell you right now because I play Dark Tide, and they make a lot of money off of that.
Yeah, they do. I got some older versions of them, so yeah, those games make a lot of money, and a lot of people play them. So
they're but the skins that they have in there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they got it to the point where they're actually getting the characters in there. I'm not that deep into Warhammer lore, but I can tell that they got a good thing going on, man. And when you have access, that's the main thing they need is access with their brand. So
yep.
And they're doing a good job. I mean, and then Space Marine 2, man, that game
is so popular.
I gotta get that, guys. I
want to get it.
I was telling Brother Unlimited earlier. I need to get that. I'm gonna buy physical. I want that because I have the one on the 360.
You do. Okay.
I want this one too because it's it's like a Gears type.
It is very much
right. So yeah, that's why I want to get it.
If you like Gears, they say you're gonna like that one.
Yeah, man, I'm a Gears head boy. I was just talking to Zink the other day, and he's like, I told him, I said, yeah, man. I sent him a picture, Dad. Check this out, Dad Unlimited and Sega Forever. I sent him a picture of my E-Day T-shirt. Mm-hmm. He's like, yeah, Sega, man. I had to get my daughters one and me one, and I was like, God damn, bro, he bought everybody.
He bought everybody a shirt.
Yeah, I get my daughters one, man.
That's why Gears and Halos are billion-dollar franchises.
Yeah, they make a lot of money. Yeah.
People like Zink.
Man, he bought everybody one, bro. Man.
Yeah. I'm gonna start looking in the mail for my shirt. Zink, man, if you listening,
we got that
official.
Zink probably got his because Zink is a fanatic over
Zink. Yeah, Zink's big time, bro. He is. He's gonna wait till if he hears about any kind of special edition anything of Gears, Zink's gonna get it. I might be able to get a couple things, but Zink's gonna get everything.
Yeah.
That's how he is. You know, even he bought, I think his kids, they end up getting like that stuff too. They like to get the real expensive shit.
Right.
You know, something that's like $350 or something like that. You know, I can't do that. I'm a Gears head, but I'll go like 100 something, but I can't do no $250. I mean, you know, nah, can't do that, man.
Macaulay says Phil Spencer needs to embrace 360 era Xbox again. He needs to rock out to Linkin Park on stage announcing 7 more Gears of War type games. I don't know, bro. Linkin Park changed their lead singer, and that's all over. Like
Did,
people are losing their mind over that.
did someone pass away in Lincoln Park?
Yeah, the guy killed himself a couple years ago.
Oh shit! Damn.
Chester.
Okay, I thought so.
So he committed suicide, and but the girl they got is I believe she's the lead singer of Paramore. But so they're relaunching, man, and people have mixed feelings about it, dude.
Yeah.
So Macaulay, I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but but I mean, again, like I mean, if you actually look at it, I mean, it is kind of like the 360 era plus. It's like 360 era plus to me.
Yeah, it's like to me it's a fusion of the OG and 360 era, where the OG, you know, that's where you had a lot of these really cool, creative, and unique games, and that's why we're seeing more of the Fables and Psychonauts come back under Xbox.
Right.
But at the same time, you get your shooters and your classic stuff, your Call of Duty, your Gears of War E-Days. So it's a nice fusion of everything, which how I prefer it. You know, because like unlike most Xbox fans, I'm the least nostalgic for the 360, given that I missed such a large chunk of it. So I fully admit I don't have that same love everybody does. Even though I get it, it was the console that really put them on the map. You know, they're the leading platform that generation. But you know, I personally, for me, I'm not someone who's beholden to just, hey, we gotta stick to what worked 20 years ago. Move on. And I'm glad that Xbox is continuing to move on. That's why I'm like, my most excited games are Avowed, South of Midnight, and Clockwork Revolution, along with Fable and Perfect Dark. And but with Fable and Perfect Dark, like Daya was saying when I first popped in, they're pretty much like reboots of the series, because we haven't had those games in 20 years, 15 years. You know what I'm saying? And so when I'm not as excited for Halo and Forza and Gears, it's not because I don't like them. Oh, I love them, and I'm gonna beat it for Gears day one. It's just that I already got my fill of those games. So that same excitement level for me, and this is just me speaking, you know what I'm saying? It's not as enticing to me as shit. Avowed is just something new. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad that Xbox, they could give us our Halo, Gears, and Forzas, because they're still brilliant. Because look, like Forza Horizon 5 is probably the best racer we're gonna play this generation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I am so happy that they keep trying to move on from that in a good way. You know, and moving on doesn't mean that they abandon Halo or they abandon Gears. It just means that they give us that plus. Well, because Sony is stuck on God of War on PC, God of War Ragnarok, God of War Remastered, Horizon Remastered, Horizon 2. You know what I'm saying? They're so stuck on their same 3-4 series that there's nothing to be excited for. But yeah, you know, move on. For me, I'm all about moving forward when it comes to gaming and life in general. Really, I don't like, and it's not that I don't like the past. I actually love it. It's just that I've learned that when you get stuck in the past too much, it almost bastardize it. You know what I'm saying? And it turns what was great into something that's like, maybe it wasn't as good as I thought, or maybe it's not good anymore. And I think that's a terrible feeling when that happens.
Macaulay, the issue with the 360, like the way you're talking about it, it was a console of its time, and you're basically living in a 360 era, because that's what the Xbox One was going to be the next level for 360.
Yeah.
Right, but then the media turned on them, and then ponies are psychotic, and people didn't support the console like they should have. So this is why you have what you have now.
I mean, why does people keep saying Phil needs to do this and Phil needs to do that? I mean, we get a whole bunch of that all the time. Like, Phil needs to do this and Phil needs to do that.
What did he say? We need to fire all the activists there. They have made the brand weaker. And Phil keeps giving games away. Gear style plus original Xbox style games is fine. Just no activists ruining our games. Well, I mean, if I'm going to be honest with you, Macaulay, they did let go a lot of people from Blizzard. And the scuttlebutt is a lot of them are a lot of the workers in California.
Yeah.
So if you didn't know, like, there was a lot of issues Activision was having prior to Microsoft.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
Yeah, and so I'll tell you this much. Knowing Phil as well as I think I do, I could be wrong. But Phil's a really nice guy, dude, and he's gonna try and work it out for everybody. That's kind of what makes Phil Phil.
Mhm.
And you can see that at the Tokyo Game Show. I watch a lot of stuff beyond because I follow a lot of people in Japan on social media,
Mhm.
and so people are putting videos of Phil on the floor. Like you might have saw the funny one.
Yeah.
Where Phil did the X button. And,
Yeah, that was funny. Where he said the X button's in the wrong spot.
But there's a lot of people that know who he is now, and they look at him like, yeah, Phil's a nice guy. And for Japan to recognize you like that, dude, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Japan, if you guys didn't notice, Japan is like in their own world with a lot of stuff. This is why for a lot of times people want to get recognized, or you want them to recognize you or accept you.
I would like for people to stop saying Phil Spencer needs to do this and do that. I need PlayStation and I need Nintendo I need them to start doing stuff. I mean, you got these guys that always come in here and say Phil Spencer needs to do this and Sarah Bond needs to do that. Well, I need Nintendo and I need PlayStation to do something because they're also gaming.
Oh no! I disagree with that. I gotta respectfully disagree with you there, Sega man. I don't need Sony to do shit because their move is to raise prices. we do not need more expensive everything. No, Sony. Don't ignore Sega Man's advice. Don't do shit. Matter of fact, get out of gaming. Get out of gaming. That's the only thing you can do. Get the fuck out of gaming. So I'm sick of you raising prices and everybody will. I mean, they're going to sell even more when they raise the price of the base PS5. Y'all remember that stupid shit? No, don't do. Please, I'm begging you, Sony. Don't do nothing. No, maybe Nintendo, but Sony, hell no. They could.
Yeah, you're right. You know what, Unlimited? You're right about the pricing thing, but everybody always likes to, and I'm not trying to get on this. I don't care. This dude has his opinion. Whatever his opinion is, that's fine. I don't care. That's his opinion. But Nintendo, really, honestly, they need to do something. Everybody always talks about what Microsoft needs to do, but nobody never comes in here and talks about what Nintendo needs to do or anything like that, because they need to do something too. They're also out here in these gaming streets, and they're not doing a goddamn thing. I don't see nothing coming out from Nintendo. Nothing. You don't never hear nothing about anything they're going to be bringing out soon. You might have heard about a Switch 2 like a few months ago, but every time we have podcasts, we always have to talk about what Phil Spencer needs to do when these other gaming companies need to do stuff too. Maybe they need to lower the price of their stuff, like their games and their systems and stuff like that, so people can afford to buy some of these gaming systems like the PS5 vanilla, different things like that. Maybe Nintendo needs to lower the prices of their games. It's ridiculous to keep Mario games at fucking $60 that been out for like 3 years and different things like that. This is ridiculous to do stuff like that. They need to lower the prices of these. I own a Nintendo Switch, so I can talk about it. I own a PS4, so I can talk about it. So this is some things I think they need to do as me being a consumer of gaming, period, that these other gaming companies, they need to do something. You know what I mean? They don't do anything. And like Unlimited said, Nintendo really honestly needs to do something. They really do need to do something, man. And they ain't doing shit because they know those Nintendo dudes, anything they bring out, they buy it right away. And that is kind of a good thing for Nintendo, but that's just, if you go on their store right now, Unlimited, Sega Forever, or Dea, it's ridiculous. Some of the prices of these games, and they're old as shit, and they're still $50, $60. Come on, man. Yeah. Really?
And that hurts because, nobody's going to pay a fortune for an older game and say they want to try something out. Maybe they heard it was good or something, but it needs to come down in price. And also for people who might be kids who don't have as much money, they need to be able to access some of these classics so that they stay alive. Because if you have no interest in them, what's the point?
Yeah, that's right, Dan. That's another thing too, Dan.
It's hard to cut you off, Sega man.
That's all right. Go ahead, brother.
Just listen to y'all passionately say that. It's good that we're an Xbox podcast because Xbox are the only ones who would listen to such criticism. Sony and Nintendo would brush that off.
They don't even care.
Yeah,
that's true.
They would brush that off. They'd be like, why would I lower my prices when Pokemon fans are going to buy 2 copies of the same game at full price? or Zelda. Matter of fact, Nintendo's games are $70 now. Now that I think about it, their new games are $70. And Nintendo fans ate that up. So
I don't understand. I mean, what are you talking about? The quality, bruh. I own all kind of Nintendo systems, man. I own no disrespect to you, my dude, but I own a Super Nintendo. I own a regular NES, bruh. I own a Nintendo 64. I own a Nintendo Wii. I own a Nintendo Switch. I own Nintendo. I'm a collector, my brother. I know what I'm talking about. I don't care about no. Super Nintendo, Super Mario World should not still be $40 on a Super Nintendo. Fuck the value shit. That shit is old as hell. These Nintendo 64 games that they got are old as hell. I own all these systems, bruh. And they should not be the prices that they are today. That's ridiculous. These families out here, these kids want these Nintendo Switches. They can't afford to buy the Switch, but probably buy the Switch, but can't buy them games because the games are too expensive. You know what I mean? They're just too damn expensive. Fuck all that value shit. That's bullshit. If it's been out for 2 years, the price should go down, even after a year. I don't care if it's Zelda. I don't care if it's Metroid. I don't care if it's Mario Kart. That shit should go down. It should go down in price after a year, not stay at fucking $60, bro. Come on, man. They don't have no good sales during Christmas. They don't. They don't have no good sales during Christmas. They're still expensive. And there's a lot of people out here that want to get these systems for their kids. And these games are too expensive. You're talking to a dude that owns all that shit, dude. I own all those systems. And even the old stuff is still expensive. There's still Super Nintendo games that are fucking $80. That's bullshit, bruh. Nintendo 64 games, $80. Or $70 or something like that. That's a bunch of bullshit, man. I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? They should go down in price. They're old as hell. But they stay expensive. You know what I mean? And some of those PlayStation games, old games are expensive. And I should know, right? Unlimited. I own Sega Saturn games. I don't believe Sega Saturn games, all Sega Saturn games should be $100. Some of them are really old, and some of them are like $100 or even more. But there's people that can't even collect Sega Saturn. It's too expensive. It's way too expensive. And even Dreamcast, man, some of them Dreamcast games, I got a game downstairs that's worth $250. It's called Project Justice.
Yeah, Project Justice is the bomb.
Shit's expensive, man, and people are like, "Oh man, I'm gonna have to emulate that, or something like that. I won't be able to collect that." It's not cheap to be a gamer. I understand that, but Nintendo, if they really wanted to, man, I'm just talking real facts here. They need to lower their prices on some of that stuff because that's attracting kids, and they know that. And they know that these parents out here, especially today in this economy, with the way things are, man, it's expensive to buy this stuff, and they want to get their kids this stuff, but they can't because the games are so goddamn expensive, man. It's crazy, bro. I think Unlimited has a Nintendo Switch.
I had a Switch, bro. Yeah, they are pricey.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys think, but I just think they should go down. I think the prices after a while, they should go down. They should be making more affordable so people can play the games more. Kids can play the games more, man.
You know what Nintendo's Sega, man? Nintendo's like Disney, right? So what they'll do is they'll just shift it, like they always do. So because Nintendo never brings their stuff down, ever. So they'll just shift it to other stuff. That's what Disney does. Is like when their movies don't do well, they just raise prices somewhere else.
Yeah, but dude, you're talking about Nintendo 64 games being cheap on a subscription on a Switch. Brother, I own them physically. I'm not talking about digital, my man. I own physical games of Nintendo 64. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a digital game. I'm talking about the real deal, bro. The cartridges. They cost $70, $80, bro. I'm not talking about a Nintendo Switch where you could play 64 games. I'm talking about the cartridges, man. I'm not talking about that. When I'm talking about Nintendo Switch, I'm talking about the Nintendo Switch games, brother. I'm not talking about N64 games on the Nintendo Switch. I'm talking about Switch games themselves, my man. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm telling you. That's expensive, and it shouldn't be. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah, Macaulay, Xbox just needs bare minimum. That's about. Xbox just needs to buy everybody. If Xbox buy everybody, put Sony out of business, then we can get back to normal. As long as there's Sony, dude, they'll never, the narrative will never change.
Nope.
Because we're dealing with it right now, dude. Sony had the nerve to drop a console, right? That is going to be minimum for these guys, man, over $800, probably $900, right? Because you want to get you're gonna have to get is the controller come with it or no? I'm not sure, but I know you have to pay for the stand. Doesn't even have a disk drive.
You have to pay for that disk drive. Isn't that stupid? How you have to pay for a separate fucking disk drive, bro?
Yeah.
And but nobody never wants to talk about that. They don't ever want to talk about how you have to pay for all these peripherals, and they didn't include a disk drive and built into that. They make you pay for it separately. But no, nobody never wants to talk about that, brother. Sega Forever. That's a bunch of bullshit. But nobody mentions that. But everybody mentions what Xbox needs to do and what Phil Spencer and everything needs to do. But nobody wants to be honest. Let's be honest about that, Macaulay. Why are people having to play for the disk drive being separately on the PlayStation? Is it the PlayStation 5 Pro? Why do people have to pay for that separately? Let's be honest about that. That shouldn't be. That should already be built into it. Shouldn't have to pay for it. Shouldn't have to pay for it separately. Shouldn't have to pay for a stand separately. That doesn't make no sense, man. That's just to get more money out of people that like Sony. And they're being greedy by doing that. By them putting that separate like that, brother, Sega Forever and Unlimited, they're being fucking greedy, bro. That should not be separate. That should be built into the damn machine. It should not be separate where you have to buy it separately. That's a bunch of bullshit, man. And they know that. But nobody never talks about that, though. Nobody never says nothing about that. That's bullshit, bro. But you have to buy that thing separately. Come on, man.
Macaulay, let's be honest, with Xbox in the industry, Sony should not have still existed. Phil Spencer, the type to mess up a cup of coffee. Let's be honest with you, Macaulay. The problem you're having is not with Xbox or Phil, dude. It's with Sony itself and their fan base. Right? These guys support Sony to the bitter end.
Yep.
Now, I will say I wish Phil would go nuclear on them. I said that on my channel all the time. I think that would help gaming. You heard if you were with us, you heard what Unlimited said. You're hearing what Sega Man said. Dea talks about this too. It's 100%. If you want to change gaming for the best, Sony needs to exit. Because the stuff that Sony does, dude, it's bad. It's bad. They've been holding us back for the longest time, dude. But you have a media that supports them. You have their sycophant fans. And then you have all these people that just go with the flow. Right? Until they get smacked upside the head with $800. Now some of these guys are having second thoughts.
Yep.
So we'll see how the holiday season is, man. But if these people don't wake up,
I've seen a lot of videos on that Sega Forever and Unlimited and Day. I've seen a lot of videos of Sony dudes, Macaulay, Sony dudes saying that Sony's out of their mind for that PlayStation 5 Pro, $700. These are people that are diehard pony heads that are complaining about that $700 next gen, that mid-front, that what's it called, mid-gen refresh. There's a lot of them out there making videos about it. They're clowning Sony, everything about that, man.
Yeah, another thing to keep in mind, Macaulay, that Sony, like Xbox found out the hard way that they didn't have a fan base when COD went to PlayStation. Yeah. So all these people that you're talking about, like you want Microsoft to appeal to these people, they never existed. Only guys like us, man. We got the hardcore guys like ourselves that do it. For me, what Microsoft needs to do is just buy everybody and just put. They need to just take over. That's the only way that you're going to get a dominant
I think you're
Microsoft.
right. It's for the sake of the industry.
Yeah.
Because it seemed to be the most responsible at this point.
And some of these guys say that in the media, they acknowledge it. But when Sony does something stupid like they do, They fall right back in line, and that's the problem, McCullough. You can't force that. What you need to do is just dominate, just take over. That's why I sit over. People think I'm nuts. I'm like I said earlier with the TGS, I give it a 9 out of 10 because Microsoft didn't buy Sega.
Yeah.
That was my biggest complaint of TGS. That Microsoft didn't buy Sega, or I want Microsoft to buy Steam. Whatever Microsoft needs to do to dominate, I understand the game plan they go, and I'm not saying that game plan is bad. But for me personally, I like the nuclear option, where and then ponies will cry, the media will call them greedy. They'll try and get the government to get involved. That's probably going to end in November, if I'm being honest. But all of this stuff that these people are talk about and cry about, dude, they enable it within the community. So why would I? Why do I care? Why would I care? Why would I listen? Right? It's just at the end of the day, dude. For me, it's just like just do what you need to do to get these guys out. The sooner you get them out, the better. I'm just being honest.
I agree. Bro, Sega Forever. I agree, man.
They they bring nothing to the table, dude. All they bring is more expensive stuff, raise prices, right? They don't care. Sony never cares, man. For a lot of people that think Sony's a good brand, you see right firsthand that all Sony cares about is themselves and their bottom line in the worst possible way. So Sony is terrible. They released a shovelware platform called Astrobot, and it's worse than Lucky Tales and ripped up other games. Worse than the media fanboys pushed it. Well, yeah, but this is the best game ever, right? That's what everybody's saying. Right? They were even pushing it at the Tokyo Gameshow. These dudes showed not only did they do what they showed up at TGS with nothing but Astrobot, and they tried to what do they call that saying? Squeeze blood from a stone.
Isn't the Astrobot going to be the next Gotti? And by the way, I do agree with Macaulay. Astrobot literally copied everything off of Mario games and stuff, like 1-to-1. Somebody went and showed, and I couldn't. Even the idle animations was copied. I was like, what? I didn't know, but it's bad. Yeah. So as they basically celebrating Nintendo through PlayStation. It's like these people, the journalists have to know, because I couldn't believe when this guy was showing what is different Mario games or something like that. It was I forget the Mario game it is that they copied from, and I was like, wow, my jaw dropped. I couldn't believe it, and yet they're trying to pass this off as if Sony came up with these concepts and stuff, and they pretty much robbed from Nintendo. And it's not the first time, because Sony has tried to copy things from Xbox many times, and Nintendo, and they need to find their own identity and do their own stuff at some point, because that's the problem right now. When you look at PlayStation, what do you think of anymore?
I'm being honest with you. I don't really think of much of anything. I don't dare. I'm like, look there right now. I'm playing Spider-Man Miles Morales. I got it from the library. I rented it from the library, and that game is it's funny. It's just I don't know. It ain't that great,
It's not good.
Miles Morales is crying, "Oh my God, I gotta get away from the Rhino guy. I gotta get my oat milk home to my mom's and all this other stuff." But I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it looks okay. It's not a perfect game. I don't expect it to be. It's not. It just after a while, I turned it off. I just didn't find no interest in playing Spider-Man Miles Morales. I'm just being honest. I tried it out. I'm like, okay, this is cool. The way you can swing across the city and you're talking to your friend, the other spider dude that's helping you out and rewarding you with stuff and different things like that. You're fighting the Rhino guy. The Rhino part is cool. When they're fighting the Rhino dude, it's cool. It got good special effects and all that. But after that day, I just I gotta go back on my Xbox, man. I lost interest.
Right.
I lost interest, and I'm being honest, guys. I'm not being a troll.
No, you gave it a try. You gave it the good college try, right?
Yeah, I did. There, I lost interest. I said, nah, it's okay. I'm gonna just take this back on Monday. I mean, it's okay, Adea. I mean,
it's not bad, but it's just not your cup of tea, right?
It's not I want to stay focused on a game on the PlayStation. It just isn't. Sorry, guys, it just isn't. It's not for me. Maybe somebody likes it. That's cool. You like it. That's cool. But It's not for me, Sega Forever. It's not for me, Dad. Unlimited. It's going back Monday. I tried it out. It's okay. That's it.
Yeah. I think it's okay as well. I'm someone who's a huge fan of superhero games,
Yeah.
and even I thought that it was fine. Except for Miles Morales, I hate his portrayal. There's no in hell you could convince me a kid that grew up in New York City sounds like he's gonna cry every word out of his mouth, man. That's just I can't stomach
Yeah.
his voice. No.
I gotta tell you this much: if Nintendo doesn't sue Astrobot,
I agree.
like how they're going after Power
They're
World,
going after Power. They need to go after Astrobot.
yeah.
Yeah.
If they don't do anything, dude, they on my watch list. That's all I'm saying. There might be some Nintendo videos coming out. I'm just saying.
They literally
they-
lifted everything off of it's some Mario game. I could not believe even the idle animation.
It looked like Mario Sunshine.
Is that what it is? I know it's one of the Mario games. It's his little power feat when he gets sleepy and everything. They copied everything. I could not believe it.
Yeah.
Macaulay, Nintendo, Sony has a generational advantage when it comes to gamers. There's a lot of people in gaming now that grew up on Sony. That's the problem.
Yep.
That's where they draw their power from.
Yeah, you're right too, brother Sega Forever. There is a lot of people that did grow up on Sony, and I can't really blame them to be the way they are. It's just the way they are.
I can.
I can. Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. I blame them.
I could 100% blame people like Colin Moriarty, who again, he speaks as if he don't have a podcast we could all watch where he constantly contradicts himself when Sony does something he hates Xbox for. Yeah, I could 100% blame him for that.
I can't stand that dude, man. I can't stand that dude.
They
like Colin Moriarty 3 years ago. The year I think it was 2 years ago, where Xbox relied on third-party games like Hi-Fi Rush. That don't count. We're talking about the first-party stuff. Where's the first party? Sony in 2024, where they're relying on the third-party stuff. But guys, we had such a great year. You guys played Final Fantasy, didn't you? Well, they didn't by the sales numbers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's stuff like that where I don't give a listen. He could be the biggest fucking PlayStation fanboy on the planet. I ain't giving him a pass when he's that much of a damn hypocrite. No, that's why I always say, Sega, man, I hold them to their own standards because if it don't count for Xbox, it don't count for PlayStation.
Agree.
Yeah, I hear you. Yep.
Sega Forever, can you go back one to Macaulay? I want to address that. He said Halo Master Chief is a household name. Agree. Everybody in gaming knows what Halo is. Mario is a household name. Agree. Everybody knows what Mario is. No Sony character is a household name in 2024. I also agree with that. Let's be honest. Sony has the industry popping them up. I agree with that. That was a darn good statement here.
I can agree with that.
Because what they know Sony for is for Spider-Man. They don't own that.
Nope, they don't.
Nobody knows about what's her name? Alloy and
Alloy.
I don't know her name.
Horizon Forbidden.
No, that's fine. I was just laughing because it made me think of aloe vera. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
God of War. I mean, honestly, I'm telling you now, most people it's not a household name. Most people wouldn't know him if they put his image out there in a commercial. Gamers might know, but no, the average person wouldn't.
You know what I think made PlayStation the brand a household name? GTA 3.
Okay, I can see that.
I think GTA 3 is what really made them that household because GTA was such a massive hit back then. Like it was one of those rare game changers where the name GTA, like GTA is GTA is one of those few games where even if you don't play video games, you know what it is, and I think it's associated with PlayStation, and so I think that's their big brand as a multi-plat GTA.
I say Madden too.
Yeah. I could see Madden. As well.
Yep.
Yeah, Madden brought a lot of people that don't play games over.
It did.
Yeah.
I remember.
And when EA got the license, it was all downhill from there.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So that's another one. Final Fantasy, I have to say Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Final Fantasy did do that. Yeah,
Final Fantasy must have been really big when I was a kid, and I just didn't
it was
notice.
big.
It was huge. Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
big.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
actually what opened the eyes to a lot of the at least from my perspective, a lot of Americans to JRPGs.
yeah. Okay, because
And if
that
they
must
didn't finish
that
it,
must be why it's treated the way it is. Because
Yeah,
yeah, it's a game where when I hear it now, when I hear it, I think like Final Fantasy X, which was a letdown. I don't think of Final Fantasy VII, which was I guess their big one. That really,
well,
well,
look at it from this point of view. They storytelling was stellar, even with the little pixel stuff. Because
yeah,
like for some people, Final Fantasy VI is considered a masterpiece,
right.
but it's little pixely. Like the pixel remasters. That
Yeah, yeah.
is part of
The
that, right?
graphics of that time. Yeah.
Right, right. But the
for-
reason why 7 made it so big, when you look at 7 compared to
Mhm.
6, look at how much of a technical leap that was at the time.
Yeah, yeah,
And the story was telling was still good.
yeah. That's right. It went from the small pixels to
Right.
the 3D.
Right, the 3D rendered like
Yeah,
cut scenes, and then obviously they had the little 3D kind of like characters, like they small but they move around and stuff. But that was huge because when you compare it to just look at how the pixel remasters look.
yeah,
If you ever don't understand why. So it was big at the time. It play in the game plays like a movie.
yeah.
well, so I'll throw this in there too. The biggest thing with Final Fantasy was the FMV. Okay.
Yes, the
So people had
FMV.
never seen that before.
Never seen that before.
In
Yeah.
fact, it was also a curse for Final Fantasy. But it did open a lot of people's eyes. So people, they actually made fans of people. But the
Yeah.
majority of the people I knew thought when they bought that game,
That the
You're
whole
gonna
game
play-
is gonna look like that.
yeah, it was gonna look like that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Got you.
And then there's a couple other things that happened too. Resident Evil 2 came out that
Yeah.
pushed that,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Yeah.
Metal Gear Solid 2.
All Metal Gear Solid, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it was that time frame
Yeah.
when all of these things hit at one time,
Yeah.
and that made PlayStation fans out of people that normally didn't play games.
That's true.
Right.
That's true.
That's what happened with PlayStation. PlayStation, they some hoes too, right?
Yeah.
Because PlayStation, I say this all the time, they introduced free agency
Mm-hmm.
into gaming, right? So they've done all this stuff, but this is also why gaming sucks now, right? So it's basically like you have people that have grown up into gaming
Mm-hmm.
for various reasons, and it's a Big Ten and stuff like that. But this is also why you have the conversations you have with their fan base.
Yeah.
Right.
It's me and Unlimited can talk about this because when somebody goes and watches a DC movie or somebody go watch a Marvel movie and they try and talk to me or Unlimited and we kind of look at them like okay, you know.
Yeah. Like you don't know what you're talking about, man.
Yeah.
Or they base their lore, or they'll base their lore off of like a video or like a TV show or something that they watched.
Right.
Little stuff like that tells you, no, we're not talking about the same things here.
Yeah, it's a whole another. And this is why gaming. So you're talking about like getting back to the 360 era. You can't go back, dude, because it's where we are now, dude. We're dealing with all that stuff from the PlayStation era. This is why these dudes no matter what Sony does, it'll always be enough for them. And this is where I agree with you. I really wish Phil and Satya and the people at Xbox and Microsoft would realize this, and they would take the initiative to kind of just wrangle the industry in, and then
strangle.
I think
They have the ability to stranglehold Sony out the industry.
They do. Yeah.
But and as much as we love Phil and all that stuff, like that's something that I think if Matt Booty was in charge, he would do.
Yeah,
if
Matt Booty would definitely do it. Yeah.
Yeah, if Matt had Phil's job, he would strangle Sony out of gaming.
He had enough of Sony. You could just tell. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they play well off of each other. I was hoping they do it all three together, but obviously Phil is not going to. Because there's an article that came out that Sarah and Phil kind of didn't see eye to eye.
Yeah,
and it wasn't in a bad way, like they put the little
like they pulling guns at each other's
the way idiots try to. That was such a nothing article in the sense that they try to blow it up as, you see, they can't work together and this is why Xbox is dying. Whereas like, no, this is just two people in leadership positions trying to figure out and get on the same page and have different communication styles. That's all it was.
Yeah.
And you want people who can bring something new to the table. You don't want a yes man, or else
Yeah.
you have a Sony.
Like Sarah Bond came from a very successful position. Yeah, but Sony.
Yeah, because Concord would be born without the yes man. Let's just face it.
Oh
Ain't no
man.
way. I mean, the people just like, yeah, that character design is great. Those characters, they was lying to their faces.
Yeah.
That's
with Concord. Yeah.
Yeah, Concord.
Sony spending $400 million on that, and it's like, listen, if I'm spending $400 million on the game, I'm like, guys, I'm changing the artists. You know, I'm changing whoever the play testers. I'm changing what's that term where they sit people around to get to, you know what I'm talking about? They'll sit people around and question them. Do you like this? Do you like that? I can't think of the term. Testers. Yeah, no. I don't think it's testers. It's geez, what's that term? It's at the top of my head, but I can't think of it, man.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, dude.
It might be market research. It might be market researchers. I'm thinking, you know, but whatever the case is, man, I would have changed all that up from I'm spending $400 million on a fucking game, on one game, not a series of games, not a sequel or something, but one game, and you know, and they're betting their hopes on it. Nah, so like that's why I say Concord was like it never had a chance in any metric in any universe.
No,
because it's one of them things. Like every once in a while, you see something like that where you could just tell immediately. It's like seeing the trailer of Mobius, that movie Mobius Sony did. Everybody knew that was Everybody knew that that was. There's no universe where Morbius was going to do anything in the box office.
No,
and that was Concord. You know, and it's, you know, Sony, because you just knew, and you know, and so sometimes you don't even need the background information, and that's kind of how it was with that game. But yeah, that's why that game fired one of the biggest flops ever.
NSC Macaulay even side. Yes, you know, I can say this about Microsoft because I'm going back to 8 p.m. But I think that's when he started that because this is a continuation. He said like you know, even side characters in Gears are masculine, and then a lot of modern Xbox like Coltrane or something like that. You think those activists respect what we help fund? I guess, you know, the games and stuff. I like that about Xbox in that if you ask me, Xbox is a woke company. Okay, they are, but it's okay because they don't make all their games like that. They haven't tried to make Master Chief into something he isn't. He's a soldier. A soldier needs to act and be a certain way. He's already been established. In Gears, they don't try to, you know, make those guys. They're guys beyond guys. They like bros, right? And they keep them like that. They don't try to, you know, make them all girly and emotional and stuff like that, you know. And look, I'm a girl, and I can tell you that's how women are. We're emotional creatures, you know. And I like that they don't do that. They let the characters in Gears be who they are. I know some people was complaining just because Kate or something was in one of them, and I don't have a problem with a woman being in the lead. That's not what I like. When people have like
people say that didn't play Gears 4, and the story of the ending of Gears 4 was pretty much because the second half of Gears 4 campaign ended up being Kate's story because of her mother and being tied with the Locust. So that's all it was doing.
Right,
was
and I think
that, and that's why the ending of that campaign was so focused on her. It wasn't. It was just a natural progression of where they took the
a natural
story.
progression, and
because and here's sorry to cut you off, but
no.
But it's just that as someone who plays the Gears games, you know, it annoys me when I play these games and people don't know what the fuck they talking about.
They talking
these,
about
like,
right.
Gears 4, people did not like JD in the role. They didn't. They hate. As a matter of fact, they kind of hated JD at first.
JD's the son, right?
Yeah, he's Marcus' son.
Yeah,
and so what they're, you know, and so, you know, now that people never played it, they're trying to push this narrative that Kate replaced a great character, a beloved character. No, she didn't, because the original trilogy told its story. 4 was going to pass the torch to JD. The fans did not like JD, and they pivoted to the person who had the most interesting story in Gears 4.
Right.
That's how we ended up where we were. you know, and I'm not going to let them tell a false narrative
Right.
because a woman so happened to star
Right.
in Gears 5. You know what I'm saying? Especially when Gears E-Days is going back to tell the story of Marcus anyway.
It
And they
is.
brought back the homie Dom. Like seeing him in that trailer, Dom, like dude,
Man, it was people crying when they
yeah,
saw him.
yeah, man. Yeah, yo,
Yeah.
that was one of the coolest parts of the whole showcase was seeing Dom again.
Yeah.
You know? And so yeah, I'm not gonna let them get away with these stupid ass narratives. And you know that's the thing. As much as I hate the woke shit, the anti-woke crowd, man, they're shooting themselves in the foot where they don't do their due diligence and tell things properly. Because people like me are not going to blindly follow you if you're lying to me. And when I know when I know my stuff, I know where the lies are. You know, and I don't care. I don't
Hello?
care if we're on the same side. Oh, sorry, did I cut off there?
No, you're good.
Yeah, you did. I didn't
Oh.
hear anything. I didn't hear anything.
Ah, dang. Yeah, well,
sorry.
yeah, the some of what I was just saying, Daya, is just that like I don't care if we're on the same side. Don't lie to me, because then you lose me instantly, and I, you know, and I'm not backing you up no more.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, and I agree with you on that. Is that, in my opinion, Gears does not have any signs of that. See, I think people are misunderstanding what woke actually is, and I think they jumping on stuff without understanding it. It doesn't mean
Yeah.
that just because a woman stars in something is woke, or just because a minority stars in it is woke. That does not mean that. It means when, like, say you got a established character, okay, and you replace this character for no reason other than to put a minority there. That's it, because you're trying to hit a quota. Like,
Yeah.
you don't care about good writing, you don't care about what it means to the story at hand or something. You're just doing it for the sake of doing it. That's what that's an agenda. Or when you forcing say the character, like, here's a good example. I don't know if you guys ever read comic books. I know that Sega Forever did, but this is Marvel. They took a character like Iceman. I think it was Iceman that they did this with, and they made him into a gay character when the guy was like almost like a playboy type character. He loved women, right?
Yep,
so
he was.
they changed him completely from what he was,
Yeah.
made him into a gay character, and it turned all of the fans who liked him how he was before off, because that's not how he's ever been written, right? So it's stuff like that that has an agenda behind it that is woke. What people has Oh, we lost him. Yeah, I don't know.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's what woke is. I want to clarify this because I see too many people. I see too many people making like they don't understand what that is. It's certain people who work in the industry that is trying to ram or push their agenda into stories where they don't have a place there. If you conceive the story to originally be like that, okay, that's not woke. You have the right to make your story originally however you see fit. But when you're changing characters and changing the story simply to fit a narrative that doesn't fit well with the story, or that this is so out of place that it doesn't even you can't even recognize it anymore. That is what woke is supposed to be. That's why I wanted to clarify.
Exactly.
And the checklist stuff, and you know the checklist stuff is like, your game don't have a black character, we'll turn him black. You know, your game don't have a gay character, we'll turn him gay. You know,
that kind of thing. Yeah.
The basic checklist stuff, and it's usually pretty obvious and extremely annoying. And that's what confuses me when the anti-woke crowd goes to that ultra extreme and they start making shit up. I'm like, guys, you don't need to do that.
Exactly.
You know,
right.
Yeah, you don't need to lie to my face about this stuff, you know, but that's always been my thing, Dave. Where like as soon as you start, like, do you know how many Xbox dudes I unfollowed when they just started lying in their videos? And I'm like, I don't care if you like Xbox, man. This is bullshit to just sit here and keep lying, keep clickbaiting, and, you know, keep saying, you know, breaking news. Xbox is going to destroy the industry with this news, and then the video is literally about nothing. You know, I despise that stuff. You know, I despise, you know, that our media just continues to lie to us every month. Inflation is under control, and then you go to you go to the grocery store, and all our basics feel like they're 50% higher than they were just 2, 3, 4 years ago. You know, I despise that shit. You know, so I get passionately upset when the line comes in, you know, and the context go out the window and the nuance
Exactly.
dies, and
Exactly.
it really does aggravate me because I would be on their side and fight for them if only they just respected us enough to tell the truth. That's all I ask for. And those who do tell the truth, I'm behind them. You know,
Okay.
like Sega Forever, man, like Daya, like Sega Man, and y'all just sit here, y'all tell the truth, no bullshit. And I'm like, and so it's like, yo, he's got a great point, and I'm fighting for him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
So
Exactly.
just real quick, guys, Macaulay,
Mhm.
Macaulay, just to let you know, so it's kind of like with Halo too, right?
Yeah.
There's a natural progression to that Gears of War story in 4 and 5, right?
Right.
Because you have him, he's older.
Mhm.
He's older now than he had his son. So I've seen people are talking about the son's too soft. That's his son, bro.
Yeah.
Right. He's a
And
different
he
character.
has
Right.
issues
Yeah.
he has issues with the dad. And so this is okay. So Macaulay, if you ever watch wrestling, right? The wrestler I hated the most was Bret Hart. I hated Bret Hart. I hated him with a passion. Now, over years, as I watched him, he became my favorite wrestler.
Yeah.
Because in wrestling, they have these people that are heels, okay? So the job of the heel is to play not just the bad guy, but to make the other guy who they're trying to put over look good, right? So in these stories that you're looking at, it's not so much that they're weak or they're feminine and stuff like that. They're trying to show emotion. You can't have two hardcore bros
Yeah.
trying to be like bringing emotion out of each other.
That is very
In
true.
this-
Two
in this-
alphas is
Yeah,
it
two
never
alphas.
works. Yeah.
It's
it
not
never
going to
works.
work, dude. So this is why they went the route with him being older. The wife's gone. They have the son, and they definitely have issues. It's kind of 101, bro. It's like in a lot of different
Yeah,
stories.
yeah, and it's a really common generational story because
Yeah.
there are plenty of fathers who would think that their sons were weaker than them and stuff like that, or whatever the case is. It's a pretty, but it's a good one. It's a good one to tell.
Well, the great thing
You
about
know?
Marcus is that when you look at Marcus and what we know of him, like how you call him back to the days of yore with Marcus and the way Gears of War was, right? So that's Marcus, that's Superman that we know.
Yeah.
Right? And now he's older, and then now he has a son. So sometimes that transition doesn't help him. You could be like the greatest dude in the world for the public. You saved the world. You did all this kind of stuff. Doesn't translate for you being a good dad.
Yeah.
Right? And that's where those stories and those moments come from. So you kind of have to kind of switch. And look, granted, I love stories like that. I watch K dramas. Just to let you guys know, if you guys didn't know. But I like that.
Those
type
are
of
some of
stories.
the best dramas out there. Them K dramas. Yeah.
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 But yes, there is an emotional attachment. I wouldn't call it like they was trying to feminize it, dude. They're just trying to tell a story, right?
Yeah.
And you have to sometimes. It's like the whole thing with Locke. The thing that pisses me off about Locke was people's like, well, he took Master Chief's place. It's like, no, the whole story is Master Chief.
Did yeah.
That whole game is about Master Chief.
It is.
Even when Master Chief wasn't on the screen, the whole thing was about Master Chief and our girl, right? That's what the whole thing was.
Sega Forever, they hated Locke. Boy, did they hate Locke, boy.
Yeah.
I hated it.
I'm glad that came out in 2015 and not 2024 because the discourse around Halo 5 would have been unbearable if they revealed Locke and they felt Master Chief was being replaced. Oh God, I could imagine that would have been a disaster.
That wouldn't have been pretty, yeah.
Now see, let me tell you this story, right? Because in Halo, my boy got hate from the actor. Then because Marvel was riding high, and I'm not I'm not hating on Marvel. I'm just saying Marvel was untouchable.
Oh my gosh.
You know what? And Netflix was good. Netflix was really good. They did a good job, right? And then he got selected to be Luke Cage. Now you mean to tell me that from a dude that's not supposedly can't act and can't fill the shoes to one of the most popular Marvel superheroes of all time, Luke Cage, and that transition was like butter.
Yeah.
So obviously something got missed, right? Right. So it wasn't the actor. It wasn't the way it was. Dude, sometimes, man, you guys gotta let. I don't know what to tell you guys, man. Sometimes
I think
you just
people
gotta
can't let things go. Yeah, they don't let them change and
they
grow.
when they get attached, they get a little too attached.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. But it always there's always a catch-22 to it because I see the opposite happen where they hold on too long and they turn on them. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why when these long-term IPs try to tell their stories and kind of move forward, That's why they try to introduce new characters and try to pass on the torch.
Well, it's like you
Because
said earlier, Unlimited. It's in the nuance, right?
yeah,
And
yeah.
this is the way fandom's supposed to be. This is why all of this stuff is a Big Ten, and I don't like it.
Mhm.
I'll be honest with you guys, right? Because it was never, to my personal opinion, you guys can disagree. This stuff was never meant to be this popular at all.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So fandom reacts in a certain way, and I see that in my daughter when they do the Bethesda thing, right? They're
Mhm.
all over there talking like she was talking about Starfield, making some comments. I would respectfully disagree with my daughter on it, right? Not just for the generational gap,
Mhm.
but after she just experiences stuff differently. And there was a time when you could be in a comic book store and like Marvel and like DC and argue about the stuff,
That's
and at
true.
the end of the day, still buy your comic books
Yeah.
and still enjoy comic books.
Yeah.
And I would buy DC, the dude would buy Marvel. Now we have a knockdown drag out fight. Me trying to justify how Hulk could whip Superman's ass
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
5 hours,
Which wasn't happening, but
which wasn't
go on.
happening. But we'll I fought the good fight. But at
Yeah.
the end of the day, me and my boy go to McDonald's, have an ice cream cone, talk about all the comic books, and that's true family.
Yep.
The fandom you have now, you guys think you fans, but you ain't.
Yeah.
Because you guys are not into the culture of whether it's gaming, movies, whatever it is. Look, I'm not trying to.
Oh, that's a great point about not being into the culture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you just don't. It's just
It's kind of more like they're into the movement, or they want to feel what we feel when we're deep into the culture, but they just don't get it.
It's
you
cool.
know?
It's a cool.
Yeah.
Thing. It's a cool thing. Like because you guys never got beat up. You guys never got a wedgie. You guys never got your head stuck in the toilet. You guys never got somebody steal your comic books, rip it apart, and laugh at you. You never knew the thing about being in an arcade, seeing a cute girl, if she happened to be there, and you try to talk to her, and then she laugh in your face and call you a nerd, and not in a good way, right? So you guys never experienced that kind of stuff. So, and I'm not saying you have to, but I'm just trying to give you some perspective, right? This stuff was not cool when I was growing up. It's acceptable, it's cool, and it's kind of cool in a sense of it's grown, and we all get to enjoy it. But if you guys are sitting there wondering why certain things are, not us, but the people out there, right? I mean, look, dude, you just don't. Not everybody likes reading books. Not everybody likes fantasy. Not everybody can draw, right? If you're gonna participate, that's fine. But I think you have the wherewithal to understand where you are, and said things. It's like the greatest thing that happened to my kids is we watched Stranger Things, and then one of their friends left them so that to find somebody to play Dungeons and Dragons with them. And my kids was like, "Oh, just go to the chess club. Just go to the Greek club. Just go to one of these clubs." And they would go to these clubs, and nobody wanted to play. And my kids were like, "Dad, why doesn't anybody want to play Dungeons and Dragons?" And I'm like, "Because it's not 2016. This is like hardcore 1980s, where other nerds looked at you and you were lesser of a nerd." Like people would tease me for being a comic book guy. People would really pick on the Dungeons and Dragons guys.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was so fringe that you just didn't even mention that.
There was a whole other
being a bit younger than you, it would have been like the kids who played with Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon cards.
Oh yeah.
Look, dude,
I was able to survive being the comic. What saved me was that I played sports. So playing sports. Yeah, that saved me. That saved me from just being super rejected. But being a comic fan didn't do me no favor. But the Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon kids, nah, they and hell, even the anime, the whole. Well, I guess they would all be kind of in the anime kid. But that's because they would act like fucking anime characters in school. That shit. I'm sorry if you're gonna do that shit, especially when I was in school. That was an ass kicking right there, because that shit was just too corny and cringy for anybody. And you definitely get no girls trying to power up like Goku, man. That was not gonna happen.
There's a guy from Hawaii who cosplays as Goku, but he lifts weights and everything like that. Dude, this dude, he looks amazing. But then that's what I mean. That what we're talking about is back in the day, and we fast forward to now. So that's fine, guys. That's great. But I'm just telling you guys, man, Star Trek and Star Wars guys didn't get along at all, right? I played basketball. That was my saving grace. But if I wasn't playing ball, dude, I was playing chess. I was writing short stories, right? I was a uber nerd, dude, and the streams didn't cross back then. Like nerds would make fun of nerds, dude. If you had Transformers and you showed up with GoBots, dude, you would get destroyed. That's just the way it was, man. You had G.I. Joe. You didn't have Me-I Joe. You didn't have dude. This is just a level at what it was. Now, luckily for you guys, You guys don't have those issues, right? Because everything's so open now. But then you guys create the issues. This is what drives me nuts about all of this stuff, right? You worry about crap that shouldn't, and the minutia of things that, just enjoy it. Like you were saying earlier, Unlimited, man, just play your games at the end of the day, right? And then because when a lot of you guys start talking about this stuff, I can tell right away. Even some of the guys I follow, dude. There's guys I follow. They're good on comic books. This guy's good on movies. They started talking about Xbox, and I typed in this section, slow your roll, bro.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, dude. I know you don't own an Xbox. I know you don't know anything about Game Pass. You're just doing this video, right? Because you're competing with everybody else. Come on, man. Respect yourself more. This is why I follow you. I tell them straight up, and I don't care. Well, you're the Xbox guy. Damn right, I'm the Xbox guy. I played my Xbox today for 6 hours. My ass is sore, and I wasted 45 minutes listening to your stupid video. Respect my time. Like, you ain't young anymore, man. I sit in that chair. Dude, I was playing Dark Tide.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I couldn't walk, man. My son had to help me get up. I'm like, man, this sucks. All right, TMI. Sorry about that, guys.
You good?
But just real quick, let me because we gotta wrap it up. And
Yeah.
But let me just play. Okay, so I gotta play something for you guys.
Oh,
I
yeah.
gotta show respect to this game, because this was technically my game of the show until I played the prologue, the demo of the other.
Okay.
Okay,
Cool.
Is this the right one, man? Because if I played the wrong one, I apologize. Okay, wait. Let me get this started. I gotta share the screen.
You got this.
See, that's how I'm old, man. See how I talk myself through it? I gotta talk myself through it. Unlimited just be like bam, bam, bam.
We're proud of you, though. You just don't know. We're proud.
Yeah, I'm not proud. I don't think this is gonna last, guys. We're gonna go back to 10-hour podcast.
Oh, shit.
I did this by myself and I was struggling. For that video I did, I was like, dude, this sucks. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Long before your quest began, hero.
Oh.
Before you threw open the doors of time and space and turned the world on its head. Let me show you a glimpse of what I saw.
Ooh, very beautiful pixel work going on there. Oh, it's kind of a mix of sci-fi and fantasy.
What is that? What is that? I think that's a person of color.
Yes, it is. Wow.
And looks pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
What game is this? I don't remember. I might have missed this.
Yeah, I remember.
Prepare to read
Threads of Time.
history.
Yeah.
Okay. That looks pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Shout out to Humble Games, as you can see.
Yeah.
Humble Game, Microsoft, please buy them.
Yeah.
Please buy them.
That would be a great team, to get. Yeah, I agree with that.
This has Game Pass written all over it. I'm not saying
does.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
does.
it
That
does.
really does.
because a lot of their games they put in Game Pass. They support Game Pass. I buy their games.
Yes, yes.
Oh, 2 games I couldn't buy because it was making me sick. That's not on the game. It's on me because I'm old. This is
That
day
one
for
would
me.
be one I would buy. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. It's called Sands of Time. I think I missed that one.
Oh, Threads of Time. You know what they were doing?
Threads of Time. Okay.
What they were doing, they were kind of moving through the stuff, and being Japanese, the games were kind of similar too.
Yeah, yeah.
But this stood out to me because of the time travel and all that.
Yeah, that's so cool.
A lot of threads going on at the same time. As you can see, guys, what you're seeing now is this is my kids' generation that's going to come up and change all this stuff organically, like it should be changed because they're going to a different society than we did. right? So when
Right.
you see different people of different cultures,
Right.
right,
Right.
and it fits within
The
the
world.
art,
Right.
the
Exactly.
story, the
Yeah.
world, and everything like that. This is the natural, organic way for gaming to, and then the baton gets passed on to them, and then they create and pass it on. That's how it's
Okay.
supposed to work. Like the cavemen of old, right? The stories get better, the technology is better, and that's how it's supposed to happen. And this is
Right.
why I can't stand the stuff that's happening now because
Mhm.
just like the Sony in video games, we're holding ourselves back in creativity.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
And
It
this
would
training,
happen naturally too if they just let people tell the stories they want to tell, you know.
yes, 100%,
Yeah.
100%. And I mean, are they gonna do that? We don't know, man. Hopefully, we'll get better, right? But like
Yeah. I
unlimited,
think. I think they are. Because for every look, for every garbage out there, we get stuff like South of Midnight, which
Oh
has
yes.
yes, yes.
which clearly has a lot of creativity and care into it.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
Unlimited. I will disagree with you and you rock on that. I think the game's gonna do phenomenal.
I
I
do
really
too.
do
I'm
because
oh
hearing
yeah,
nothing
yeah,
but
yeah.
good things about
I
it.
don't remember
Yeah.
what I said about the game because
oh,
I'm
maybe it was E-Rock. I'll blame E-Rock since he ain't here.
Eri thinks it's gonna fail.
My bad.
no. What did I say about it? I genuinely
No, no,
don't
no.
remember.
Because of everything that's going on, and she is that protagonist.
Hmm.
Because of, let's okay. I'll say this: the people making the game, they have pedigree, right?
Yeah.
They
Right,
did We
right.
Happy Few. So my daughter is waiting for it. In fact, when it comes out, if they do a soundtrack, we're gonna buy the whole shebang.
Oh
Yeah.
Right?
wow,
Because I
that's
don't know if you
good.
guys heard the music. That's what they're kind of
It's
known for.
very
Hmm.
good. It's
Yeah.
It's
very
super good.
good. Yeah.
Also, the tales that it's telling, and it's just it has a unique art style.
Yes, it
Yeah.
It
does.
stands
Yep.
out. It's one of those games like it doesn't have to tell you I'm this, I'm that. It just hits you from the jump, and
Yeah.
that's what the reaction was. A lot of people
It
when they first
was.
saw this.
Yeah.
Right? The first thing everybody talked about was that is that stop motion? That's the
That game
100% of the
stood
videos.
out
Yeah,
in the June showcase. That game stood out.
Yeah.
Everybody talked about that game. That in fact, I think Compulsion had to introduce themselves. They said you may not know who we are. Yeah, I
yes,
think they introduced
Hmm.
themselves because so many people was talking about that game. So
yeah.
I don't know. I disagree with E-Rock on that. He thinks it's gonna fail or something. Or
Okay, so sorry, I might be wrong. I might be throwing E-Rock under E-Rock. I'm wrong.
yeah, he
I'm
might
old
be.
man. This is you guys podcast a couple of days ago, but I was listening to what you're saying, and I will say this though. Yeah, that could. I can't see it, man, because it's just this game just hit a nerve with a lot of
Yeah.
It
different.
did.
It,
Well,
here. The only reason I push back on that is because it's Xbox, and
Yeah, yeah,
Xbox don't get passes.
yeah.
The
oh,
Xbox has released some brilliant games, and they haven't got a single pass yet.
I,
So,
I
so,
correct myself.
so I have zero. I gotta be real with you. I have almost zero faith, and it's gonna be one of them games where it'll do well because it's a good game, but it's going to have a stupid ass narrative strictly because of Xbox first and foremost.
right.
And I already know that they're gonna pull all the stupid ass stops because they do that with every Xbox game. You
That's
know what I'm
true.
saying?
I
So
apologize.
yeah, so that's the thing. That's the thing. If it was an Xbox, then I'll be on your side. But nah, when it comes to Xbox, I could see it now. You could think of any narrative. They're all of a sudden they're not gonna know what stop motion animation is for the cutscenes. They're going, why
Right,
is it so
right,
choppy? I
right,
can't play this. I need a smooth experience. Even though the PS5 Pro still does 30 frames per second, right? Just
right.
throwing that out there.
Yeah.
So it's going to happen because it happens with, what I'm saying? It happens with every single Xbox game. And until proven otherwise, I have, when I say I have zero faith, dude, I have more faith in turning an atheist into a Christian than I do in these guys, man.
Hey, it's happening. Unlimited. I will say this. I will say this. One of the things I loved about this year, you know how you brought up the shows? I think it was you who talked about the shows. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
One thing I loved about it, Xbox had so many shows. It forced influencers to watch their show because
Yeah.
Sony was nowhere to be found, and neither
It's
was
true.
Nintendo.
Yeah.
Right?
True.
And I was laughing because you could tell like they'd never watched Xbox before.
Mhm.
And they actually had an open mind, just from the simple fact that they had nothing to make up their mind for them. I hate
Yeah.
to say it that way, I'm just being honest. But maybe as the time marches on, in fact, when it comes to shows, again, the only thing missing that I think Xbox should do is Comic Con.
Mhm.
Comic Con was
Oh
huge.
yeah.
And then they need to do that Joy. I think China had
What?
China Joy. I think they're bringing that
Joy?
back, and I
What's
think
that?
that's
Is
the
that
only
like a Comic Con thing or something?
It's a Comic Con, yeah. It's China's. I know
It's
China's
their
going through all
version.
this stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give that one a few years. Xbox will somehow be there.
Yeah, so if they keep on spreading out, but they could have that, like I was saying earlier, man, they could have they could have like the whole year covered.
Yeah.
They could, yeah. And they got so many games, they can definitely do it.
Yeah. And that's the beauty of loading up the way they did. You know, that they'll probably never be in a situation Sony is now where they're waiting for their studios to come up with something that they could show off. And even then, by the time Sony shows them off, it'll just be a trailer or some early gameplay, so they'll still be years away.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Well, Microsoft, it's like they got so much stuff. We haven't. We could get. Listen, I'll be excited if next year we get an update on Clockwork Revolution, for example.
Yes,
because we haven't seen it in a minute. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They got along with this new stuff that they're going to reveal. You know, but so I'm with you 100% on that, and that's a very astute point, and I'm going to pay attention to that going forward. To pay attention to them, you know, like you said, a lot of them are being forced to pretty much be exposed to Xbox, possibly for the first time. I'm going to pay very close attention to that because I'm extremely critical of YouTubers because of their hyper negativity. And I'm noticing that most of them, when they talk about consoles, they first mention a certain Sony console that's lacking. And that's why my latest theory has been, oh, they're on PlayStation. That's why they think gaming sucks, because PlayStation sucks.
Again, this is why I push so hard for Microsoft to just take over and not give them any choice, because they don't make choices for themselves.
Yeah.
Look, I don't want to come off as a communist. I'm just saying, I'm sorry, but I'm just saying, dude. Look, you're not gonna get any fair shake. So just take over.
No, so all of a sudden, Sega Man is for the proletariat when it comes to gaming. Is that what you're saying?
No, yeah, it's like I gotta watch myself.
He's got Microsoft got to control the means of production. That's where we're at with this.
Actually, if I'm being honest with myself, given, as you can see by my avatar, I'm probably more Inquisition than I am. So I draw myself back. You know what will happen? Assassin's Creed be coming after me, bro.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to come after me. You have to take that Hawaiian out.
I will say this though.
Sega
Forever, I will say this. I know you want Xbox to be the one to finish them, but I got a theory. I believe it's gonna be Nintendo that finishes off Sony.
We got a triple win. I think Sony's going to finish themselves off because they run a terrible business.
I think it would be better if
I'm
it was
telling
PC.
you, that next Switch is going to harm Sony more than anybody else.
Yeah.
I've said that. Is that next Switch is what they should be looking at with fear in their eyes.
Oh, guys, and let's not forget, the PlayStation Portal did horrible also.
Right, it did.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, how much
Nintendo's
do you
going
think
to
it's
come
gonna
with the
cost?
games.
Oh, what was that?
How much do you think it's going to cost though, Dale? The Switch 2.
I don't know. Probably, I don't know. It depends on the
300.
specs.
400.
I think about 400. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. About 400.
How much is
Because
it?
you have to calculate inflation and things. So, but yeah, I think about 400.
Well, what about Steam Deck? How much is a Steam Deck?
That's 600. It has different tiers though. 600 is like the lowest, I believe, and then you go up from there.
Oh, Pepe Le Pew saying $399. Oh, I guess he meant for the Switch, not the Steam
is that
Deck.
the Switch, Pepe Le Pew?
Yeah, not. I thought he was saying the Steam. I was about to say Steam Deck.
No,
is
Steam
400.
Deck
That's
is higher
pretty-
than that. Yeah,
Oh, I was about to say. Yeah. I think it's going to be 400 as well. Pepe.
that's what I think is 400. Yeah.
What if it's 5?
If it's five, then my theory. Yeah, then my theory on the Pro, meaning these console makers don't want to lose money anymore, is going to ring true.
That's true.
Yeah.
But I think Nintendo's going to kill PlayStation next year. I think they're going to have a lower price point. They're going to have all those games. I think Xbox is sitting back waiting till their next gen console because it's rumored that it's going to be in 2026 that they get that those games like Halo, Gears, all of them are going to drop in that next gen. So if that's the case, man, they're going to come swinging too. But Nintendo's going to be the first one out the gate. And I believe that if it was me and if I was Sony, I'd be watching Nintendo. I think they're gonna mess them up with that, and I think that they're gonna lose a lot of people to that.
Yeah.
I really do, especially if the Switch 2 is capable of playing third party, comfortable.
Ooh.
If they can do that, I'm telling you, Sony's done.
I'll say this, there's this girl I watch. She's Japanese, from Japan. She can speak English, so what she does is she goes into forums and reads for people what Japanese people are saying.
Right.
and it wasn't good for the PS5 Pro.
I
at all.
figured it
Yeah.
wasn't. Yeah.
Everything people are complaining about here, they're complaining about the same thing.
Mhm.
Wow. That's not good.
As they should.
Yes, they should.
Because nobody should be justifying that price.
They said Colin Moriarty.
Yeah, except for Colin Moriarty.
Can't believe that, dude. Yeah, Pepe, welcome, brother. Oh, Pepe
Yeah.
says Switch 2 to $399.
Okay.
To
To
can you read that
$4.99?
there? Can you see that?
Yeah, it says Switch 2 to $399 to $4.99, sweet spot to be around $2.99 or $3.50. So he believes the sweet spot is around $300 to $3.50 basically. And
Yeah.
but I think it's been announced to be around $400 to $500 either at 400 or at 5. Which
I wonder if they'll do something all the other, everybody else does, where 400's 500 terabytes. I mean 500 gigabytes, and the 500's 1 terabyte. I wonder if Nintendo's finally going to do something like that.
What about the
They
screen?
could.
Unlimited. What is the screen they're going to use?
Oh yeah, like if it's OLED and all that
Yeah,
stuff,
they could.
and the
They could
size.
do that.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
great point too.
Yeah. Yeah.
That usually factors in. Well, I mean, we'll see when they're ready to announce it. It's been rumored for like 2 years now that it was
Yeah.
coming, and
It's
all I ever
coming,
see
though.
from Nintendo fans is any day now. And I'm just like, just slow your ass down and wait till it's revealed.
It's the same thing with the Xbox guys. They waiting on their handheld. Like
Yeah.
when they get announced the handheld at the Tokyo Game Show, they was
Yeah, I'm like that ain't even worth talking about, because it's not going to happen, guys. It's like,
But don't even put it out there, Unlimited, because those guys, they hungry, man. I said, so you know how I said about it'd be cool if the Switch, and I mentioned the Switch and Xbox, like, well, what did you hear? I'm like, oh, easy, bro. I was kind of joking.
Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah, I think I wonder if they're gonna do like wouldn't it be funny if they did like two versions of the Switch at the same time?
two
But
versions.
normally, don't they like release a Switch and then later on they refine it and then re-release it?
Yeah.
Oh, they kind of do like what Microsoft did. Kind of did they mid-gen refresh at the start. So we ain't doing
Yeah,
no
wouldn't
mid
that be
nothing.
nice?
That
All I
might-
know is I don't have to worry about it because we all know Sega Man's gonna have it. And Sega, that's what's so great about having it collected. You have to buy it.
He-Bot's gonna have it first, because He-Bot has everything. He-Bot gonna have one the day it releases.
Yeah, that's true. He bought everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just a pure.
That's
game
why
geek.
they hate He-Bot because they'd be like, "Wow, you don't own a Switch and
They can't. He-Bot is so knowledgeable that they can't pull nothing on him.
Oh yeah,
Right.
Yeah, and you can't even troll him. He knows so damn much.
Pepe says now Switch on LV.
On the level of a Series X or PS5 GPU, I'd say it's 600 even, but I doubt it. Yeah, that 100%
I don't.
ain't happening.
Nintendo don't tend to try.
Like, Nintendo president this week just said they came out. They ain't trying to do any of the modern.
Yeah, the
architecture
high
stuff.
end consoles. Yeah,
Yeah.
they said that. Yeah.
Yeah, so that ain't happening.
Okay. What
Yeah,
is this?
look,
Oh.
Nintendo's got a little system, so they could make their games that are pretty much cheaper. They can
Yeah,
make money back
their
faster
games
that
don't
way.
require like
Yeah.
what a Fable would, or
Yeah,
what a
but you're not gonna get that all breathtaking style of game. At least I haven't played one that was like that, where it just blew me away. From the techno aspect.
Right.
And then, me personally, and this pisses off a lot of Nintendo fans, but I don't even think their games are nearly as fun as people make it out to be. As
you
for every
played
Bayonetta,
those games, right?
yeah, and my
Yeah.
favorite one has been Bayonetta 2 and 3. But
Okay.
Zelda was like pretty much. Zelda has this really annoying mechanic where your weapons break fast. I don't know how that game got a 10 out of 10. It's got a lot of flaws for an open world game. I played a Pokemon game, and that was the worst fucking game I've ever played. And that's not even hyperbole how bad that game was. I was,
Which one did you play though? It could be based on what version of the Pokemon. Was it like a
here we
black
go.
and white or
Here
color-
we
No,
color-
it wasn't. No, the old ones are too expensive. It was the one on the Switch. I think it's Pokemon Sword or something like that.
Yeah,
and
Sword and
yeah.
Shield,
It was one of the worst games I ever played. It was I don't return games, but I had to return that game. That's how bad that shit was.
Okay.
Yeah,
Bro,
I never returned games, but I was like, no, this is insulting, man.
Hawaii reminded me, man, that the power of Nintendo. because we had a Pokemon World event here,
Yeah.
and it was at the convention center. I was coming home from the gym at
Mhm.
work, and the traffic was ridiculous. I'm like, oh man, it must have been an accident. They have something going on. And then my daughter was like, oh no, because she was in Japan and she couldn't go. She goes, oh no. It's like, oh, my friends, they're at the Pokemon thing at the convention, dude. This thing was nuts because they showed it on the news. Dude, that thing was they had the convention center. It all went all into Ala Moana Mall. So there's just all these people, dude. And you go there to buy because they have limited edition stuff, and it was all sold out within like an hour.
Yeah.
Like, it was
Yep.
crazy, dude.
Yep. Pokemon, it might be a terrible game, but it's a massive franchise.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Thank God Microsoft has Minecraft, bro.
Yeah. Because look, man, I was a kid when it first came out, and I loved it as a kid.
Minecraft?
You know, no, Pokemon.
Oh, Pokemon.
Yeah, no.
I played too many hours of Minecraft. I'm the Minecraft person. I just, I haven't played in a while, but I played for a long time.
Yeah, and any game that makes me feel like a predator, I can't play. When there are too many kids, I feel a little too awkward, man. Like, well, I don't. You know what? I don't want. You know what? I don't want to be on mic. Yeah, I don't want to be on mic and hear a high pitched voice and be like, "Who the fuck am I playing with?"
Yeah.
And I'm swearing and stuff there, and all of a sudden it's a little kid this whole time. I'm like, oh,
kid,
shit. Yeah.
I
Like,
used
sorry,
to play
kid.
like just games with my friends, and we build stuff in there, and they hunt and all. It's just fun stuff. It was like fun.
Look at Fonte, bro. I was always a Digimon guy, then a Pokemon guy.
Oh,
There's always one.
Digimon had the better cartoon.
It
That
did.
Pokemon cartoon sucked. Because whoever, like, from a marketing standpoint, it was brilliant because you'll never forget Pikachu when all his lines are Pikachu. But that shit was, I couldn't watch that shit. I was like, God damn, Pikachu, shut the. Yeah, and all the Pokemon did that. They'll just repeat their name in the most obnoxious way possible the whole time. And for some reason, it was the most popular cartoon for a while. And meanwhile, on Digimon, they wanted an actual adventure that Digimon could talk. I was like, yeah, I could fuck with this. But the games, the Pokemon games blew away the Digimon game at the time.
I don't know. I got a friend who likes Pokemon and Digimon. He loved Digimon too, though. That hasn't
Oh yeah,
followed.
you can like both. I know people that like both.
Yeah.
Avante, man, my daughter was sad because she wanted to buy the Pokemon Funko Pops. But it's kind of like the same thing when I saw the Sonic Funko Pops. They just don't look right for some reason.
Yeah.
And then the Digimon came out, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, look at those Digimon Funko Pops. They just look good. They just look good." It just depends on the style, I guess. But yeah, that's cool, Avante. I know a lot of people that play Digimon. Or I know a lot of people that play both. Because
they're both.
Play the card games.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they were more of a card game type person.
Yeah.
So Nintendo does not need to have Switch 2 be better than PS4 Pro and Xbox One X, or at least be on par with the sum of handhelds out like Steam Deck, Odin, and others. We'll see, Pepe. Nintendo does what Nintendo.
Yeah, but Nintendo probably won't do that. Just I don't know. It's just what they've been doing for the last 20 years, maybe since the Wii. Ever since the Wii, they don't keep up with power. Because the GameCube, I believe, was more powerful than the PS2. It just had them tiny ass discs that didn't. I think it didn't hold as much memory though. But they try to use them small discs to avoid when you steal the games. Why am I having a brain dead moment right now for pirating? To avoid pirating, I think they used a small disc for pirating. But I believe the GameCube was more powerful than the PS2. And that's my favorite Nintendo console is the GameCube.
Right.
Because although you had your usual Mario stuff, you also had a lot of mature games then too, like Resident Evil 4 and games like that.
Yeah.
And it felt that was the last console that felt like Nintendo was growing up with me. And
okay.
And I was a teen in that generation. And so for them to have a lot of the more teenage based games and stuff, I really liked it.
Dude, that's when Nintendo was gangster, bro. Yeah. Nintendo would tell these developers, "No, you will use our controller." I wish Phil was like that sometimes, dude. Nintendo makes the games for their system, and their controllers fits their games. And if you wanted to jump on board, Nintendo looked straight up on you. Well, you better learn how to use that.
Yeah, you gotta learn it. Yeah.
So if Phil had a little bit of that,
hey, we be doing good. Yeah, we
just a touch, just a smidge. Yeah.
This is smidge.
Just a smidge.
I think Matt Booty and the Sarabanda gave up on that. They just learned to work with him.
Yeah.
They just said, ain't no beating them. We gotta just learn to work with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait for Xbox Steam Deck to come out. That's what I'm waiting for. Waiting for that
Yeah.
Xbox.
Yeah, that should be pretty. That should be really cool.
Yeah, I think that would be awesome if they work with Steam or Box.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I like I said, they got a good relationship, working relationship.
Yeah, man.
They're-
Get your Steam account on
Yep.
Xbox.
LinkedIn, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and do what you always do, Microsoft. Nothing.
Yeah.
Like, no, just don't do nothing. Let Steam run it. Let Steam
Mhm.
has PC stuff, like everybody tells me.
Yep.
Right? Just let them, because that's what Microsoft's gonna do. Okay, here we go, guys. Just let them take care
They
of
don't care about doing that. Shoot, they don't
Yeah.
even want to micromanage their publishers. They like, we do the little enough to clean it up, and that's it. Go ahead, get to work. Shoot.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Overwatch. Just charge. I wonder how hard it was for Phil to ask them or to get them to give us like those perks.
Oh God.
Maybe should we do perks? Should we give our guys a little bit of perks? Those perks were pretty good though. Even my daughter was like, "Wow, Dad, this is pretty good." I'm like, "Pretty good. We should be getting this nonstop." But we don't want to ostracize anybody because we own them now, so we got to make it fun for everybody.
I
Yeah.
think that's mainly Lena Khan talking, channeling through there or whatever, or the CMA, whatever.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know. I'm just like, bro, just
They do a lot. They do a lot of long game stuff that we don't see in the moment, but it makes
That's
sense
true.
later on.
That's true. That's true.
oh my gosh, Unlimited was the sensibility or with the
Yeah.
senses. All right,
Hey,
I just want to have a pity party, but
Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get when I'm around. You get the
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I look. Even in my personal life, I'm the worst person to be if you want to be overly emotional. I'm like, no, that ain't how it works.
Man, I just want to have a little bit of. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I have to check myself on my videos, man, because I am petty. I am.
Yeah.
Dude, I really am. I gotta check myself because that's not very Christian. So I feel like I better knock that out. It's just like, just die already. Just die. Die with the scum we know you are. So,
Yeah.
like they was talking about who's that guy? Is for gamers, the husband and wife. They're funny, dude. They're on point.
Said
Right?
on point for gamers or something
Mhm.
like that. On point and something like they're funny. Yeah, I like.
Dude, I was in that chat one time and somebody was like, I can't believe these guys are a bunch of. I was like, man, you think
There's
they're bad?
some hardcore Xbox.
No, but
man.
they were saying like there was the
They
one.
play everything, but they hardcore Xbox gamers though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at
He
least
got
they
this
play.
big old Halo display in the back. I was like, they had to be like, as much as he has, and I know we're not seeing everything. That's got to be thousands of dollars. I'm not joking. He
But you know
got
what I
all
mean? They're
kind of
funny, they're entertaining, they talk about a lot of different stuff.
Yeah,
I could do a video just saying I hope Sony dies. In fact, I'll do a video and I'll just name that Sony die, please. Sony dies 2025, and I'll just talk about Sony dying. I was like, dude, you guys are hanging out with the wrong people. There's a lot of people that do not like Sony. These guys, at least they keep it entertaining. They're on point.
Mhm.
with the news. They have a couple guys. I like that dude, Chan. Oh, I can't think of his name. I think he's like, I don't want to say he's Indian because I could be wrong.
I was like when someone act foolish and he bots around and he just asks him a question, what has Sony done for gaming? And nobody ever answers. I think one person answered that they brought a lot of people in the game and he was like, oh, so they brought all the casuals in the gaming. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, slow down,
He will ask the question and they just give them like 5 minutes or like they'll just be like a minute of silence and he will answer the question. Like
most of the
and he
innovation
answered.
has come from Xbox and Nintendo.
Yeah.
That's where most of the innovation has come from.
Yeah, Sony don't do no innovation.
Yeah, Sony doesn't innovate.
They just innovate
Very
big
little.
prices.
Or they kind of steal ideas from the other two platforms. That's what they be doing.
Yeah. Pepe said, I hope the big three never dies. Well, it's going to happen because the big three used to be Sega, Nintendo, and Sony in the 90s. Before that, it was Nintendo, I don't know, Atari, and someone else.
Yeah.
The big three changes all the time, Pepe. So
Yeah, somebody would take their place if they did disappear.
I hope the big three don't die because we need Nintendo, Xbox, and PC.
That's good. That's good, man.
My daughter
That's
still
good.
plays Pokemon and she'll play Zelda. I'll do PC and Xbox, right? Because our
Yeah.
games are everywhere.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I'm getting. Ever since I got this PC, I've been getting more into PC gaming. Now that
Yeah.
I got a PC that can actually run stuff, you
It's a
know.
lot of games on PC. It's so many though
Yeah.
sometimes that you can get
so
lost in
so
them.
I will say this. I think Xbox, if they're gonna keep preaching Xbox and PC, they need
Uh-huh.
more games that are play anywhere. You know, when you buy
Yes.
them digital and they work
Yes.
on both platforms. I was
Thank
surprised,
you.
Daya. I was surprised, Daya, with my digital collection, only 50 games are played
That's it.
anywhere.
They don't have a lot of play
Yeah,
anywhere.
I was
Yeah.
surprised. I thought the way that they talk about PC and Xbox on every show, I would have sworn that it was like 80% of the games
Yep.
are that you bought digitally would
Yep.
have been playable on both, and
It's
then like
not.
some of them,
And
yeah,
it wasn't until I got a Xbox console that I
Mhm.
realized how much I was missing.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And it wasn't until I got an actual functioning PC that I realized, and, you download the Xbox app,
Yeah.
and it has my library, which is really cool. I think it's really cool and seamless that some of the games I own digitally is
Yes.
like boom, it's on
Yep.
both
You
games.
just
Like
pick
like
up on it.
yeah,
Yeah.
and
Yep.
some of them like Starfield, I think is awesome because Starfield perfect for PC,
It
given that
is.
it's Bethesda.
Yeah. Yep.
It's really cool to try it on ultra settings and all that cool stuff. But
Yep.
when I saw only 50, I'm like, all the digital games, that's it.
Yeah.
I was
They
like,
need to
yeah,
work on
Xbox.
that. I
Yeah,
told you.
yeah.
I tried to tell y'all that PC Game Pass part need work. That's why I was trying to tell y'all it's not. It's not exactly where it needs to be right now.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know.
yeah. They got work to do on that.
Yeah.
And the thing about Xbox though is that when we criticize them, I'm confident they could make those changes. This
Oh
isn't like
yeah.
this isn't
Yeah.
like Nintendo or Sony where we could rant till our face are blue. They ain't gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? Look at what it took for Sony to put their games on PC to begin with, and even then they do it by pissing people off because nobody wants to be forced to have a PlayStation account who don't play on PlayStation to play them games.
Right, I know they done tick them PC gamers off, man.
Yeah,
They refuse. They you know what they say? They say we don't trust your account. You done got hacked several times. They don't want to get on there. That's
exactly.
why.
well,
They're on
them,
Microsoft's account, but they don't get hacked all the time there.
them ponies too, man. They was talking smack. I was just looking at them like, bro, you guys.
Don't put your card on there.
The PC people do not. We're weary. I'm gonna be honest, but we're weary about hacking. We got to always be on guard about that. So you talking about a platform that's got hacked several times? That's never going to happen. They don't care. They don't want
Yeah.
to get on there.
You know what you guys should do there when Sony talks about putting their account that way. You just tell them, hey, before we do this, I want you guys to take this out and just give them the training. Like I have to take cybersecurity training every year. Just send them a cybersecurity training. So
Man, they actually need that, man. Because goodness, I mean, they're the only one out of the big three that keeps getting hacked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the great thing about Microsoft because it's like when something happens to Microsoft, the whole world knows. The whole
Mhm.
world is talking, right? And I'm like, dude, but that's good for us, right? As consumers, right? It keeps them on their toes. So
Yeah,
we don't have to worry about that.
Can I let me address Vontae's comment?
Yeah.
You said
Oh,
the big
okay.
three, as we know it, will eventually die. Microsoft, the only one that is making sure they stay around for the long haul. Yeah, and they're the only ones with the resources to pull it off. Which is something Sony doesn't have.
Yeah.
And Nintendo, and I know everybody disagrees with me on this, but I saw it with the Wii U. Nintendo's one bad console away from being in the same position.
It is,
Because-
and that's
'cause
why they need to
everybody-
expand.
Yeah, because everybody forgets that before the Switch came out, the Wii U, Nintendo said the next Nintendo console could be our last. That's how bad the Wii U did, and anytime, and they're just fortunate that when you hit a new generation, it's like hitting a reset button,
Yeah.
and people don't view the old console that they do the new one. So Nintendo, if they don't, if they keep releasing a console and it don't hit like that because they're not feeling whatever gimmick that is pushing, that could happen to them because they aren't loaded up in the same way.
Right, they're not future proofed. I mean,
Yeah.
the next Switch can do great, but then what happens after that Switch? See, that's the thing. They don't know, and
Yeah.
so the best thing, they shouldn't be married to the hip to the console as much as they are. As much as I know Nintendo people won't want to hear that, it's very dangerous to be like that. They can't pivot around the way Microsoft can pivot. Say they console utterly fail. Maybe some people consider the X as utterly failing. Well, guess what? They're making more profit than both of them are doing. See what I'm saying? They can still make money just fine, and they like a vampire. They sucking the blood out of PlayStation, and they don't. I don't know if they put anything on Nintendo. Yeah, I know they have plans to, but
Xbox.
Xbox. Have they
Yeah,
put anything on there?
they got a number of games on Nintendo.
Oh, okay. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, yeah. So they got ways to pivot when they need to, if the situation calls for it. And that's what Nintendo needs is ways to address certain problems in case the console is not enough. Just in case, you know.
Well, Phil's big dream is to buy Nintendo. So if anything happens, just go to Microsoft. Just sell to Microsoft. And I'd genuinely love to have that podcast. Microsoft bought Nintendo.
Goodness.
That might actually be more fun if they bought Sony, because that'll just be like, huh?
Man.
No, the Nintendo. If they bought Nintendo, the people crying the most would be Sony guys. Nobody else would really. I think other people will talk about it, but the guys who cry the most would be.
Can you imagine the victim mentality if Nintendo and Xbox were under the same brand, the same roof? The victim mentality Sony would have, Sony family. Colin Moriarty would start trying to build a whole fortress around his house, taking this shit that seriously, man.
For the first time, Digital Foundry would do a thing on the Switch.
Yeah.
Take a look at the Switch.
Man, yeah, Phil dreaming about Nintendo. He loves Nintendo. I think he loves the games. I think he loves what they do and everything. Yeah, he does. He wants Nintendo.
Yeah. That's his dream acquisition right there.
That is. I think I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying. It was like he's like, yo, I bought Activision. I bought Bethesda. I did this all to train for buying Nintendo.
But the scary part is when he said it.
Years though, he's been saying that for so long.
But the scary part is when he said that, like you could see, like there was like a hint of seriousness. I thought, like, oh yeah,
he was serious. Yeah,
and you look at his face, you're like, oh jeez, I think this dude.
But he wouldn't do nothing to Nintendo. He'd buy him and just put him in the corner and say, "Keep doing what you're doing." That's it. Because they, Microsoft don't want to control him. They just want
the only thing is that they'll put the games on Game Pass and vice versa.
It. Yeah,
and then Nintendo would have Game Pass as well. That'll be the only difference.
Yeah, Nintendo would have it as well. They have all the Xbox games. Yeah, it would go back. Yeah. Pretty much,
and then we'll get Mario stuff.
We talk about the handheld, right? I mean, I
think Xbox would make it to where there'd be a more powerful handheld, though. That's what I think, and so Nintendo would be a strong handheld under Microsoft. I really believe that.
It's like move over ROG Ally.
Yes, they would have it would be the best of the best. I believe so. Yep.
You'd probably buy those guys and be like, okay, let's all work together. This is the R&D department, man. Microsoft is scary when you think about it.
It's scary, yeah.
I will. Another thing I'd like to see it happen, because I want to hear the Monopoly discussion come back too.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear. It's Colin Moriarty calling them a monopoly again.
Yeah.
like the terror PlayStation fans would have if that happened would be magical.
They would be terrified of that union.
Yeah,
they would. Yeah.
Dude, it would be so bad. Nintendo guys would be looking at them like, dude, what are you guys doing?
Nintendo guys wouldn't have to worry because, like I said, Microsoft doesn't mess with the
publishers. They'll get a net benefit because they'll get Game Pass on their
They would, and the hardware, because Microsoft likes to be the best in hardware. So the next Switch or whatever it be called would be the best. It really would. Yeah. So they say they don't like to lose power narratives, so that that would carry over to the Switch.
I think the only thing they care about is if they mess with Pokemon, and we know they won't. They wouldn't mess with it. They didn't mess with Minecraft. They didn't mess with
any of that.
They didn't buy Power World.
No,
they didn't do any of that stuff.
They left them alone. Yeah. They don't mess with those companies, and they let the companies do what's best for them.
Mm-hmm.
So if they want to be everywhere, they can be everywhere. Remember, it wanted Doom everywhere,
right?
Because they didn't want to leave some of their fan base behind. So Phil said, okay.
See, then that's why, look, I love Phil. But, I just would like him to do like one mic drop. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like an evil. Like, I want to see him do at least one thing evil. I'll be scared, right? Because if he did do that, I'm like, oh dang, you know, like when Superman gets get a hold of red kryptonite. You know what I'm saying? People will be like teasing Superman, oh, you do this, you did, and you get a hold of red kryptonite, and everybody be like, oh damn, dude, I think this is a bad idea. But I mean, dude, I don't know. That would be crazy if they did that. Is that what you're saying? So Unlimited, is that your prediction for 2025?
That they buy Nintendo?
Yeah, you think they would work out something with it? Not buy
nah.
them necessarily, but work out something with them.
Work out something? Yes, I think they would if they could.
Yeah.
But I think right now they
I
got
don't-
their eyes on something else. I don't think
Yeah.
they're trying to get Nintendo.
Oh, who?
Yeah.
Nintendo or
No, Nintendo ain't buying shit, man.
No,
Microsoft.
Yeah, Nintendo ain't gonna say how they got to do that, but yeah, because the way Phil phrased it, he's like, we could be good together, like, you know,
As you're trying to on the Slack.
Oh shoot, man, Phil was that so
Some
bad.
Isaac Hayes comes in the background. Look, baby.
I think they're buying somebody next year, but it
I
won't
do
be
too.
Nintendo.
I do too. I think they get somebody next year.
Me too. I think they
Yeah.
fingers itchy.
Yeah.
Who do you think though? All of you, give me who you think that Xbox is gonna pick up though.
Yeah, I'm going WB. You know, I need WB to be saved, man.
I do too. I think
I
it's
need
sad
them,
what's happening.
and they get the IPs with it because Warner Brothers has expressed in licensing it out. So I think they get WB with the IPs.
They better, because I would say Xbox should not buy them unless they get the IP.
Yeah, and we're finally going to get something more than Batman. You know, something more than Batman from them. So that's what I'm hoping.
WB. Okay, so what about you, Sega Man? What do you think Xbox might acquire next year? Is he there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
I don't know. I would say I don't know. The Sega thing is still up in arms. I mean, they're getting a lot of Sega IP, putting it in Game Pass and stuff, man. So I don't know. I could still see them trying to possibly get Sega. I still think that's still in the I still think. What's up, NWO Prime, the higher sanctimony?
Hello, NW Prime. Hi, Anthony.
I'm gonna say Sega. I'm gonna say Sega, man. I know.
Sega.
Me and Sega Forever were like talking about it before, but I think they could still get Sega, man. I really believe that. I think they can still buy Sega, man. They have so many games on there now. They have a good relationship. They had a good relationship since the Sega Dreamcast days.
Way back then, yeah. That's
So
right.
I mean, I could still see them getting Sega, man. I think they can. I'm gonna go with Sega.
Well, you got Powerhouse IP with that, and even they would bridge into movies and stuff, like with the Sonic movies and stuff. So yeah, that'd be a pretty
Yeah, indeed. You're Sega person. You know they have so many great IP. You know how many
very
great
good IP.
Sega has? They have like a slew of great IPs just sitting there.
Yep.
You know, and they could be doing something with it, right? Sega Forever.
Yeah, Vector Man, dude. Where Vector Man at? Let's go, Vector Man.
And NWO Prime said he thinks WB as well, and Anthony Chipmunk thinks Platinum Games might get picked up.
Oh wow!
Platinum is under different leadership, so that could be a potential. Yeah, because all of the developers that were under that is still in place. It's just the leadership. That guy that Phil didn't get, they got rid of him.
Yeah,
he's gone. So yeah, so that could be a potential.
Yeah,
wow, that'd be crazy.
Yeah.
WB though, man, that'd be really crazy, guys. That's Mortal Kombat territory, right?
Yes, yeah, Mortal Kombat. What else? What is all other than just the superhero? It's more stuff, right? That they do.
Yeah, they got the
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
the Harry
Yes,
Potter.
yes. That would be a great get.
They also make the Lord of the Rings games. That's
Lord
like
of the Rings.
games like Shadow of Mordor and stuff
Ooh,
like that.
imagine a Bethesda Lord of the Rings game.
Who does RoboCop?
I don't know who does that, but whoever they are, they
That's
Nakon.
Yeah.
That's it.
Nakon.
That's
You say Capcom?
No, Nacon, like
Nacon.
NACON, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so I bought a bunch of their games. They did They did that Sherwood Forest game. They did what's that game, bro, that you're playing? Still Rising. I know Unlimited has Still Rising. I bought Clash.
No, I don't have that game.
Oh, I thought you bought it. Weren't you playing it?
It's a Souls-like, so I
Yeah,
passed on it.
Souls likes. Yeah.
I could have swore I saw you did a video on that.
Oh, I played the beta. That's what it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was the beta before it came out. I realized it was Soul-like and canceled my pre-order.
Yeah, don't sleep on that company, guys.
That company's pretty good, huh?
Yeah,
Okay,
I think they released Terminator. Was it Terminator Salvation? Terminator Revolution. Resistance. That's it. Resistance.
Oh my God, they did that. No wonder I like that because I love RoboCop and I love. Oh my God, yeah. Please, if Xbox can get them, they're so good. If they just need a bigger budget, but oh my gosh, they're good. They're good.
The kind of good thing, like you were saying about WB, is I mean, we'll see how Indiana Jones turns out.
Yeah.
But man, WB has so many.
Yeah, imagine that.
They even got good stuff for kids like your Warner Brothers and that multiverses game. Look at all the IPs in multiverses.
Yeah, multiverses.
Just pick and choose. Like action adventure Beetlejuice game would be cool. Maybe like
wow,
games, right?
yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Well, Phil is looking. Phil said, right? I know. I read a story with Phil. They're looking at him seriously.
They are looking at him.
Yeah.
Okay.
I read a story.
Okay. Pepe Le Pew says Koei Tecmo would be great. They got a lot of IP. That's true. Koei Tecmo does have a lot of IP.
What about Sumo Digital?
It'd be cool if they could finally bring back Ninja Gaiden.
Oh, yeah. You know, just for that alone, Koei Tecmo would be on my list.
I'd pay anything for Ninja Gaiden.
Me too. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to Xbox and buying. Maybe don't buy Naughty Dog. How about that?
There's this publisher that recently came into a lot of issues, Annapurna or whatever they're called.
Annapurna.
They got a lot of games on Game Pass.
They do. One. They support Game Pass a lot,
and they're having some issues. That's right for Xbox to pick.
It is. They like Trouble Studios. Yeah.
Yeah, but the issues they're having is kind of along the lines of Activision. So I don't know. Streaming on that
and picking them up would not cause controversy.
True. Nobody will fight them.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I wouldn't mind.
Annapurna got good games. I played a lot of that stuff on
I own a lot of it.
They got games like The Artful Escape and
What
Remains of Edith Finch. So those are really good Game Pass type games.
Yeah.
They're not going to be super expensive to develop. I think they could get them at a really great price right now, and fund a lot of games on the Game Pass.
Yes,
and have them develop a consistent roster of games because their games are like more Nintendo budget than Xbox budget.
Yep.
And they need content. Game Pass.
Game Pass does needs more than what it's getting out. People don't understand. You need to keep feeding the beast. And Pepe Le Pew also said, "Buy Don't Not is fantastic.
Yeah, they're awesome.
They're fantastic. Yeah."
Good call. Oh, so I'll get mine real quick.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna break this down by 2025. In the beginning of 2025, Xbox or Microsoft is gonna buy 3 studios.
3 studios.
I can literally like okay. So I'll say this after Limited and E-Rock talked about this past week. I think Ubisoft would be a good pickup.
They can't get Ubisoft though.
Why?
Because because of the cloud deal.
That's right.
They can't buy them because that would compromise their whole setup with the EU and all that.
So the stockholders are forcing them to sell. They're trying to get them to go private.
Oh, okay, okay.
That'll change the dynamic.
That could change things. Okay, but if things stay as they are, they're not allowed to buy them because I remember that. Okay,
but they're trying to force the guys out.
Okay.
Look, I mean, I'm not buying into the drama of it, but if given everything that's going on with Ubisoft, they still make one of my most favorite games of all time, which is oh my gosh, it's the shooter. What is wrong with
me? Is it Rainbow Six or
Rainbow Six?
Defiant?
No. The one where it's the post-apocalyptic.
The Division.
My God.
Oh, dude. The Division is.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
The Division. Yeah. But they have the story-driven games. really well, and they do a lot of they do some indie stuff as well. Again, if you're gonna do that and you could help Ubisoft, right? Because they're under siege right now.
They are under a lot of stress, and I think Microsoft actually likes them a lot too. Xbox, they trusted them enough with the cloud arrangement, and so yeah, I think they're the ones that brought them up too. By the way,
don't tease me like that, Sega Forever. Assassin's Creed under Xbox. Come on.
Oh, under an Xbox.
Well, that's why I'm saying it'd be a great buy because they have a pedigree of titles that everybody want to play.
Yeah.
If this thing comes up like what happened with what's the name? Shadows.
Yeah.
It won't matter, right? Because
Yeah,
Xbox
it won't matter because
Xbox ain't gonna force you to do something you don't want to do.
Right.
They'll back you up, and if things don't work out, they'll just
cut the
Microsoft
fat.
has this ability to just keep rolling.
And the
I
game
guess
will
you can do
always
that when you
exist
get
on
$3
Game
trillion.
Pass.
Yeah.
The game will always be on Game Pass. They still support their games. I mean, I went back to playing Redfall. So it runs great. Me and my friends hop back into it again. Yeah, I love Redfall. So yeah, I went back to that, and I just was grateful that they didn't shut it down like Concord was and all that stuff. That you can still go back to those games.
And then like we know what Microsoft does. I'm not saying I agree with this, guys. You guys know how I feel. But if Ubisoft wants to put their stuff on other consoles, which I'm pretty sure they want.
They still will allow them to do that, and they could use Ubisoft in a way to they could be another moneymaker and just use them like that. That's where the case by case basis thing come from.
Yeah.
Maybe not all their IP, but maybe some of it would.
Look,
right?
man,
I mean,
Assassin's Creed on Game Pass, and they got to pay $70 for it.
Yep.
Sign me up.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I get my favorite series on Game Pass day one. Sign me the fuck up right there.
And I've been preaching at the altar of online, right? I would like that's another. Look, their Assassin's Creed alone covers so many different timelines and genres.
It does, yeah.
You can make an online world, an online ecosystem with that one property, and you can build off of that. So that will solve a lot of
Ubisoft, like Xbox, still supports a lot of their games. Like For Honor still gets support.
Oh, okay.
That's another big game, yeah.
So they got a like-minded business,
They already work so much together. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not trying to look. All my Sega fans, please bear with me. I'm not betraying my beloved Sega. It's always Sega for me, 24/7. Right? You guys should know that about me right now. I think I agree with you. Unlimited WB as well. You guys, me and Dale talk about this all the time. Steam would be great.
Yes, we do.
And then EA would be awesome.
Me and Sega Forever always say EA and Steam. Yeah, so
at this point, we got to ask the question: who wouldn't Xbox buy? Because geez, Ubisoft, EA, Steam. Is like,
that is kind of like everybody, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, so I think like getting those names too would also help places like Donut and Annapurna. And some of the younger, some of these smaller companies, right? Because then you notice how hard after Tokyo Game Show, you had a lot of videos on Tokyo Game Show, and then Xbox went right back to pushing ID at Xbox.
Yes, they did.
It's like it's like that machine. It's a well-oiled machine. Like, look, so like for me, it's just like in the beginning of the year, maybe get Ubisoft. Summertime, pick up Steam. End of the year, pick up WB. You know what I'm saying?
I would say if I had to pick, if you said 3 titles like that, I would say the first one I could see. I wouldn't see Ubisoft. I think it's so big. Ubisoft is huge. They got a lot of employees.
I only say Ubisoft just because of this thing with Ubisoft is going beyond games. This stuff is going into because of the properties they own and because of their stock and stuff.
Wouldn't they have just as hard a time as they did with Activision, with Ubisoft being so huge? That's a huge.
I'm sorry, guys. I mean, I understand what you guys are saying. I have no fear of anything our government does. I really don't. They can't find their way out of a paper bag. That's how bad they are. I mean, look, if I'm going against Nina Khan, I like my chances.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has lost everything she's tried. So,
If
Lena Khan is on the mound, that's like Otani the other day knocking 6 home runs or whatever he did. Like I like Microsoft's chances. Right.
Okay.
And Microsoft, the way that they are, and again, I kind of complain about this. Microsoft is that guy. They are that company. They're that nice. No, we're not going to do this, and we're not going to keep that, and we're not going to keep it from anybody. We can all be in this one big unicorn rainbow roller coaster. You know what I'm saying? By the way, we have a special Pride Month coming up next month. Just wanted to let you know, like that's Microsoft, right? That's why nobody believed the FTC when they're trying to talk about. Even police didn't believe that. Right? Okay. I know this is going to help our cause, but nobody believed it, right? And so I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Thea, but yeah, let's just do it. I would roll that dice every day of the week.
Yeah.
With the FTC.
I love that, man.
I
I can stand that.
China, and then they'll be distracted and you just carry on.
Yeah. Pepe Le Pew, man, what the hell is your avatar, man? I've been looking at this for minutes. I have no clue what
I
I'm
don't
looking
know
at.
what that is. It looks like a man with a tail, maybe. I'm trying to see. Is he turning into Pepe?
Yeah, man. What are we looking at, Pepe?
Do you want to know? Hey, Toe Man.
Hey, well, welcome
Hey,
back.
yeah,
Man.
look, man. When people start coming back, that's my time to sign off.
Yeah, we
man.
need to probably wrap it.
It's my time to leave, and people start coming back.
Time for the outros.
Oh, good. I don't have to bully you into outros. Yes, you can find me on the Unlimited Truth. I when the truth is needed. Do not come up with a final topic that extends this show. All right, I'm warning you right now. Sega Man, give us your outro.
Are you ready?
Let's go, brother.
You guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Hey, man. You know what though? It was a awesome show with our brother Sega Forever, man.
Yes.
On these gaming comments. Good to see Dea, the first lady of Xbox, and our brother Unlimited Productions, always on fire with the Unlimited Truth, man. It was a good podcast, brother. Sega Forever. And man, I there's not been a whole bunch of great news, but when there's something, we're going to talk about it, man. It was good to be part of the Wrecking Crew podcast again tonight. Guys, you guys have a good rest of the weekend and enjoy that gaming, man. That's what it's all about, brother.
Yep.
Oh, I'm here 4568, first lady of chat, first lady of Xbox, I guess.
Right.
And I want to say that I'm always happy to be around other fellow gamers and fellow Xbox gamers. It's always fun with you guys. And even if you play other things and stuff, it's just, it's fun to just game and just to come together on the same hobby. So thank you guys for having me. Thank you for having me. Sega Forever. I'm always grateful to be on your show.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for holding the show down when I'm doing 500 million.
Okay, no problem.
In fact, don't get used to this format, guys. I can't pick up my kids, cook dinner, and cut my nails at the same time. So the 10-hour format might be making a quick return. But yeah, just really quickly, thank everybody in the chat. I won't go down by names because we do need to leave. But you guys know who you are. You guys all support us, man. I really appreciate it. We'll be back next weekend, and we out.
Peace.
Bye.